night. Shadows flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the cold, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, chaotic rush. A restless voice, the static cracks. Solitude with neon tracks. Zero also is streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Wires in the reality torn. There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Zero is streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of the midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Dudes, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, Coria Shadows War Drinker, Julia Arch. Yes, Julia, I followed you back. Thank you for the follow on Twitter. Appreciate it. Another one. Fuck, what it is? Yeah, I just saw that Coria, LA, big fire there, brush fire. It's not fucking good. Couple things to go over this evening. Grusch met with Canadian MP. Pretty big claim, actually. Bodes well, maybe, for the next government in Canada. Maybe Pierre will be the herald of disclosure worldwide. Who knows? Somehow I doubt it, but... Trump's pushing for Canada and Greenland to become a part of the United States. He's quite serious about it. That's a terrifying prospect. And I'll go over a little later some new theories on pole shifts of sorts, I guess. Something along those lines. Not quite a physical pole shift, but, you know, anyway. Some interesting shit to go over. But, yeah. Let's just get into it. I am putting these VODs all onto YouTube now. I figured out a way how to do this. I don't know if Twitch just did this recently or I'm just stupid. Probably the latter. So all the VODs are going to be on YouTube. And I can actually clip on here too, I guess, which is wonderful. So I'm going to be fucking around with that. So try and put clips out, and I'm terrible at that, man. I don't know. Yeah, he met with Justin. Someone else I think he met with. Jen. I'll go over it here. Someone got a hold of some documents that proves this, so we'll find out. You know, like wants to make the Monroe Doctrine to the Trump's doctrine. Man, fuck. I mean, I as a meme, I was like, ha ha ha, that's funny. And then I think he's getting like more and more serious about it. And it's like, okay. But there's a lot of people here that are for it. Which again, you know, they're $37 trillion in debt. So and China owns like a third of it. Anyway, yeah. Pardon NORAD, yeah. Yeah, I think this is obviously the concern with Don, where I'm hopeful with his cabinet and the people that he's brought along, that maybe there will actually be some changes that happen. The concern, as always, is of course just him, and he's aging, and hopefully he doesn't go off the rails and get too serious with this and start, you know, throwing tariffs left and right at people to try and get what he wants. I thought I'd just play this. Here it is.
Mr. President, if we were to work under the assumption that you're serious about making Canada 51st state of the United States, the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada said, under no circumstance will it ever be the 51st state.
Maybe he won't win, but maybe he will. I don't.
You had suggested.
Listen, I don't care what he says.
But so real fast, you said you were considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland. Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No, economic force, because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like. And it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada. So many friends up there. I love the Canadian people. They're great. But we're spending hundreds of billions a year to protect them.
He's not spending hundreds of billions of years to protect us. What the fuck are you talking about, Don? Now, what we could do is we could have some kind of like an EU type agreement go on where, you know, the border gets a little bit laxed, right? But then everybody's freaking out in the States with the southern border. Not that there's a lot of problems with the northern border between Canada and the United States. And would we want that to happen here in Canada, considering all the problems with the southern border and then people coming up through Canada as well? I don't know. But yeah, I just hope he backs off on this, man. Like this, I live in Canada. So I hope that doesn't happen. Yeah. The 40 trillion. Yeah. No, yeah, there's no way they're going to pay it back. But that's why they're the biggest dick on the block, right? I guess, Jen, like it's like, pay us back our money. It's like, make me. It's like, okay. Like it's the kind of the situation that people are in right now that China would be in. Like they wouldn't be able to. The bigger problem is the devaluation of the dollar, I think, right? But anyway, yeah. Lemon, what's up, brother? Happy New Year. How you been? Yeah. Tweet sounds wild. What is this now? Iranian Channel 3. In the coming hours, the world will witness unusual scenes and developments. Fuck, they got a UFO, for Christ's sake. Test fly fucking UFO saucer. That'd be crazy. Buckle up. Buckle up. This is the other thing here he talks about. Yeah, we need Greenland for national security purposes. Now it's he would place massive tariffs on Denmark if they don't immediately relinquish all control of Greenland. Fox, we going for Iceland next. All the Danish territories. Well, no, it's not its own country, but you know, conquered by the Danes. With the Vikings. Yeah, man, I no. No, just no. Where are the fucking videos? Hold on. Oh Christ, that's another thing. Where are the videos? His son shows up. Where was the other video at, for fuck's sakes? Oh my God, I get all placed over the place here. Fucking Don Jr. shows up here. Yeah. You're so strategically located, he says. This is Don himself. Everybody in the fucking diner with the make America great again. Or does it say make Greenland great? Oh, fuck me. Oh God. I don't know. Yeah. Jesus. Really? EU will completely disconnect with the USA and Canada will join the EU to create their own economic super partnership. Then USA will be alone with nobody. Anyway, this is just fucking. There's a lot of things you could be focusing on, but I guess this is what's been focused on in the media recently. I mean, they're clearly fucking serious because Don Jr. went over with a whole parade of people. There's one guy argues with college kids. There's this other guy too. This other social media dude went with them on some kind of like clearly a gift giving mission to give them all the hats unless they had them already. It's crazy shit. I mean, here's something else that's fucking crazy. This is the other crazy thing. I was like, oh my fucking God. Andrew Tate officially launches the Bruv Party. Britain restoring underlying values as he pursues plans to become UK Prime Minister. Now, as bad as he is, the guy in there right now is supposedly pretty fucking bad. I don't think Andrew's gonna do any better because he's a psychopath. I don't even get me started on him, for fuck's sakes. Currently locked up in his compound in Romania. There's a major global political reset underway. I would say so. I think what has happened is the pendulum has swung so far in one direction that it is coming back with a force that I don't think anyone was quite prepared for in the opposite direction. And just educate the people. Like, there's some assholes in charge right now, and they're slowly stepping down and fucking off, but we don't want to prop up a bunch of other assholes to replace them. Okay. From Autism Capital. His platform runs in the pillars of harsh migration control, a 24/7 solitary confinement live stream of knife crime offenders, a complete teardown and restructuring of the BBC, all LGBTQ plus material banned from public schools, capping non-British residents as 10% of the population, promoting entrepreneurship in school, reducing foreign aid to zero and improving infrastructure at home. That one, I mean, I could see maybe that some countries need to focus more on. Prioritize the NHS for British taxpayers first. Enforcing mandatory member of parliament attendance. Immediate deportation for any crime by a non-citizen, no matter how small, with zero appeal. Fuck. A new simplified tax code bringing boxing wrestling back to school. I didn't know it left. Why did it leave? It should have never left. Creating a licensed and armed society. National Bitcoin Reserve. Nuclear power independence. Preventative health. Voting on the blockchain. Oh, fucking dude. Creating a ministry of the future. Working with the US, not with the UN and NATO. I mean, again. Yeah. Then Illuminati sign there. Fuck yeah. Psychopaths maintain the system well, almost like they're destined like an NPC to fulfill a purpose, which is a cog in the machine. Man. Well, yeah. Walker, there's truth in that, and that there are a lot of psychopaths running things right now. I just don't think putting another one in charge. There's so many good leaders out there, and I know they're out there because I've talked with them actually in some of these places, and this guy's not a good leader. He does not have good character. He's a disciplined person, but he lacks the virtue, I think, to really push forward and make good decisions for the benefit of everyone. I mean, he got his start running fucking campsites, which is effectively a industry that is abusing not just men, but people, right? throwing their money away at cam girls, and and then they were involved directly in communicating with the man to take their money. It's like, man, it was just so bad. And I think everyone knows how bad it is. So yeah, the thing is that he makes some of these are good points, right? But I think we could maybe take some of these points and then get someone with better quality, character quality, in charge of actually making decisions. But it's yet to find someone who's strong and resistant to all these other fucking psychotic people in the world that are trying to manipulate our Western democracy. So, brother, it's like bad thing nowadays. We just call being an adult. No, I mean, what we're exposed to daily, I mean, the pornography and the violence online. And although, honestly, when you think of what people saw in times past, like, public executions, Christ knows what else, wars constantly, with swords and shit and axes and, like, pretty graphic. But anyway, Tate says that as leader, he is fully accountable and will step down if he fails to meet these objectives. Oh, God, Andrew, just no. Listen. All the money he made from ripping people off, multi-level marketing schemes, cam girl sites, whatever, brother. You want to put that money up and do something actually good with it, fine, right? But listen, some of the shit, right? Some of the shit, like creating a licensed and armed society. They have a problem. Well, actually, the gun problem in the UK, there is one, I've heard. The knife problem's a big one. But I guess you have to be careful with that. I mean, I don't know. I'm, as someone who's never even shot a firearm, I'm definitely for keeping firearms as a part of at least our culture here in Canada and the United States, obviously. I think it's just unwise for a population, and I'm lumped into this, to not be wise in the ways of weaponry of their time. And I grew up in like a very, peaceful place. Kind of a very kind of liberal environment, and it was dumb. My dad should have taken me out and taught me. I can still do this, obviously, myself. I have many friends over the years. You should know how to. You should know how to. And in the off chance we get thrown into a global war, right? And you're thrown into a fucking front line somewhere, right? So, man, fuck. Edge, what's up? Yeah. Logan Bell says diabetes and fights, retires, boxers as an entertainment. I'm for the Cobra. Oh, you for him? Oh, fuck. But yeah, I'm not for him. No. These are some good points, but again, like for me, I just, he's shown for me, as someone who studied character quite a bit, I don't like what I see, but he's undoubtedly someone who has a lot of influence. So, yeah, not a fan. But anyway, we'll see what happens. I could not imagine he would get in. But obviously, if some of this stuff is inevitably going to come in with the next government because of how frustrated people are in the UK right now. So, yeah. That's true. Like, humans do have flaws, man. But that's very true. I think some of the decisions that those guys have made. Now, a lot of the accusations against him, I think, are probably bunk. But again, very nefarious behavior, right? I mean, what he was involved with. He does not live a virtuous life, right? And I think that's something that definitely should be encouraged. I encourage myself, a huge proponent of virtue ethics. Be the change you want to see in the world. And I think that's, what change has he done? We got the Tate University, the Hustlers University, which is encouraging young men to be more entrepreneurial, but it's essentially a multi-level marketing scheme. Which is enriching them further. It's kind of like it's complicated. They're combining a good message, but ultimately the way in which it's presented, I think, it's just not really appropriate. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's like people will leverage him and say, well, but he's rich versus someone who's poor. And it's like, well, but that's not necessarily. There are tons of people who are good people who are poor, and they stay that way because they don't want to hurt people. And ultimately, I think the business model that got them rich was a terrible one. It's very immoral, and he's got to shake that off from people who study character. He's got to convince those people that he's a changed man. I don't fucking buy it personally. Yeah. Yeah, he's Littlefinger. That's kind of actually, that's true though. Yeah. Everyone's not Disneyland like Vegas anymore. Everyone is a hustler. Yeah, I mean, but it's important, I think, especially for thinking people to still uphold virtues and be virtuous people. Because again, getting yourself involved with the porn industry, the cam industry, and Christ knows what else he's been involved with in Romania with the casinos and the mafia there. I mean, it's just not a good thing, right? He's not. I don't think he's after the good. Maybe in the end he'll make a good decision. I look at him more like his fucking, not that he is a Genghis Khan, but those kinds of characters, right, who are ruthless, and they're after for power and fame and control. And yeah, I don't think he's a great role model for men, young men in particular. I don't think he's a very good role model. But you see the Bugatti, you see the millions of dollars, you see the house, you see the girls. There's more to life than that, though, honestly. I mean, I think those are fairly low bars. Although some of those things would be nice, but yeah, it's just not. No, I think. Hey, welcome Hendrix. Yeah. How do you know I'm a region champ 2009? Are you actually? Holy fuck. Yeah. Nice guys finished last. Well, no. Well, that's, yeah, they do. But you don't want to be a nice guy. You want to be a good guy. Ultimately, right? That's the difference. You want to be someone that has morals, I think. Listen, I mean, the reason we've got to this point, although there have been some hiccups along the way, is the foundation of our civilization here in the West was laid by good leaders, really, by philosophers. And I think things have come apart more recently, although there's been lots of problems because of people kind of falling away from that life. That doesn't mean like go become a Christian and fucking read the Bible every day, and not at all. But yeah, this is level role model. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, copycatting greatness. Iron sharpens iron. Speaking of someone who's a role model in Canada, I guess. This is a good conversation here. I'll just play it. It's a very short clip, but kind of just explains the problem that we're in here in Canada right now. Now, to be fair to Justin, which I don't really like being fair to Justin, but I will. He didn't start COVID, and COVID has played a massive role. Now, they chose to spend a fuckload of money, print money. They didn't have much of a choice there, I don't think. If they didn't do that, small business, but you could argue that they put small business in the hole that they were in because of the measures that they implemented. But they weren't alone. I don't know if I hold him wholly accountable for that, but to some degree they are. But I'll just play the clip.
Yes.
What are the steps that need to be taken to fix the damages done to inflation?
First and foremost, stop the overspending. Inflation, high taxes, deficits, high interest rates are all symptoms. The disease is overspending. When governments spend too much money, there's only three ways to get it. One is to raise your taxes. The other is to borrow, which means that they'll tax you more later on. And the third way is to print money. Now, printing money seems like a painless way to pay for things, but it's very simple. If you have 10 apples and $10 in the economy, it's a bucket apple. If you double the number of dollars in the economy to 20, you still only have 10 apples. You're not twice as rich. It's just that each apple costs twice as much. And that is a tax on the working people because it chews up the purchasing power of your paycheck only to pay for excessive government spending, and it balloons the asset values of the billionaires. So it's a real transfer from the have-nots to the have-yachts. Inflation is the worst and most immoral tax.
Nice.
It always results from government creating cash. Our government has created about $700 billion of cash in the last 3 years. So we used to have $1.8 trillion of bills, coins, and bank deposits. That was about 3-4 years ago. Now it's up to 2.5 trillion. So that's extra cash, but the economy has only grown by 4%. So the real things in the economy have only grown by 4%.
Yeah.
The cash has grown by 40. So the money supply is growing 10 times faster than the stuff money buys, which creates a bidding war, and that's what's driving up inflation. We have to cap government spending with a dollar for dollar law that requires my ministers find $1 of savings for every new dollar.
Now, this is a pull yourself up by the bootstraps kind of solution in that it's going to be a little bit brutal. And I don't know, man. Like, yeah. Everyone jump ships to him. Well, I mean, Justin's a fucking idiot, man. The whole Liberal Party was fucked. Although the party themselves, I should say, there are elements of there are people that I know of in the party that are not idiots, that hated Justin. But Pierre kind of gets economics. And we had a similar guy in before Justin, Stephen Harper, who had a background in it, who I wasn't a fan of either, honestly, some of his policies. But, you know, they ran things fairly well. It's the problem of finding someone with balance, really. That is maybe, you know, they understand the economy, but they're also understanding of like the benefits of being fairly liberal, in my opinion. Like, it's kind of like walking down the middle line, right? Because you're dealing with a population here in Canada that is probably pretty split down the middle, like a lot of places. So he'll need to be more of a centrist, I think, which I think he has kind of had to become a little bit. So which is good. So anyway, but I don't know him, so I can't really ultimately speak to his character. I know people who have met with him, and talked with him actually for, you know, a fairly extended period of time. So, you know, my partner did actually. I won't say her name obviously, but she met with him. So, he seemed like a good guy. I don't know, but who the fuck knows? The fuck was that? Oh, I got Facebook open, for Christ's sake. Hold on, I'm gonna close this. It's gonna go off like every 5 seconds. Yeah. Almost not the problem. The benefit in hindsight, reaction to company's issue. Absolutely, man. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Elon makes money off thin air as well. His companies are massively overrated on the stock market compared to the revenue. Yeah, they are. Yeah. Canada's not American, and we don't hold or produce many things of value with return on invest. I'll let Jim Carrey, I'll let Justin Bieber wear a forced poker table like John Wick 4. Oh, brother. Yeah. Every country needs its bread and butter. Its core resources, it brings in the goodies. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Just to keep Trump at bay, Justin knew that Justin could box him out in a match. Now Trump knows he can invade and take if he wants. Well, oh God. I don't think Justin could beat a child at this point. I think he's, you know. I'd talk about poor character. Holy fuck, that guy. Yeah. No, I think Pierre would work much better with Trump, honestly. In my opinion, I think he would be a much better person to contend with him. I don't agree with some of his perspectives. He's an interesting background, actually. I think he was an orphan, actually. Someone told me that. He was kind of raised by the church to some degree, so he's very religious backbone to him. But so long as he understands not to like force that onto people, or there was some controversy with him where he was going to pull birth control for people under the age of 18 or something like that. So, you know, young women wouldn't have access to it. There's a conversation that women need to have about the harmful effects potentially of birth control and hormone therapy when you're that young. But that's a decision that they'll have to make. It was probably not, and anyway, he caught a fuckload of shit for that, and they had to walk that back. So, you know, that was obviously like okay, like, why did you do that again? Like, what was your reasoning for that exactly? Like, we need a logical reason for that, not because the Bible said, or I don't think he's like that, but that would really fucking concern me, right? He was just talking about theocracy in Iran, and which is a rule by priests and whatnot, and we don't necessarily need the influence of the church here in our politics, like that at least. So yeah, some James Castor son. I would bet, Jen. 5 toonies that he is. By his biological son, yeah. What do we produce in Canada? Rockstar North's up here. Timber. We have some oil fields, but they're not really tapped into, I think, to the degree that some people want them to be. So we're nice. I mean, obviously the price of things and the price of food and the price of housing is fucking ridiculous. But aside from that, I do like being up here, tucked away. That's really the only thing. Yeah, it's not great. Yeah. What do you, in Denmark, you export medicine. A huge shipping container seen in pretty much all movies and all dog show in the world. Bacon, lots of bacon too, actually. Interesting, yeah. Women love Justin, even Trump's daughter was dripping her seat. Justin was a sexy fuckboy. That was his draw. He was a sexy man, and he had a nice voice, I guess. And he was very liberal. So this is a good-looking man, tall, good-looking man, right? Has a nice voice, very liberal, right? So very open to everything and anything, right? Didn't really challenge people a lot on things like, you know, that's all very attractive, I think, to women. There's a Twitch streamer like that on here. But similarly, you know, what is there about him? Like, what's his philosophy? What was his philosophy? And his philosophy was just people need to like me. And that was like the game plan that the Liberal Party set out when they brought him on, because they knew he was a dingus. Yeah. So, and that worked. That worked. Yeah. Yeah. Artificial housing crisis, just like the rest of the West, all man-made. Oh, well, agreed too, man. That's the other thing about it. Yeah. So, at least here in New Brunswick. But, yeah. Feel good at the moment. Well, I mean, yeah, I voted for him, for the movement. Yeah, I voted for him because he was going to legalize marijuana, because I didn't think it should have been criminal. Many friends growing up got in trouble from the herb, from having the herb, and that was it, really. And I thought it was always just ridiculous that we would keep alcohol legal but not marijuana, and so that's why I voted for him. But I was warned not to, so yeah. I knew better. I knew better than to vote for him, but I did cast my vote for him the first time, and then shortly after, started realizing, oh God, no, what? This is not that my vote made the difference, but yeah. They can fly with an ounce on Air Canada like a real drug dealer, brother. Yeah, we got all. Well, if you're in BC, you can fucking be a proper drug dealer. You can have all the drugs that you want, really. I mean, in small amounts. It's kind of like the weed plant law here, where it's like, okay, well, how are you going to stop someone from just having a fucking forest full of like ants in their backyard? You know, huge fucking buds hanging off them. Oh, you can only have 2 plants. 2 plants, at least in New Brunswick, you have 2 plants. It's like, oh, okay, 2 plants, all right. So then you just make these 2 giant fucking trees, right? Two big fucking ants, right? That take up the whole fucking lot, right? I've seen some crazy fucking plants, man. That's crazy plants. One of them was outdoor too, actually, which is impressive. One of my buddies had worked with, and I was like, mother of God. It's like, that's 1 plant? He's like, yeah. I was like, fucking Christ, that'd supply the whole fucking neighborhood all year, literally. I was like, that's crazy, man. Yeah. Very ill-informed, some would say. Yeah, I guess it's one of those things that his policies. So when did he get in? 2015. So like I wasn't that young. I was 25. I was just finishing my degree, and I just disliked that they had control. I disliked that it was something that people were getting in trouble for. And so his party ran on that, and I didn't have a lot of faith in the political system anyway. So I just literally voted for him because of that. I mean, his policies, I mean, there was nothing that he ran on other than that people were like, oh, great idea, you know, because honestly, Canada was in a pretty good place financially when that happened, because that was with Harper. So it was kind of like a different vibe where we were very conservative for a couple years, quite a few years. And then again, the pendulum swung back and to Justin. So Yeah, that was a proper hint, brother. Yeah. Yeah. See, tumbleweeds canned in the store, but weed is GMO and fake as fuck, like proper weed from Movie Said. Is it, man? I don't know. I mean, listen, I haven't smoked weed in a while, so. Used to. But there's some pretty good stuff up here now. You're in here, aren't you, Waki? You said you're from here, yeah. Yeah, there's some, at least in New Brunswick, there's some pretty good grow ops they got going there, but yeah. Yeah, sipping an orange juice, not a 1795 premium Czech lager, I see. This is a kombucha. This is a ginger kombucha. It's wonderful. The man that makes this is a magician. It tastes so good. It is a way, obviously it's good for your gut, and it's got a bit of caffeine, so it's keeping me perked up here. But it kind of tastes like beer. It's a fermented beverage, so it's so I don't drink beer through the week. I told myself that I wasn't going to drink any beer until I lost the weight I wanted to lose. But last weekend I did have a couple because I said, oh, fuck it. What's a couple? What's a couple? And usually when you say what's a couple, it ends up being more than a couple. But anyway, that's just the way that it is. Louisiana confirms the first death in the USA caused by the bird flu. I felt like this didn't this happen a while ago though? I thought this happened this is not why. Okay, it was in California, sorry. So this was just recent. I just saw this. I said, oh my fucking God, man. I swear to fuck. Like, I just no. And there's another virus in China. I was like, man, get the fuck out of here with this shit. Like, holy fuck. Couple dozen, yeah. You haven't drank since New Year's. Yeah. See how long I can stick with it. Yeah, that was kind of my plan too, but I don't know. I mean, for me, I was like, I actually don't think at the end of the week I can't have a drink, but it's like not going multiple days of drinking and like just, if I can stop through the week, I'm usually good. Yeah. Man, yeah. No beer resolution lasts exactly 24 hours, brother. It was something like that. Yeah, something like, actually we went to a wedding. We went to Trainbeast's wedding, and HFX Pin's wedding, Monday. And then Tuesday, on New Year's, I didn't have anything. So it lasted 5 days. Yeah. Yeah, fuck, it's all calories in, calories out, buddy. That's all fucking matters. That's all that matters, calories in, calories out. My body just runs on liquor. What else have I got up here? Okay. This was kind of a meme. Children exposed to higher fluoride levels have lower IQs, a government study finds. And this was way. CNN told me RFK Jr. was a conspiracy theorist for suggesting this. They did, because he suggested this a year or two ago, maybe, that there were studies out that had suggested this, but now the government has done a study on it and found that, in fact, it does unfortunately have an effect on brain development. Now, is this reversible? What kind of effect does it have? How bad is it? How big of an effect in what areas of the brain? Like, they say lower IQ. Like, what do you mean by that? Like, just generally, like, there's probably an area where it was lowered. I don't fucking response time or whatever the fuck, but concerning. I don't understand why it's still in the water. I guess it's not in the water here in southern New Brunswick now, which is great to hear. I don't understand what the argument is for keeping it in the water. Like, it doesn't do anything to people's teeth. That's kind of been already proven. So, strange shit. Yeah. Yeah. Sober day 7. Holy fuck, guys. You're still going with it. Fuck. I feel bad. Yeah. They put oh, really? Man. Did they put it? Yeah. They don't put it in Germany, do they? Korea? They don't, or in the whole area. Austria, Switzerland, nowhere in Bavaria. No, I didn't think they did. Yeah. I thought that it was in a lot of places in Europe they don't. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. That's very strange. Yeah. Progressive media run women. Eddie from Wonder Meg is doing. Oh my heavens. oh, wow, it wouldn't be women. It wouldn't have nothing to do with women here. I think there's tons of women that fucking know this is ridiculous. That there's the fluoride argument is ridiculous. I've spoken to some of them actually. Actually, one of them was a dentist years ago. My old dentist was a woman that told me about this. She said, whatever you do, don't swallow the solution on your teeth. She said, do not consume. Don't ever swallow fluoride. I said, oh. And I was like, I didn't really get into the whole water, but she kind of mentioned that. She said it's not to be consumed. It's really good for your teeth. So that's the thing. This is something I realized, and this is after she had left. There was a guy replaced her. And I remember I went through this whole thing where I'm like, well, cut the fluoride out. And I started using toothpaste, Tom's toothpaste here in North America. I think it's made in Maine, which is right beside me on the border, and had no fluoride in it. And the only time in my life I've ever had cavities was the, 6, 7, 8 months I used the toothpaste with no fluoride in it. And I was like, what the fuck? And I told my dentist, and I was like, oh, this is so weird. Like, I've never had a problem with cavities. I brush my teeth. I'm very meticulous with flossing and brushing after every meal. And he was like, well, what did you change? I'm like, oh, I started using this toothpaste with fluoride. He's like, fuck. He's like, yeah, just don't swallow it. I said, oh, okay. It is good for your teeth, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah. But, oh, really? Same for you. Really? Same thing happened, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah, anyway, I'll move on from that. I just saw this. This is kind of interesting. He didn't actually say that. Yet, if pulled up this, he'd claim, if you read there, he didn't say that, did he? This is, I don't know if there's anything true to this. It's kind of a meme. Gets caught liking porn, makes likes private. His ex-wife blocks him, changes the way blocking works. Notices everyone on his post commenting and is shitting on him. Announces he'll penalize any tweet deemed as negative. Masterful gambit. That's a little bit concerning if there's truth to this. I heard about the porn thing. I had no idea about his ex-wife. And I did see what was happening recently where people were, there was a lot of backlash against him and Vivek over the whole foreign worker situation. So I was like, man, I'm not all on board with this fucking guy. I'm a little bit sus of him too, honestly. Anyway, he's a top Diablo player in North America though, so there's that, I guess, Fuck. All right, well, relevant things, I guess, to what's going on. Oh, I gotta get so much shit up here. Holy fuck, yeah. Yeah, do you think so too, man? Yeah, it's definitely there's some concerning things, I think, but everybody's human. Now, that's not really acceptable, but anyway. UK potentially under new drone swarm. Chris Sharp just wrote, I saw this down here, yeah. I've received multiple reports over the last few days from members of the public regarding drones and UAP over some of the most sensitive nuclear and military facilities in the UK. They include, although this hasn't really been covered, Portsmouth Naval Base in Hampshire, Maud Chicksands, the MOD at Chicksands in Bedfordshire, Aldermaston, home of the UK's atomic weapons establishment, Berkshire, RAF Menwith Hill in Yorkshire, RAF Croningsby, holy fucking Christ, Lincolnshire, and Cranwell in Lincolnshire. If anyone has any further information on reports, put them down here. So, interesting. Well, did she literally just like take his post? What? Fucking it didn't just retweet it, just like did the same post, tagging him in the post. Fuck these accounts, man, doing the shit. Although I'm covering it here, obviously, but like I'll read through the original post. There was a significant amount of media coverage on this between November and December, referencing reports of drones being sighted over locations, including those you've listed. We haven't challenged the general coverage. I'm afraid we are not providing much detail on this. There is an investigation into these reports ongoing. I'm afraid for the time being, we are unlikely to be able to guide any further than our statement below. We have not been confirming specific locations. He has a video right now over London. How can I send it to you? Oh God, Jesus, man. That's a lot of work sifting through all the fucking bullshit they're probably sending him. New drone swarms. Say this guy thinks they're all planes. They're not, because Chris is in contact with people that are on the ground there at those bases. So, interesting. What else has he posted about this? Ooh, I didn't mean to open that. I did not mean to open that. Chris Sharp. One witness tells me there were over 20 drones seen over RAF Koningsby, including one flying in formation. One's flying in formation. If you live in the area, witness the same thing. Okay. Jesus. Interesting. It'd be nice if they posted those on here again. He said there was no UAS activity in around the U.S. military installation, tri-base area last night. They were just conducting routine night flying. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. But nice if they posted a map on what kind of RAF base this is. Yeah, what was... Where the fuck is it, man? RAF Koningsby? However the fuck you say that. Well, we can find out right now what they do. They weren't over Lakenheath again, I guess. So, 2 frontline combat-ready squadrons, and it's a training station for Typhoon pilots. Almost 3,000 service personnel, civil servants. There you go. Hard to tell at this point if this isn't like counter-drone measures they're deploying, like they've got their own drones up, just kind of flying around the base. You know, I don't know. I don't know. If it gets to the point where it was before, obviously that'd be concerning, but I don't know if that's the case or not. Who knows? The weirdest one was the one over Denmark recently. The 20 of them. I don't know if you saw that, Edge, or you heard of that. Probably saw that in the news there, but that was very strange. And they were very strange drones again. So yeah. Did you? What's up? Yeah. Yeah, it seems like you would expect to happen near such a military installation. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me after what they dealt with that they are maybe deploying countermeasures or something. That they're just flying around as per usual. Well, not per usual, but they may be their drones. That's the problem with this now, that it's so hard to discern between, like, okay, well, whose drones are they now? Like, we're seeing more drones. Okay, well, is it the drones of fucking the base? Is it military drones? Same with New Jersey. It's like, does the military actually deployed their drones now? It's like, holy fuck, it's just such a droneception. Yeah. Yeah. ISIS captures object hovering, change altitude before darting off. What do we think? Satellite, UFO, or something else? This is... I think I was going to play this later, but anyway, we'll just... slow down in speed. So here it is. UFO entering Earth's atmosphere. From the right, it comes in. If that descends, that's definitely going to be weird. Then it darts off. Well, it's definitely not a fucking plane. What's it do? Okay. Slows down in speed. Could it be a bolide? Or some trash? Would it be a satellite? It's a big satellite, though, I think. I don't know. Hovers around for about 35 seconds. Okay. Is this new? I think it's new, is it? Oh, did we watch this? I think DG posted it. Yeah. Yeah, keep watching. Oh. It was new to you. Oh. Yeah, that's very weird. Someone flush a toilet. Yeah, that's very strange. This is zoomed in and enhanced, I guess. Yeah. Paging fin. There's not really a lot that could be that's clearly at a distance. When was this from? Let me just take a look at Daily UFO. Could the glass be any dirtier? How come there's no detectable movement over the Earth? No lights below, no clouds. Skeptical. Well, I mean, I don't know. Right? From December 1st, yeah. Last night at 11 p.m. I found that 100 NASA UFOs video was up way too late. Oh shit, yeah. I remember the sun ray on the left, so pretty sure we did watch the stream months ago. Yeah, no, I think you're right. It's from December 1st, Hendrix, yeah. Still interesting. I don't remember watching it. I don't know what the conclusion was on that or like what the fuck, where it came from, but that's an actual feed from them. That's fucking weird. You'd think they'd be all over that. Oh my God, what could that be? All right. I don't know I mean, I have no fucking idea. It doesn't seem like it fit. I don't think I don't know what kind of a logical explanation you put forward for that kind of an object. That's like one of those proper UAP sightings, right? Where it's just so anomalous and it seems to have some kind of intelligent control to it. Some of these are supposedly, people say, like ice crystals being bounced around by like jets of the ISS, but I don't know. I mean, could be, couldn't be. Who the fuck knows? Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like, you have no fucking idea. Here's another one. 18 hours ago. Orb over New Jersey ocean. It's not the moon. Is there music here? Hold on. Sound. No, there's no sound. It's not the moon? Does it move? Oh. What?
Pretty interesting theory.
Fuck.
However,
Sean O'Vision, thank you for the follow. She's just my pig right, yeah. Okay. Well, just a second. What are people saying? That's no moon. It's a space station. What cam is this? 2 other good beach cams. The moon right now is super close to new. It's sitting on the west coast, so it's not the moon. Well, no, it fucking moved. It's obviously not the moon. Does anyone know anything else about it here? Oh, how do you feel about top comments on this? It should do it anyway. That's no moon. Okay. All right. Well, I guess what else are you gonna do, really? Okay. Commenting to bring closer to the top. Sorry, I lit a Chinese lantern with swamp gas, is right there. Seriously. That's very fucking weird. That's one of those, that's another weird one. Where would that be a fucking, there's no way that's a Chinese lantern. Look at the waves. Like, they got some wind, probably some wind going on there. Even for a drone, man, that's fucking bright. It could still be a drone with a light on it, but like, fuck. Skinny Bob confirmed. I don't know. I mean, that's fucking strange. I was hoping someone else would maybe have some other kind of there's a cam there. Sped up the video on the beach. Yeah, it looks like a sped up helicopter. It could be a helicopter. I mean, with the only thing we're not seeing, as you can see in the background, there are some flights coming in with the FAA lights on. They should have some lights going, blinking, which are not present. So, but it might be the spotlight might be directly facing this way, and you might not be able to see. That's kind of a stretch, though. Honestly, I'd say But who knows? Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Well, I mean, it doesn't look like it's sped up. Waves look fine. If it's a live cam, it wouldn't be. So, yeah, I don't know. That's another interesting one, right? You throw that in the bucket of what the fuck is this? And you know, with these videos, man, I mean, sometimes we come to definitive conclusions. Sometimes it's a best guess. Sometimes there's some things that might suggest there's a prosaic explanation for it, and that's what people go with, but there's still the chance it's anomalous. I mean, it's like, it's just one of those things, you know? Like, I don't know why I pulled that up. I thought this was kind of cool, though. This is obviously, we're just going through fucking like the UFO stuff, but I saw that they announced recently on video about all their new cards and shit. But they have this $3,000 personal AI supercomputer, small enough to look like a Mac Mini, 1,000 times the power of your average laptop. So you can have your own personal AI in your house. Is this what this will do? Brother, you can have Jarvis, an unhinged Jarvis in your house at all times. It's incredible. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Sign me up. Pretty cool though, huh? Yeah. I mean, really though, like, how many browser tabs could I open with this? Relevant for me, I guess. But very cool. Just some little short compact. Like, I just saw this. I thought I pulled it up. Pretty cool, man. Yeah. Just a little fucking AI computer there. Yeah. It's the future, man. That's what this is. This shit. It's the future. It's going to be so crazy. Like, let me pull some of this other stuff over here. I'm just going to put some of this stuff back a little bit because I've got so much other shit up here. Yeah. What's this? Tiny Grad, Tiny Ball. This is the thing you said before, huh? Yeah. Look at the size of that. Now shipping. We sell a computer called the Tiny Box. That's a fairly big box, I guess. You have to compare it to that. This has got 64090s in it. What the fuck? You know what's funny though is the new 5070 outperforms the 4090 supposedly for $550, which is fucking insane, man. Yeah. Oh, really? NVIDIA's late to the game on compute, is it? Yeah, probably outdated already. Well, that's the thing, man. Yeah, it's supposed to be the most compute you can plug into a single outlet. Really? Yeah, they're very good. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I just bought a 4060 not that long ago for like $600. But it is what it is, right? So, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be 3,000 American USD, I think, right? So that's like what, 20,000 Canadian soon, right? On the trajectory we're heading, yeah. GG. It's gonna be a GG situation, yeah. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, it's a YouTube video. Okay, how long is it? If it's super long, I might save it to watch it. Oh, it's only 4 minutes. This is I haven't seen the video, but I've conveyed the same sentiment here. Do we have time for controlled disclosure? Should we have time? Should we have time for it is another way to phrase it as well. Where ultimately, who is that benefiting, right? Is it going to benefit the public? Is it going to benefit the military-industrial complex? I mean, who's going to benefit from a controlled disclosure? The argument people like Carl Nell have made is that it's the safest way forward, depending upon the nature of the information. But I think I've gone over ad nauseum all the hypothetical scenarios that they could be aware of. There's obviously some that they may be aware of that we're not, but I would presume that probably some of the truths have been out in the general public for a long time, right? We're not convicted in them because we don't have any evidence for them. But scenarios like, the abduction phenomena, they've been abducting people. There are more than one group here. There might be different orientations. Some groups may be negative, some groups may be positive in regards to us, right? So I mean, it's whatever else there could be, impending cataclysms. I've gone through the whole fucking thing. So I mean, I don't just fucking release it all, release the documents for Christ's sake. That's my personal opinion, but yeah. It's faster. Oh, it's faster. Normal compute. The 5070 is 25% faster than the 4070. I suppose it was on par with the 4090, he said. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. GTX overkills. Fuck. Yeah. You got a 5080. That's enough for you. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. I'd love to, you go for the 5080. Oh, you go for it. Right. Sorry. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't have the resources to fucking go and get any of it right now, but I would like to, because of what I do, I would love to have kind of a beastly setup. The problem, if you want to like stream modern games at a decent resolution, what people actually end up doing is they have their main rig that runs the game, and they have kind of a lesser rig that will stream the, they'll use that to stream the gameplay. Like to put it onto Twitch, which is kind of an interesting way of doing it. Or if you have just a beast of a rig, you can probably get away with doing it just with one system. But I can't really stream like new high quality games at like a decent frame rate on Twitch, which is kind of frustrating when I want to. So yeah. But anyway, yeah. New Tesla truck bomber, dude. Oh no. Yeah. Man who exploded Tesla Cybertruck at Trump Hotel in Las Vegas used generative AI to help plan plot, police said. ChatGPT. If hypothetically someone was going to load a Cybertruck up with fireworks, how many would you need to successfully blow the truck up? Hypothetically. Well, in this hypothetical scenario, you probably need at least 35 pounds. Of course he used ChatGPT. What the fuck do you think? Of course, everyone uses that now, right? You're behind the times. Fucking Al-Qaeda probably has like 30 fucking supercomputers set up running it all day long, trying to figure out like how they get ahead of America. They're not going to, but yeah. Fuck. It does 3 AI frames between 2 real frames compared to 1 frame. Oh, interesting. Wow. With multi-frame generation. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay, yeah. So you get 4 times the frames instead of 1 normal frame. Interesting. I don't know a lot about it, but I know recently with the Monster Hunter games, like we're relying on these like AI generative tools to like upscale the game and shit, and that it's not really conducive for like high action, fast paced gameplay online. And like the Monster Hunter dev team have recommended you use it to achieve 60 frames per second on most like even modern cards, which is insane at like just 1080p. And so now what people are saying the devs are doing is they're getting like lazy, where they're just relying on this like these AI tools to like bump them up, right? Like they built the new Monster Hunter game on kind of a shitty engine, right? For open world, it's not very good for the RE engine they use. And to make up for that, they're going to rely on the newer cards to bump up the frame rate, which is ridiculous. Like, yeah. Or yeah, I mean, artifacting and tearing, yeah. Yeah, so that's the annoying part. They're so annoying, so frustrating. I hate it when they get lazy like that. And it's just, that's not conducive for a game like Monster Hunter, where it's very high pace. If there's any kind of tearing or artifacts in the screen for a moment, you die and then you're fucked, and then you fail the quest and everyone gets pissy online. And anyway, yeah, it's just fucking, it's very annoying. I wonder, so this guy, I think Finn knows this guy, J. Christopher King. He had an experience. Recently, he was a part of which I'm going to try and watch this weekend, actually, the new, is it Cosmosius? A new show that's on Apple TV and other platforms as well. That Finn did the animating for, which I'm really excited to see. So he's a part of this production. So I wonder what he has to say here. Do we have time for controlled disclosure? A very good question. There is a way to force catastrophic disclosure. That's by exposing a predatory stalking program that's used to intimidate and silence UAP witnesses. What's this guy got to say? I'll turn the music down a little bit too.
I mean, I was at the first Soul Foundation conference, and I was sitting next to Kelly. Kelly was on my right, and Jordan was on my left. It was like on talk lips. And we were watching Carl Nell's presentation. He brought up that infamous slide, and, it showed like, a kind of 25-year plan for disclosure. And what it was, the date that it had then was, I think it was October 1st, 2030 for like, what's the actual like disclosure day, right?
Yeah.
And it was a floating day. And so we have this understanding, and like, this is a very methodical person, and we were in a very private situation at the time. And, you know, somebody leaked that slide early, and there was a lot of kind of hubbub about that. And then it came through with the release of those videos. But, you know, like, I don't think that it's really a secret anymore that there are a lot of people that are trying to figure out and trying to contend with, how do we drag this out in such a way that it's responsible and that we can like see the results as we're dripping this information out, and dealing with the fallout as it happens, right? And so it's like, we'll drag it out for, you know, people are saying like, we'll drag it out for 20 years if it'll mean that we won't have chaos. And the reality is that like, so much of this conversation around UAPs and UFOs for decades has been, as much as it's been kind of a rogue or kind of independent effort among many different people over decades, there's also been a relative conformity about what that conversation is,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
within certain parameters and things like that. And so in a way, like, in many ways, like, these grassroots efforts are incredibly important, because like, attacking this problem and really looking at this from a range of solutions, from a range of perspectives and a range of backgrounds, is probably the best way that we can do it, you know? Because the reality is like, this phenomena happens to everybody, and happens to everybody around the world. And people report so many aspects of this, not just craft in the sky, but like communication from non-human intelligence, or other more high strangeness experiences. And they've been going back centuries. And there's been a lack of transparency and a lack of forthrightness on the part of world governments. And part of it seems to be based around the idea that, like, you know, there's a lot within human potential that it only benefits the powers that be if they're ignored. If those powers are ignored, or if that potential is ignored, or, you know, the edges of our perception are ignored, or the possibilities of a reality beyond our current power structures as they are, like, those need to be ignored. And so that kind of push-pull, and really depending on the powers that be to articulate that clearly and effectively in a short amount of time, you know, within the next couple of years or something like that, it really starts to stretch it starts to stretch credulity in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it does. And I think there's an assumption as well that we're going to be in control of it too, right? The whole way along, and that it will pace along with, you know, our plans. And I don't know. For people that don't know, again, Carl Nell, when he put that display on that he just showed here, actually, the slide, I could probably find it and pull it up right here. But he had this going out. This isn't the slide, or it is the slide. But he had the engagement going out after 2034. So they were going to, from 2024 and onward, correlate signatures, characterize performance, and then, so they're going to correlate signatures, characterize performance, and determine nature over a 10-year period. No, I don't think so. You know, so, and this is kind of where and this is interesting. And I went over this when we went over the Seoul conference as well, right? But he's got the public sector, right? Government, policy, law, national security, etc. When they're getting involved with this, and you can see these other sectors as well, right? So you've got the private sector, industry and society, so intellectual property, industry, economies, trade. You get scientific research, so the natural sciences. You get like physics, chemistry, material science, biology. You've got philosophical investigation by the humanities, right? So that's ethics or philosophy, anthropology, sociology, religion, etc. Historians as well, folklorists that are involved with these stories and whatnot, who have collected them and kind of documented that there's been a phenomena for some time within our culture here now. And also historians too that will go back, kind of like what Diana Pasulka and Jacques Vallée have done, and they'll go back through history and tie together metaphysical encounters with angels, demons, the fae, etc., leprechauns, and be like, oh, well, what was this really, right? In the context of what are we dealing with now? People are dealing with similar kinds of things, although they're a little more technological. So anyway, yeah. Still waiting for phase 1, demonstrate existence. Yeah. Well, and I think that is something that you get into once you start to understand the history of the conspiracy, unfortunately. That and this is for the NHI as well to possibly do if they're here, but that this has been demonstrated already, right, within government. So since January 1st, 2024, so 1 year ago, well, where's the demonstrated existence, Jim? Well, that's a good question, man. What we've heard from some of these whistleblowers is that this has already been demonstrated to a bunch of people within government, and probably some people too within academia, that they've demonstrated that they've already arrived. They have physical evidence of it, that they've been studying. They've been studying the physics of it, the chemistry, etc., the biology. But what needs to be done now is to move that out into the general public so that we understand that it's here. So we watch a government demonstrate it, or we just got to take this government word for it? Well, yeah, that's the thing, man. That's not going to fly either. We're going to need it to be released out so that people in academia can get a hold of it. I think really when this starts to go down, which I don't know when they would plan on actually doing this. This is the other problem I have with it, right? So for me personally, I don't trust, to say the government isn't really specific enough, because I don't trust the post office, like, although I fucking don't here in Canada. But more specifically, I don't trust the military industrial complex. This is kind of something cooked up by people within it. Not that I think Carl has bad intentions. I don't know him though. But I'm not really confident they're going to ever give us what we really want, which is like the top down. And I'm talking about people who've been involved with researching this or know about the history of it. I'm not confident they're ever really going to give us what we actually need to properly understand this. Now, what we definitely need first is these physical proofs. We need the physical evidence to be brought forward. So we know definitively that we're dealing with something that's alien, which if they've recovered biologics, according to Grusch and others, that shouldn't be too difficult to do. I mean, it should be pretty obvious, right? When you look at their genes, that they're not from Earth. The tech seems incredibly advanced. They may have even gone so far as to speak with these beings. I mean, that's what's been implied by some people as well, that there could have been meetings or exchange of technology. If that's the case, that's probably some of the shit we won't hear about, but at the very least, bring forward some material, maybe some biologics, and then we can kind of know for sure. But yeah, it's definitely not going to be something to take the government's word for, I don't think, right? It's something that we're going to have science kind of independently look at. We're going to have physicists, chemists, biologists, etc., and anthropologists as well look at these samples and then tell the public, okay, yeah, we've had visitations. What does it all mean? And that's where some of the humanities will probably come in as well, right? And we'll have to kind of contend with, well, what's been going on here? What could be going on here? I'm obviously involved with this to ask questions. That's where I think I insert myself into it. And one thing I ask a lot of questions about, obviously, having like got the background of, okay, well, so hypothetically here, or theoretically, we've got these crash saucers and stuff. So they're here. What are they doing here, right? And you look at the abduction phenomena, and it's like, okay, so what else is happening, right? Like, That's a big problem for people, again, which is why I'm having conversation on here about this to some degree, because I'm curious what other people think about it and how they would feel about that as well. So, hold your breath. Yeah, I don't have faith that this will probably... I think the only way the goalposts have been moved so far is from people kind of breaking ranks, right? So we've had Lou and we've had David Grusch. And those are the two guys really that have literally put their neck on chopping blocks to get this to move forward. So it's unfortunate, but I mean, I think this is a bit of a pipe dream that we're going to be able to slowly roll this out. I don't think it's going to happen. I think the only way it's going to be moved forward is unfortunately through some kind of, it's going to happen that there will be some kind of catastrophic leak that happens. That's my bet personally. I think that's what's going to occur at some point. So it'd be nice if that was the case, but there's so many other factors involved here. I don't think there's going to be any way to avoid some kind of catastrophic disclosure. I just, and it's not going to be a good thing, as Carl's highlighted in some of his later slides. I think there's going to be there's going to be a panic in the public that happens. But I mean, this is a consequence. This is what they should have been doing 75, 80 years ago. They should have been treating it very different. People were different back then, obviously, and we were less developed. So contending with something very advanced was even more daunting. But if they had taken this stance, then we would be in a very different place now. But unfortunately, they haven't. And, some things maybe the popular culture has, I think, helped a little bit. But then I think where the shit hits the fan is once the abduction phenomena gets dug into. If there's any confirmation or people start coming into the woodwork about that, that's when shit will really hit the fan for people. Psychologically, I think, yeah. There's so many compartmentalizations that it's hard to know who knows what, but MIC and NASA definitely know. Yeah. Probably CIA, FBI, these are all guesses. Yeah. They all say no except CIA. Yeah, the CIA definitely has had a background in something to do with this. Jesse Michaels did a good video on that recently. People don't want to... He did some really good... the reason why I think he did is that Dave Grusch kind of guided him through some of the channels that are out there and kind of oriented him as to like, okay, well, here's what's happened, and you can just make a video about this, and you can go over these reports and the people that were involved in these programs and the back engineering attempts, or although to the public, they weren't back engineering attempts, it was just research into anti-gravity, right? But this is how it makes sense. It came out of the Manhattan Project, the classifications for this. And, he gave a pretty good background, a pretty good history, which some of us, like I've gone loosely through over the years, not to that degree where, you hear these things and you read these reports and, but it was a really good collection of that information altogether to kind of give people an idea that there is a genuine conspiracy that's been going on with this, which is unfortunate. But again, for most people now, I think thinking people, it shouldn't surprise anybody that there are conspiracies out in the world, and that this would obviously be one of those things that you would probably want to wrap up tight. But personally, I think it was one of those things they should have slowly dripped out a bit more so as to not panic the public. But you got to think that the guys, and it would have been probably just the guys back then, there probably weren't a lot of women involved with these programs at that time, thought, well, we'll wrap it up, and by the time I'm just about dead, it'll probably all hit the fan, and then I don't have to worry about it anymore. And it's like kick the ball down the road, which is what a lot of people do, which is wonderful for the next generation. Wow, what great stewards. Fucking dickheads. Yeah, the complex is really ramping it up in Germany. We pretty much changed our whole ethics of our defense. They want now at least 3.5% GDP military spending, militarize the society. The whole tone changed, and you can read it later in 2023 in papers and arms industry lobbyist groups. Interesting. Yeah. Well, you guys are in a precarious situation there, fairly close to Russia too, I guess, Korea. So, I mean, I know that there was some rhetoric recently that came out from some German politicians about what's been going on, and they gotta be very, very careful to not get too involved with the situation in Ukraine because they're fucking close to Putin, and would not be great. It's anyway. I think I kind of agree with his name's Jay, right? What's his name again? Jay, yeah. I think this is, and the other thing too, the other rogue element here, which we have no really idea about, honestly, is the NHI themselves, if they've arrived, and in what form and how they've arrived and who they are and what they're involved with as well, right? I mean, how complicated it all is. And I think that's where, like, these are schizo things, and, you know, even people academically from philosophy be like, fuck, like, what are you doing? But it's like, you know, I'm asking these schizo questions, I guess, right? And I would say that it can be very complicated, right? I would say if there are aliens, and there are reports of multiple species of aliens and people supposedly who have had encounters and have been checked out by psychiatrists and determined not to be completely fucking insane. I mean, is there some kind of a government? Like, how does this work? You know, is there what could we at least anticipate maybe what's going to happen? How strange could it be? Right? That's why I expose myself to this stuff, because I would bet, just due to the preponderance of all the anecdotes, that there are some of them that are probably fairly close to the mark. So at the very least, we could kind of anticipate maybe what's going on, but we don't know for sure with, like, the level of conviction that I would like, obviously. So yeah, they realize that America is not providing the muscles, so they have a problem. They do. That's exactly it. Yeah. Is it you spend like 2 to 3 more than Russia, allies, the EU? Yeah. Led by idiots in Europe. Man, we're led by idiots all over the goddamn planet. It's literally, yeah. It's fucking, that's the problem. Well, and I mean, this is the other thing too. It's like, how did that happen and why, right? How did that happen and why? Right? It's convenient for some people to be led by idiots, or people that are manipulated or easily manipulated, right? It's convenient for some people, I guess. People maybe in positions of power outside of government and industry, hyper wealthy people with an agenda. So in Canada, that was our problem, right? We were led by an idiot that was easily manipulated. And unfortunately, he was manipulated by actually European gentleman and his group of fucking psychopaths. Anyway, fuck. Yeah. So, yeah. Do we have time for controlled disclosure? I don't know. When people make statements like Lou's made, that time is of the essence, I mean, brother, you got to fucking say something more on that. Like, you can't, and this is the thing, right? I'd say this would be my I like Lou. I like this book. I appreciate the efforts that he's made, but man, I don't know. You can't just say that, imply that, and not elaborate on it at all. Like, you know, especially because if it's something you've heard internally that you know is coming, that is not, like, I heard that, I was like, man, like, this isn't like a whole, just wait for chapter fucking, you know, or wait for the second installment of my book, right? Like, that kind of deal. I was gonna say the expansion pack. It's not really wait for the second installment of my book. I'm like, no, we're not gonna play that fucking game. Like, if they know something, like, they better, especially if there's something impending. And that's the problem, is that there have been other people that have mentioned that. I don't fucking know, though. I have no idea, right? So Carl, who's in the know, clearly doesn't think so, because he's got October 2034, although that's interestingly a date I think someone like Lou threw out, and then he's got engagement right after that, so don't know. Yeah, just on edge of these statements, isn't it? Yeah, it's just, yeah, I mean, that's kind of, man, it's trying to pick it all apart, I guess, right? I would say, not depending on how much confidence you can have with this, I would say I would bet that there's going to be something that would happen probably this year into next year that will move this forward again, and that's just from other people out in the sphere who've been fairly reliable, and that they think there's going to be some massive move that happens. And I don't know. I don't have any faith in Trump that he's going to fucking really do anything about it or with it, unless, again, there's something more to this, and this is a part of some larger plan to disclose. But I don't know. What is this about? Oh, here it is here. Yeah, this. Let's see. UAP, nuclear weapons, and drones. In 1949, reported observations of UAP bracketed and formed a rough circle around Killeen Base Site Baker, a critical early nuclear weapons storage facility in Texas. Luminous objects hovered, moved slowly, and displayed flashing lights. Mother of God. For 100 men and officers have observed and reported the phenomena, including field ranks and college graduates. Flights of aircraft and all firing and training schedules have been checked and rechecked without a single such incident having been found. No explanation of this phenomenon is known. There you go. Okay, very interesting. What did this guy say? G2 would be intelligence. We have reams of released documents at events like this, so many I've lost count. Yeah, and Richard's been very good at documenting all this and bringing them forward. So, again, this is a phenomenon that's been ongoing for a long time. So, when he releases his prediction, he can kind of cook on it a little, and then 2026, 2 years later, he can memory hold it and cook something else. Yeah, brother. We'll have to wait and see what happens. I mean, with people like Lou and Ross Coulthard, the only thing with them is that they've a fairly, I mean, some people were criticizing Lou recently with mistaking the lamp deflection for a fucking UAP or something. But, I mean, honestly, he has a pretty good track record in that he was involved with releasing those Navy videos in 2017. And, I mean, that moved everybody onto this, where although there was a lot that's been out there for a long time to suggest that this phenomena is very real, that definitely got a lot of people on board, that, okay, shit, this looks like it's probably real and it's something strange. So anyway, what else has he got in here? This is even more. 1940s drones. Over several nights in 1949, over 100 men and officers observed UAP with flashing lights near Kalim Base, a nuclear weapons facility. Artillery observation and plotting methods ruled out stars and planes. Yeah, I think we already went over this initially, and people thought that the explanation ultimately was like planes or some shit. So, is this what we just read right now? Oh, fucking Christ. I can never read shit. There we go. Summary of information beginning March 1949. A series of aerial phenomena has been observed in the vicinity of the restricted area at Camp Hood, Texas. For want of a better appellation, this phenomena has been common consent, has been tagged balls of fire. Okay. The phenomena has reoccurred at Camp Hood on the average of every 9 days since it began. Complete reports of each incident have been reported and detailed to the Commanding General Air Materiel Command by direction of the Director of Intelligence, 25th of March, 1948. Detailed reports of numerous similar phenomena at Sandia Base, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Los Alamos have all already been made direct to the Director of Intelligence. Oh my. Observations made at Camp Hood indicate the fireballs are highly luminous lights, usually greenish white, but sometimes orange-red in color. They are usually round, but are sometimes of diamond or oblong shape. That's interesting. Some move and some appear to be fixed bursts, described as like the turning on and off of an electrical switch. The movement has been reported as in air, vertical, and zigzag. I don't know what that word is. Arc, sorry, there it is. Observations always occur on the same or consecutive nights, the shortest observation period being 1 night and the longest 3. The smallest number of individual phenomena reported during any period of manifestations has been 4 and the largest 50. Jesus. When artillery observation and plotting methods were used, the following data was obtained by triangulation. Okay. Interesting. Around 9 o'clock. Was clear and a bright moonlit night. Diamond-shaped fireball, red to greenish white, 15 yards in diameter, 1,000 feet high. Moved approximately 100 yards horizontally in 57 seconds and appeared to go out. A diamond-shaped fireball, 24 yards in diameter, 1,300 feet high, moved 120 in 40 minutes and then appeared to go out. 40 minutes. Okay, so it was up there for a while. And the same object then moved horizontally for 9 minutes and then went out. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah. This is okay. That's, I think, what we just read. That one's really worn out here. Tank Destroyer Center, Camp Hood. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. In the summer of 2015, a few miles from Fort Hood, Texas. There's another one there. Okay. Interesting. What's this fucking guy? Secret human projects don't need flashing lights. Galactic Federation has always been here and they want to be seen. This is a guy who channels his mom channels the Pleiadians. Yeah, well, my mom channels the Pleiadians. Brother, sorry. Oh, fuck. It would be a meme, though, if she actually was, right? Wouldn't that be a meme? It turns out, like, they land and they're like, yeah, and Cab's mom, we're from Taygeta. It's like, oh, fuck. It's like, you guys aren't going to want to talk to me then, right? Memeing on this fucking guy. Like, yeah, my mom agrees. I don't know that she isn't, right? That's a problem. I just am not going to humor it one way or the other. If it turns out to be true, then there you go. I was wrong, I guess. I'm not going to say that she isn't, so I'm not wrong, right? I'm just not going to humor it because it's one of those things, right? It's like it's so far outside of the realm of what people are just going to be able to digest. Sometimes it's almost better for some of these things not to be said. Right? It's like, there's some other examples you could give that maybe, there's some reasons for it or some good reasons you could argue that maybe we should listen to it at times. But for the most part, it's these things, it's just like, it's like, yeah, I'm talking to the Galactic Federation. It's like, I don't, and they're saying all this shit about, or your soul family, you gotta be a vegetarian. It's like, okay. It's like, all right. Like, okay. Like, I don't know. If they started saying shit like, yeah, there's about to be a giant earthquake and it's going to kill millions of people, you got to get ready for it right now. I'd be like, okay, that's a little bit different. I'd be like, okay. And then maybe the earthquake happens and you're like, fuck, like I am only alive because Cab's mom talks to the Galactic Federation and they told me to get the fuck out of Dodge, right? The Ojibwa, right? From Northern Ontario, the long-tailed heavenly climbing star. The only Ojibwa that survived that fucking cataclysm were the people that listened to their local seers. Right? They told them to go roll in the bog. As the star appeared, they told them to go roll in the bog because the star is going to whip by and its tail's going to lash the earth and it's going to cause a giant firestorm and cook everybody alive. And the people that lived went and rolled in the bog and all the people that died didn't because they didn't take them seriously. Right? And it's just like a lesson about like listening to your elders and maybe even a recounting of history. Who knows, right? I guess we'll find out someday. Yeah. You have some questions for his mom? Ask him, man. I don't know. I have had encounters with Pleiadian channeling people in the past. Oh my God, there's Space Henry. That is literally fucking Henry Cavill. I joke about this, but that's literally Space Henry Cavill. If Henry started like drinking horse milk, holy shit, man, look at this. That's a 405 bench right there. 100%. God damn it.
Message from Leica. Assistance with life reviews.
She assists in life reviews.
Friends of Earth. In the higher realms there are services rendered by all souls. For those visiting the Earth School in the final waking dream, you have assisted others as well as being assisted prior to this incarnation. All souls have great wisdom and light.
We deeply need your assistance here at Taygeta. Remember, do not forget to put in your credit card below so that you may assist further in the payments for our Bugattis. Yeah, you're from the Federation. Yeah, that's the thing, man. It's like I have no fucking idea. And then these claims Pleiadians in the Bible, ancient scriptures tell stories of contact of both dark and light non-human intelligence, and they just go and it's all this. It's extrapolations and. I just don't know. Just fucking. Well, actually, no, I do know. This is now. This. Some people think this did happen, though. Are there aliens visiting Earth that kind of look like us? I don't fucking know. But there are people who supposedly have had encounters with beings, who I find to be somewhat credible. And what does that make sense exactly? There's lots of abduction accounts of people dealing with human-looking aliens. Travis Walton's account deals with human-looking aliens. This lady here, out with her kids. Oh, here's a clip. She probably talks about it.
It was stationary, this thing, and it was bright silver in color, and it had a dome. I could see the occupants in it.
You saw people in it?
I saw people in it. There were two people in there. They had long golden hair. They had a sort of a polo neck jumper affair, like a ski top suit, in pale blue. They had beautiful faces. I shall never forget their faces as long as I live. These people were beautiful people. That's the only way I can describe them.
Intergalactic fuckboys. God damn. Fuck. Looks like Android 18 right there, actually. Fucking. God damn it. I mean, very interesting. There's a drawing of them. So this is evidence that the Pleiadians exist, right? Did Billy Meyer actually have a conversation with one of these beings? I don't know. Maybe he did initially. Then he went fucking off the fucking wall crazy. But I don't know. For our sake, we better hope this guy's fucking fake, because these boys are about to come down and clean house fucking on planet Earth. Let me tell you that fucking much. GG for everyone involved here. Even Henry Cavill, he's gonna cock Henry Cavill himself looking like that. There's not a hope in hell, right? They got fucking hair transplants over there. They're all juiced out of their fucking minds, I guess, but they probably mastered like balancing testosterone and shit. Unbelievable shit, man. Unbelievable. Anyway, if you want to explore further, you can go through and see, man. I mean, again, listen. They have a message about like loving one another and spreading love and being a loving person and being a virtuous person. Great, fucking awesome, man. I don't want to spread negativity, but it's one of those things. I just like, for instance, if one of them reached out into my head one day. Let's say I wake up in the morning, okay, and I go to cook my eggs, make my coffee, and Space Henry Cavill comes in my fucking head, and he says, Jim, the 18 people watching your show, they must know that we're real. I'm gonna give you all this information. I'm gonna be like, shut the fuck up. I'm just like, no, you're not. And they'd be like, but we have to. I'm like, I don't want to fucking hear one more goddamn word out of your mouth. I says, this isn't gonna do anything for me other than just make me look even more crazy than I already look. So if you fucking bros want to come down here, right, and have a chat with me in person, we can take some selfies and shit. I can tag you in it, Space Henry Cavill on Instagram. Then I'll do it. But otherwise, I'm not doing that. It's like I would just leave it as this thing I'm not even gonna touch. So unfortunately, yeah. Fuck. Space Marine, well, kind of does. Yeah. I'll not be your prophet. No, I won't. No, fuck, no, I won't. No. Would never do that. I would. It's one of the reasons why I don't do things. I don't even try to do things like remote viewing either, because I want to stay where I am. I'm not saying there aren't things to this. I'm not saying there isn't something to that phenomena. There isn't even something that people may be channeling shit, because I've had an experience with someone that was fucking trippy, who was a psychic, right? Who did some form of channeling. Although it was a dead person, not a fucking alien. But I don't know. But for me, it's one of those things like, I'll just leave it in this ineffable realm where like I can't speak on it. I wouldn't even approach it. But so when the time comes, they can come and they can come and have a chat. But I'm not getting involved with that anyway. So that's how I feel about it. I'm just like, it's one of these things. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm not gonna touch it. But if anybody else does that, then fuck, whatever. I'd have questions to ask them, but about something in particular they're not going to answer on, I bet. Speaking of which, look at this. Isn't it fucking crazy? This is kind of unrelated. Well, kind of related, potentially, depending upon how you think that they carved this fucking stone. I don't know. This is Baalbek in Lebanon. Unfortunately, you can't go there now because you're probably going to get shot or blown up. But look at the fucking size. It's called the Trilithon stone. I think it's what it's called. It's over 1,000 tons. Crazy shit, man. The reason it wasn't used was because it cracked. Unfucking believable. And specifically also like right there, if you look around the area as well, where they were, it was like in like a ravine. So not only is it unbelievably massive, how the fuck were they thinking of getting it out of there? And how? Nuts, man. Yeah. Looks like a giant ramp. It's a stone they were gonna pull out of there, man. They quarried. Yeah. It was they were gonna pull the whole stone out of there somehow. I don't know how the fuck they were gonna do it, but they pulled some other similarly sized stones out at Baalbek. So Baalbek in Lebanon is around there. And at the bottom of Baalbek, right? Second here. Oh, you need me to log in. Sorry. I don't want to like dox myself, but just a second here. Just a second here. Why did it log me out? That's weird. There we go. I did it. At Baalbek in Lebanon, it's at the base of Baalbek. I first learned about Baalbek actually from Zachariah Sitchin because he did like a tour on YouTube. Well, this wasn't on YouTube originally. There's another shot at it there actually in the ground. It's fucking ridiculously huge. But at the base of Baalbek here, at this temple complex at Baalbek, it's at the back of the temple, but the base of the temple has these stones used to prop it up. And what happened was the Romans came and built on top of it, but the original site looked like this. And they had these stones placed up there, like way up there as well. So how the fuck they got them up there to begin with? I mean, it doesn't make any sense, right? So you go back to Rome 2,000 years ago, they built on this site that is fuck knows how old. We have no idea. And these are the stones they were putting there. So yeah, absolute craziness. Yeah, they were with a giant rock. No, yeah. That's exactly it, man. Are the poles switching? Yeah, Astro, I'm going to go a little bit later. I'm going to talk about that, actually. It's a theory about climate change, I guess. It has to do with the mantle and the crust moving, potentially. I don't know what instigates this or, causes this, but it's interesting. I'm just going to read through it. It's a mouthful. I might have to send some of it into ChatGPT just to expedite the process, but yeah. Looks like you're camping Conan Exiles. Oh, does it actually? Yeah, fuck. It's a very famous site, Baalbek. I would have loved to have gone and saw this myself. But again, you can't really go there right now. But that's what it looks like there. That's what it looks like. And then this is the temple complex here at the back of what it looks like. And they're only at the back, which is who did this? Wasn't the Romans that did this. I think they may have tried to assert it was. But because essentially what happens is these ancient cultures come into these areas and they build on pre-existing sites is one theory. And then they claim the whole site because that's what they fucking do, right? Like they conquer things. And then when we go and look at it, look at the Romans built that. It's like, no. No, those motherfuckers built on top of something else, right? Who the fuck made this? But then it doesn't align with any other theory. So then it's just a mystery, right? But it's trying to unpack this mystery as to who specifically was doing this, because the Romans were not moving stones like that. So, at least in this area, they weren't. I think they're fairly confident now that it wasn't them actually, and it's left up to some other older group that somehow figured it out. So you may need to select me from the filtered list when you add. We can do later. Okay, interesting. Yeah, they're moving and disrupting the magnetic field, leaving us more vulnerable to the sun. Stay tuned to find out. Yeah, Crimsix, welcome, man. Hope everything's well. Yeah, someone takes over your base in Minecraft. That's literally it, Esther. Yeah, that's what we do though. It's what our species have done all over the world in different cultures. They just come in somewhere. We usually would go in, actually kill almost everybody. You'd go in and actually probably kill all the high priests because they know everything and you want to destroy the culture. And then if you kill the high priests, first you get them to tell you where all the scrolls and all the knowledge is. Then you go and you burn that. Then you kill the priests and then everything's lost. And then the culture is completely destroyed and you win and they lose. And then everyone loses later on in history because we have no idea what the fuck happened. There you go. That's the last, fucking 20,000 years there. I'll probably all summed up. And that's why there's so many missing holes in history that don't make any fucking sense. So there you go. And some of those cultures, like in Egypt, probably would have had some of these answers. But then again, they burned all the fucking information. So, great. Yeah. Now the other one. No. Here, I'll try not to. Oh. Wait, what? I'm still logged in though. I am logged in. We'll figure it out later, man. Yeah, I don't even fucking know. It says I'm logged in. Yeah. You won't dox yourself, Twitch. Yeah, you need to be logged in. It's just Twitch, but hit the add on the left button. Add. Hold on. Just a second. Add where? What do? I click on emotes 300, subscribe, left add editor. This right here. Add editor. Side. Blue button. Oh, brother. Search profiles. What am I putting in here? Wait, this is it here. Yeah, I got it now. Yeah. What am I doing? I put, your name. Yeah. There you are. It's interesting. There you go. You do the whole fucking thing. Manage billing. That's all you need to do, huh? Add emotes. That whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, good enough. Save. Brother. It's done. Thank you. Thank you for the help. Yeah. Oh, brother, fuck yeah. Well, listen, do it. I mean, I don't care. Fuck. As long as it's not like deeply offensive shit. Yeah. I know you won't though. Yeah, man, crazy shit. And I thought, oh fuck, look at this. Look at, there's another angle of it so people understand like what it looks like stuck in the fucking ground there. Like, fuck me. Crazy. They got it, and like how they got it to that point, man. You know, it's just unbelievable. I don't like, again, not necessarily need to invoke fucking anti-gravity or anything here, but like, I would have loved to go back in time and see. Same with like up in Tiwanaku, you know, Machu Picchu, Sacsayhuaman, those sites. I would love to go back in time and see what the fuck happened there. And not like the building that happened earlier, or not the building that happened more recently, sorry. Like the little pebbles. I'm talking like the big dick stones fucking sitting there. I would love to go back and see who did that and how the fuck they did it, because I don't buy the explanation that people just figured it out and put no, doesn't make any fucking sense, right? So I'm prepared to deal with something strange. In fact, not that I necessarily want that, and there's tons of examples of people doing amazing feats, but it's just, this doesn't make any fucking sense. But anyway, yeah, crazy shit. I'll move on. But anyway, yeah, movie directors, you know what to do. Yeah, looks like they were mass producing them. Well, I mean, man, they fucking, well, you look at Giza, look. I mean, look at the scale. I would love to go there as well, but the scale of that site, I guess, is just unfucking believable. I get a video up later, actually, with Ross Coulthard. I still wanted to watch a little bit of with Ben from Uncharted X, who was in Egypt, and like, it is unfucking real. The fucking scale of it doesn't make any sense. Like, and our civilization has done some pretty incredible fucking things, but that's not really the point. The point is that there's something anomalous about the level of precision executed there with Bronze Age people, right? I don't know what the fuck this is all about. Look at all the great effort, modern technology to transport 42 meter long and 20 ton solar boat 7 meters away in the new Cairo Museum. Now imagine how much more effort it would take to bring an 80-ton granite slab from 500 miles away up 300 plus feet to the pyramid. Yeah. And that's one of the other problems with it, is that as they went up higher, how are they lugging the stones up that weighed that much? And when you get to the top, how did they get that up there? They didn't use ramps. It wouldn't be possible to move it. So there's so many fucking problems. There's so many fucking problems. Now, you don't use that as an excuse to insert fucking aliens at every fucking turn, right? I don't know if you actually really need to invoke aliens, but you're going to have to invoke some other advanced group of people. It's a problem. And there are anecdotes of them around the globe, which is what I've kind of memed at here, not very well, with like the whole giant body situation, where there may be a lost group of people we have actually stumbled across. And some of us have been so smooth that we just haven't bothered to connect any of the dots with it, or we threw all the bones out, or whatever the fuck happened to them, right? Although some of them still exist, but it's just peering through the veil and trying to find the answers. And they may be laying out there, obviously. We just haven't connected the dots together yet. And then we got people who are saying that, no, you shouldn't. That's crazy. And it's like, shut the fuck up. It's really all you have to say to that. It's like, no. Anyway, yeah. Still working. God damn it, man. Yeah, you're way out there in the West, aren't you? Yeah. Says those rocks are the reason to move, though, right? History for granite goes into this, I believe. Oh, really? Yeah, fuck me. Well, man, listen, yeah. You want to visit the pyramid, so it's the size would make my problems feel dwarfed and negligible. Just this big thing, technically they're kind of like phallic objects, aren't they? Like, in the military they use like the diamond shape, right? It's kind of, it's based around this, right? It's like this thing just sitting there, just like, you're just like, God damn. Like, fuck. Yeah, I would love to go through it as well. I'd love to go inside of it and just see the level of precision for myself, in the Great Pyramid, specifically at Giza. But the Serapeum too, which is close to that area, is another crazy sight. Those giant coffins, and they're a marvel as well. Much smaller, obviously, but like just crazy level of precision there. And some claim another site that was not crafted by the Egyptian people that had existed there, maybe at the time that this site was created. But anyway, yeah, I came across that photo, thought it was cool. It's just an interesting conversation there, honestly. Yeah. How do they get those coffins down those tunnels? Well, man, yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. They would have had to probably bring them in. They either made them in there, but then they would have to brought the slabs of, is it diorite they're made of? Or they're made of? Where's ChatGPT? Where is it? Oh, fuck. Chat GPT. What are the coffins at the Serapeum made of? What's this?
It's my super healthy chip dip. 50 grams of protein.
50 grams of protein on chip?
Not right there, but dip.
What is it?
I'll tell you after your stream.
Oh, it's good. Tastes like a Dorito.
Exactly.
Oh, wow. My God. Some protein midstream. It's really fucking good. Oh my God. Sorry. It's delicious though. Serapeum. That I'll figure it out. Saqqara, yeah. Sorry. Our massive granite sarcophagi. They are granite, okay. Yeah, they were carved with exceptional precision, often out of single blocks of granite or basalt. Yeah, the basalt ones I think are the material sourced from Aswan and other regions. The sarcophagi are likely intended for the burial of sacred Apis bulls. They're fucking huge. So, like, you can probably ask this, yeah. So, how big in pounds would the pre-cut sarcophagi had to have been? This is the kind of fun stuff you can do with ChatGPT because it will be able to go and find the data and give you fairly precise estimations. Like before, you'd never even get this data. It'll probably tell us right now. Wow. Okay, so the uncut blocks of granite. Let's see. Estimated weight of the uncut block. Fuck. How many? How many? I'll say it. How many of them are there in the Serapeum? Oh fuck! I can't. I don't even need to spell anymore. Fuck spelling. Fuck typing. Like. Okay. Minimum 240,000 pounds. That's if they are moved 30% off the block. If they are moved 50% off the block, each pre-cut block would weigh 320,000 pounds. That's 160 tons. New Jesse Michaels dropped. Oh, nice. We'll watch that in a bit, man. Fuck yeah. The Serapeum at Saqqara contains 24 large granite sarcophagi, each housed in its own chamber. They were carved with extraordinary precision and were intended to hold the mummified remains of Apis bulls. What's the weight of a modern crane? I think we could probably move it. Well, let's ask it this. So first of all, let's say, what was I going to ask it? So they're each that much. I would say, how many F-150 pickup trucks is 320,000 pounds? Oh, it's on the telepathic peeps. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll check it out here. Okay, so one of the uncut Serapeum granite blocks weighs equivalent, possibly in the higher end, to 58 pickup trucks. And they have 24 of them in the Serapeum. How deep down is the Serapeum, and how do you reckon they got those in there? Man, it's located 12 meters below ground, 40 feet. Transport to Saqqara. They were quarried in Aswan, 500 miles away. Likely transported via the Nile River on large boats during annual flood seasons. I think they've actually debunked that theory. Once at Saqqara, they used sledges pulled by teams of workers. Workers possibly poured water or oil over the sand to reduce friction, a technique confirmed by ancient Egyptian murals. The sarcophagi were likely slid down carefully, constructed ramps leading to the underground chambers. Rollers. 500 miles. And that's where they think they brought them down the Nile River. I don't know, man. Again, people have done some incredible things. I don't know. It seems a little bit nuts. And that's probably a bit of an understatement considering this. But anyway, yeah. Tire pause. Yeah, they love to attribute the shit to slaves. Well, man, it's like... So... Let's do the math. The real challenge... Moving 80-ton sarcophagi into narrow tunnels with 1 to 2 feet of clearance remains baffling. Some theories suggest partial excavation during transport, finishing chambers after placement, advanced knowledge of engineering and precision timing, including hundreds of workers and incredible coordination. And here's the other thing too. So what's the biggest block of granite moved out of Aswan? The unfinished obelisk is 1,200 tons. It weighs 2.4 million pounds. The Lateran obelisk, now in Rome, is also quarried in Aswan. It weighs 455 tons, so it made it to Rome, though. So they did transport it 500 miles to its original site in Karnak before it later being moved to Rome by the Romans. So the Romans did manage to move it, which is an important thing to note here. That the Romans moved a 455-ton obelisk to Rome. They figured it out. So, again, we can do some crazy shit. We definitely shouldn't underestimate them. But, still quite a feat. Yeah. They also didn't have worker safety guidelines. A lot of people died there. That's the other thing, Corey, too. Yeah. And there were large amounts of people. So, hard to say. It's quite a feat. It's an unbelievable feat, really, when you think about it. But yeah. And on top of this too, it's this in combination with the level of precision that I think is anomalous. And specifically, you probably would just point to like Giza Plateau, like the 3 pyramids there, the Great Pyramid in particular, where not only were they doing this, but they used an unbelievable amount of precision that would probably have required some fairly advanced knowledge of mathematics and pre-planning that they didn't probably have at the time. Yeah. it's just a fascinating place generally, you know. I would just love to go there and see it. I would kill to go there and see some of this stuff. And yeah, it's just extremely fascinating. Yeah, it's funny we don't do this shit anymore. Well, we do move big stuff. You look at the oil rigs they move up in like Norway and shit. Like they're in Sweden, they're fucking huge. But nothing like this anymore, right? We've moved on, I guess, to more practical things. But yeah, very cool though. Very, very fucking cool. Very intriguing. I'll pull up. Where's the Jesse Michaels video at? Let me see here.
So I'm gonna give
2 hours long. Oh, Jesus. So this is the telepathy tape girl though. I still haven't watched the whole thing. I know people have been telling me to do it. I know Bones has been telling me to watch it on here. I've seen quite a few clips of it now though. Not that means I've watched it. But I've heard the arguments and whatnot, and I don't know what to think, you know. So, yeah. So what interesting. Yeah. How is this not a global discussion? Why isn't the major media networks talked about this? My son is very high functioning, creates all sorts of contraptions and machines and gadgets. Remember the most minute detail of everything, can create anything in an artistic expression. Yeah, I mean, you know. Yeah, he is knocking it out of the park with these fucking videos, man. It's all that money he made with Peter Thiel. He's able to, you know, he's using it for good. He's educating people and having a wonderful conversation, man. Yeah. It won't be long before Jesse's on Rogan. He should be by this time, man. I mean, he's very knowledgeable when it comes to the whole history of UAP cover-up. I mean, and the genuine conspiracy that's gone on there. So, I think he absolutely should. I mean, fuck Joe. I mean, Joe knows bits and bobs of stuff, but Joe was just in it for Bob Lazar. Joe was one of those guys, not unlike me, years ago, who were just obsessed with the Bob Lazar tapes because I thought, like, this is a crazy claim. We should look into this more. Why hasn't anyone looked into this more? Since then, we've looked into it more and found a bit more bullshit, but that's all right. So, yeah. Let me play this. I'm going to quickly, guys, just go grab my dinner and throw it in the microwave for 2 minutes. And I'll play it. I'll listen to some of it. I'm not going to listen to 2 hours of it, but I will probably jump around a little bit because they're talking about John Mack here. I'll try not to like obnoxiously jump around, but yeah. All right. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. down. Holy fuck, man. Jesus Christ. Look at the mukbang tonight. I got a, what is this? Beef noodle bowl. There. It's another massive bowl full of food. I added chicken to it as well, which might have been unnecessary, but anyway. Oh yeah, that looks amazing. I bought 2 of them. I got 2 of them. 2 of the meals. One's not enough, yeah. Fuck, let me, the emotes, fuck yeah. The sausage one, I love the hot dog. The fucking glizz master there. Let's check this out, I guess. These kids are telepathic. That's a hell of a claim, man. I mean, I guess I've gone over it, and I went over Mick West's debunking, which is sometimes quite smooth. One of those things, you know, like, yeah. Bon appetit. Thank you, Corey. Yeah, our former PM would say, yeah. Fuck. Well, I guess we'll find out what's going on.
A number.
We'd blindfold and then
Shut
show
the
her
music
mother
off
a
for a
random
little bit,
number
yeah.
generator, a random picture generator.
The kid will say, I'm reading your mind. And then they do a few little experiments.
We did various tests,
Bro.
and she was right every time.
Their kids can see things that they simply can't.
Her answer is 100% accurate.
What is the second number?
6! Oh my God!
We think of as woo-woo or this airy-fairy stuff, but it's true.
Autistic individuals have these incredible abilities.
The science behind this is so much bigger than our knee-jerk reactions of truth.
We have everyone on the...
Where's my abilities? I didn't get any fucking abilities, for Christ's sake. Where'd all my abilities go?
crew. Just come and write a word down, okay?
E. Ha. Ha. Fa. Fa. Fa.
You've just done an amazing job of documenting these autistic, in many cases nonverbal children who display telepathic powers, which I can't believe I'm even saying, but you show that this is, occurring in statistically significant ways.
I did predict them, didn't I? Fuck. I have the ability of foresight. I can see into the future.
Okay, what is this?
I see a firestorm and a big comet.
You see, I'm not even looking at him. Yeah.
You have a Harvard-trained neuroscientist, Dr. Diane Powell, who are doing the studies, but you also, seem eminently, normal and not, insanely woo-woo.
I needed to believe it was happening. And so I asked Diane, can I do my own tests where I bring the cues and pick the house? I didn't want her to be a factor in it, so I wanted to control the test. I don't want Dr. Powell to bring this stuff. I don't want families to bring this stuff. I just want to be like the layer for the skeptics where it's like, get this on Amazon. I'm not even going to open it until the day up. And she said yes, and I said, I'd like it to be a family we haven't tested yet, that you've never met. I just wanted to clear out any of the possible factors that could influence this. That's kind of how it began. We brought this young girl, Mia, up from Mexico. Most of the family didn't even speak English. Only her Aunt Sophia did. And I rented a house in Glendale, California.
Oh, really?
And we took all
I
the
brought
mirrors
you to
down,
the woo, brought you to the woo, Corey. My God.
Cameras every which way, and started the process of testing her. And with a divider that would go between her and her mother, we'd blindfold Mia and then show her mother a random number generator, a random picture generator. I brought flashcards, colored balls. We did various tests.
These fucking things.
And she was right every time.
Hay un personaje en la página 26. Bu. I. R. A.
The tests were remarkable. I mean, just hearing her say without fail what's in her mother's mind, it's just, I don't know, it's so amazing. And then hearing the earnestness of her parents as well, where it's like, these people clearly are not lying. They're not grifting, there's no ulterior motive here.
Well, I mean, and Jesse's putting his fucking beingness on the chopping block here too, I guess, a little bit for some people, because some people thought this is just a phenomena where they're picking up on cues from the parents. But, what she just did, she wasn't even looking at her mom. And if you're going to critique that, right, if you're going to try and steelman their argument here, if she's not looking at her at all in any way and she's still getting it, what cues is she reading off of her? I mean, there wouldn't be any cues, I guess. So, yeah. Yeah, this is, man, I mean.
You can write a word too.
I don't know.
You can write a
So
word.
Akil just sees the back of my hand. Okay, I'm just gonna grab one. Actually, that's too easy. Hold on, that goes with what we just looked at. That's
Tell
a
me
good
when it's ready.
Okay, you see this?
Yeah, what do you want?
Behind the camera,
okay.
that could be.
Actually, what's in my mind? What's the picture about?
C R O C O
Fucking break that. Jesus Christ.
D I L E crocodile.
So awesome, Akil. That's so awesome.
Oh my God, his head was close to that fucking table.
3. Yeah, 3. Mm-hmm. Good job. Here we go. You're doing so good. 8 and 5. I think that, with the telepathy tapes, one of the things that I realized in terms of instead of me just writing up all these cases, and then that being yet another thing that's in the scientific literature, that people need to hear what I hear, because I'm not just collecting data. I'm assessing, the tone of voice, the
fucking
content
Deepak
of
there.
what's said. You really, there's so much information.
I didn't know they brought in Deepak Chopra. Fucking, he'd be like, yes, the children's souls, souls talking to the soul of the mother. This all makes sense for Deepak.
There that's not
he predicted this years ago.
Mathematical data, but there's so much information that you're getting from actually listening to these families and listening to the people who see this stuff, for the first time, or listening to their struggles with how do I make sense of this? Because that's really what I'm. The kind of contact I get all the time from these families is, I don't know what to make of this, and they're relieved that their child isn't the only one.
So, I mean, I'm a documentary filmmaker by trade, and I've created 5 feature films. But I will tell you, I felt bashful when I started working on something that had to do with telepathy. I mean, my dad, I remember saying something along the lines of, like, your hard-earned career and reputation are going to be, scattered to the wind. It felt hard to talk about to people, to clients. I also direct commercials and stuff. And my mother-in-law is, at the time I started making it was, lives on a sheep farm in rural Minnesota. And just all these people were like, oh, has Kai kind of gone off the deep end here? And that's why, to me, it was like, just the word telepathy, you can't reduce it to fact or fiction. Let's go look at the stories of these people, the science behind this. This is so much bigger than our knee-jerk reactions of truth.
I just spoke to Dr. Diane Powell. In fact, we've been in touch for like a year and a half or something. And I've always found her just to be this amazing woman. And she's just an impressive combination of extremely open-minded, but also extremely rigorous.
Yeah.
And so how did you get in touch with her? You heard her on a podcast? Is that right?
It unfolded by me hearing her on a podcast about her research that she'd been doing.
Today, I'm here with Diane Powell, and we will be focusing on her research on some autistic savants with telepathic abilities.
And I thought that was fascinating, and I wanted to get on the phone and learn more, and went out to visit her. And, one of the first things I, asked of her was, can you pull up some emails? And obviously not share names, but tell me some of the things that people are saying when they write to you. And that was a very convincing first step for me to witness, is that, this wasn't just something she was talking about or she studied in a few one-offs. I mean, her email box was filled of parents reaching out saying, I'm finding that my child can read my thoughts. It seems impossible. We've tested it at home. I have no framework for this. Can you explain what is happening? And it was a confusion and a wonderment and sometimes a desperation coming from these parents to understand what was going on. And they don't know each other. They are very siloed. And that was the first moment where I thought, okay, there's something very big here.
So how does one go from a traditional academic background to studying autistic children who have high extrasensory perception abilities?
I learned about autism and savants back in 1986 because I met Oliver Sacks then. So Oliver Sacks was a neurologist who wrote a lot of different books. One of the books he wrote was Awakenings, about people that had Parkinson's and were given L-Dopa for the first time. And all of a sudden they went from being like frozen statues to suddenly, moving. And there was a movie made about that. And he was somebody that would study these quirky sort of syndromes that told you something about the brain. One of the case reports were about these twins who were institutionalized, who were autistic, who played a game in which they would say prime numbers back and forth to one another, and they'd be consecutive prime numbers. They would be 6 digits long, and there's no algorithm for that. And they just knew these prime numbers, and not only did they know them, they said they just saw them.
I am thrilled to partner with MyHeritage to dive into my family's past. It's been an eye-opening experience.
No, we're not.
Using MyHeritage, I started building my family tree by adding names, dates, and
These families.
There we go.
They are told by the doctors when their child is born and is diagnosed with, non-speaking, often severe autism, that they won't comprehend the world around them. They'll never be able to communicate. They probably won't process information beyond that of a toddler. And so parents are all hope is taken away. And they go through this journey, often not even trying to reach their child because they've been told by all the quote-unquote experts that their kid isn't in there. And what I found really early on were 2 families, both Mia and another girl, Amelia, who appears in episode 7, that when the parents were homeschooling with COVID and they had to spend tons of time with their child, all of a sudden their child started spelling on iPads, doing things they weren't ever doing in school.
Yeah.
And that's what happened with Mia. And then when she started communicating, at one point, she started having a diary. And in her diary, she said, I can read my parents' minds.
She wrote in her diary that she can read everybody's mind, but you have to believe in her for her to do it.
Well, they thought, that's impossible. So her mom asked a few questions, like what am I thinking of right now? And, Mia spelled purple umbrella or something. Or her dad drew a picture, and what I draw a picture of, and she wrote dog. And that was correct. So then they started doing more tests and taking books off the wall, opening to a page on the book, a page of the book. And what am I reading? And she would spell it out. What am I looking at in the book? And she'd spell it out. And that's when they started doing blindfolded popsicle tests with her, where they'd have piles and she'd put popsicle sticks. So they took a bunch of videos of this stuff, sent it to Diane, sent it to me to kind of pre-vet it. And it was absolutely unbelievable. And they were as concerned and confused as any parent would be. To the point, they were deeply Catholic. They live in Monterrey, Mexico. And they were worried, what are our neighbors going to feel? Is this evil? Is this, there's all these funny things that get put on telepathy. Not what I've learned through making this as what the non-speakers would say is this is a spiritual gift from God. That is, I think, what every single one would say.
Welcome, Mr. Tiggy Skibbs.
Us, humans in the 3D world trying to map it out for so long have been like, this is the work of something dark. And that couldn't be further from the truth.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, what do you think? I think we're all kind of skeptical of it, are we? I mean, I think there's something to remote viewing that's been shown in multiple labs. There's something to the phenomena. It's beyond chance. These kids who are nonverbal, what happens to their brain? It's beyond even like a remote viewing scenario, though, where I know one who's remote viewing somebody can just like look into your head instantly and know that, like, what are you thinking of? Purple rainbow or fucking, like cat, dog. Like, that's not really how it works. So if it's like full blown, I'm picking up on your thoughts kind of shit. So, well, yeah, that's the only thing. The only thing I see was interesting. So some people don't take human testimony very seriously or don't value it objectively, right? It's not objectively as valuable as like a piece of like Skinny Bob on the table or something, right? Like a piece of material or something, right? We can analyze like hard science. But I I do think some of these anecdotes are interesting, right? Where if you have a bunch of families and the children are saying this, and even they're noticing it, right? You're noticing as these parents are noticing that they're picking up on what they're thinking. That's kind of fucking weird, right? And so that might imply there's something going on. You'd have to be honest in the pursuit of that. And I know some people were criticizing this and saying, it's like, your child has issues, it's very stressful, and you want them to kind of feel special or be special. And it was one of the things they threw out there is they're kind of projecting this on the kids, and you should be careful with that. But I don't know. I mean, it's, I would say if there's a bunch of parents that come forward, and again, they have to be honest with themselves too, that there might be a prosaic explanation for it, where maybe there are tells going on that are leading them to be able to do this. But if you're thinking of a purple fucking, what would she say, umbrella in your head, and the kid like tells you like, stop thinking of purple umbrellas. I mean, you haven't said any, that. It's weird. Look into it. It's the people who are discouraging this kind of research that I have a problem with. If they're doing it and they're doing it by the book and they're being careful and they're actually finding interesting data points, keep fucking doing it. Like that's my opinion.
Agree.
Yeah. You're pretty skeptical. Yet I've met autistic kids and even the dogs that have surprised me with gestures and movements. Interesting, man. Yeah. Well, see, but I haven't seen all the tapes. So I have to watch through them.
She's sending you videos, and you say, I want to see this for myself. And so you put them up in a place in Glendale, and you have completely controlled experimental conditions to remove all confounding variables. And so tell me if I'm getting this right. So Mia is, sitting next to her mother, and her mother is looking, and Mia's totally blindfolded. And then her mother is looking at completely random, large assortment of images or numbers. So it'd be extremely low probability if you were to get it right just in one instance. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And if you were to get it right, over 10 or 20 instances, the quote unquote p-value is what you would call it in science, gets to infinitesimally low.
Yeah.
Is that somewhat right? Or
yeah, and I just want to say something really quick. Dr. Powell wants to do these really scientific airtight tests with Faraday cages and, get this as tight as can be. And we're hoping to do that in the film that has been the intention all along. These tests I was kind of creating, so it was as concrete as I could make it with like the limited finances and stuff. But I would say, yes, I think that anyone there would say that we went through every measure. I bought even a brand new iPad to make sure it couldn't be influenced. I downloaded all the random number generators on set. So we have video of that happening. We took down all, like I said, TV, mirrors, anything reflective. And yeah, like we went through pains to make sure that there was a divider when Mia was shown a number and that she was blindfolded. And then we would take the blindfold off, remove the partition. And as far as the numbers, I think we started off small, like 3 numbers, and then we did 4 numbers,
Perhaps
and we did
streaming.
5 numbers, and it would generate 52763 or whatever. And then she would write it 52763. And it's like she would never miss, And we did flashcards, some random word generators. We would put colored balls inside of a can or something, and she'd tell us what color it was. We did popsicle stick tests, which was beyond telepathy because no one's sending information then. It's like there's a bunch of popsicle sticks, and her mom would hand her random ones to put in a pile, and she could see them through her blindfold.
Wait, what? Corey, what? So this lady submitted this stuff to a journal. The biggest donor was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeff was involved with Dr. Powell. Yeah, Jeff was involved with supporting a lot of different areas in science. And by Jeff, we might want to say the Mossad, whoever was behind Jeff, whatever intelligence agency was behind him. But they donated a fuckload of money, like to all of these scientists, all these journals, magazines, and shit. That's funny though. Jesus,
trick blindfold.
Yeah,
which you had your skeptical colleague Michael test. And he was like, I cannot see anything through this blindfold.
Yeah, and that was important to me. I mean, Michael is a very dear friend, and he's my DP in a lot of my work. But he approached this very skeptically.
Yeah,
I mean, more so than even like me, and so I had him test that blindfold, and I mean, Michael's certainly had his mind blown. You can't see this stuff and not have your worldview change forever.
What are your thoughts? I mean, I wouldn't do it as a skeptic.
I'm generally a skeptic in my life for most things. But through seeing this, I can't, it's hard for me to not believe this is authentic. I'm looking at everything. I'm watching her. I'm watching the mom. I'm watching everything. And for me, in my perspective, it's real.
Michael and any, I think, reasonable listener would say, unless there's some bizarre Morse code that is developed in a way that's extremely high throughput, and you can somehow, based on like pokes or something, abstract that out to semantic concepts.
Absolutely, word drinker.
You're looking at a
feel free, man, when you feel them
or something.
Sense them.
Quickly, the null hypothesis becomes more fantastical than this child is displaying extremely high rates of telepathy.
Yeah. And I think that's important for listeners who haven't listened to the show, your listeners, is that, so kind of where I left off with Mia, so often these parents are told their kids can't learn, which is completely not true. The non-speakers are brilliant individuals inside of there who just cannot control their body. It's a behavior issue, not an intelligence one. So, but learning to spell is meaning learning to control your body. It's a gross motor skill to point to letters, whereas talking is a fine motor skill. And that's why pointing to letters with a letterboard is often a way that unleashes their communication skills. However, because you have to create new neural pathways to do that, often this is really important, a lot of non-speakers don't know where their bodies are. They don't feel them. I've talked to so many parents who said their children didn't even know they had bodies or didn't know they had fingers. And they didn't get that until they started communicating, right? So to help them spell, it often requires touch in the beginning, and then you sort of start to lighten the touch or move the touch until there's no touch. And in the podcast, I use the metaphor of when my dad taught me how to ride a bike. I needed his whole body on me, helping me. And then it was like less body, less touch until finally I was riding the bike. And with Mia, we went out to dinner that night before. Every time we were on Zoom, her mom would have to touch her shoulder or her head to communicate. It was just what she needed. Just the slightest touch helped her. And now her mom is telling me she can do it without it. And that's how most of these kids are. Some will always need touch, but most will graduate to a point where they don't need it once they have more body control, they feel more sense of where they are. So Mia, when she was doing these tests, had to have one slight touch on her, either her shoulder, her head. And the idea that like some Morse code was going through there to someone who can't feel their body is ridiculous. And when I brought that up to Michael, I mean, you could just hear his disdain and his laugh of like, that's impossible.
Right.
Like, that is grasping at straws.
And he came in pretty skeptical.
He came in very skeptical.
Yeah.
But you can look at the test. It's not like there's something happening in the finger. I mean, how could you ever convey a number or a random, like you said, a abstract word through Morse code on a...
It's impossible, but I think it's a great first example because she's beyond earnest, and then the stats on what she's producing are just remarkable. And then you actually go on to control for that variable as far as touch, which I think is honestly going the extra mile. Again, maybe even unnecessary, but to the extreme skeptic in the audience should satisfy them.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to note too that Dr. Powell got into this because she actually saw there was initially some data around autistic children displaying, high clairvoyance or telepathy and studies even prior to her.
Yes. Yeah.
And so there is a body of work. I mean, psychical studies have been going on since the 1870s, the Society of Psychical Research. You had, Frederick Myers, you had William James. This is a long history.
Yeah, and there was a man named Bernie Ridland who first kind of came up with this idea that maybe not telepathy, but ESP gifts should be a savant skill, and he was noticing it in the autistic population, the severely autistic, non-speaking population. And so I think Dr. Diane was like, okay, there's something to build off of here. And just again to talk about Diane, when after those tests with Mia, I was, really shaken. And she's like, they don't count, Kai, in terms of science, in terms of the rigorous science that we need to prove this because she was being touched. So it can never be touched. And it was like, okay, that's unfair. But to these poor children and these poor families, I didn't even want Mia's family to hear that. They were so wanting, just to be part of this validating process. But then the next episode, we go to a young man named Akil who lives in New Jersey who can do the telepathy with his mom across the room.
Akil, what is this? You see, I'm not even looking at him.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put it away. And then fix it. Fix it. Focus. Fix it. And then
You're a genius.
So Akil is, he's one of the children that I had tested before meeting Kai. And I met him actually through
That's interesting, man.
His mom contacting me after seeing me being interviewed by Deepak Chopra. And she's Indian, and she's like saw Deepak Chopra interview me and said, she's talking about somebody just like my son. And so she contacted me, and I went out and tested her son, and then later invited Deepak Chopra to come see it, and he was so blown away.
How can you tell what these words and numbers are? Because you're not seeing them directly.
Han. Mine knows how to show my mom. Han. Ma. I. N. D. My mind knows how to show my mom's mind.
My mind knows how to show my mom's mind. Chapter. It's quite amazing.
Akil's mother, Manisha, kept telling me, look, this isn't just telepathy. This is a shared consciousness. There's some sort of merging that goes on.
Is it only with the mothers? That'd be interesting. If it's only with the mothers. Is it with, well, I guess, no, sorry, it couldn't be though, because they mentioned earlier that someone's father experienced the same thing. But is it only with the parents too? Or can they do that with anyone? Listen, we got data. They're suggesting remote viewing is something, right? So, whatever that ends up being, if it's non-locality of consciousness, whatever, right? We're players in the game, and maybe obviously their brains are damaged to some degree. There's something that's gone wrong. Some wires have been crossed. Maybe in the crossing of those wires, some of these latent abilities or have kind of, maybe it's like those avenues. It's kind of people who are blind, right? Like people who are blind usually develop a heightened sense of hearing or smell, right? When you lose one of the senses, it usually heightens another. That's a real phenomena. So if your brain kind of gets all mishmashed together and you have a hard time communicating, maybe that other way to communicate we don't really understand gets strengthened. Who knows? I mean,
and she was saying things which I couldn't quite understand yet in my process, which was she felt, he often will maybe use my hardware or my neurology.
Brain plasticity,
and I thought,
is that what it is?
Oh, what? Just really wanting to understand. And so she kept showing me when I was doing little tests, like, okay, and actually I love this because I had the crew write a bunch of random words, and I downloaded a random number generator on the spot again, random word generator. We did all this stuff with Akil, and Manisha was kind of like, come on, this is like kid stuff. Like, let me show you really what this is. And so after I was satisfied with, we must have done 100 tests that day. She was like, okay, now you write a word. So I wrote a word, and he'd start saying it verbally. He can kind of communicate through words, or he'd start spelling it. And she'd be like, now cross it out and start writing another one. And in the midst of crossing it out, the second it's crossed out and you start even thinking about the next one, he'd start writing the next one. And that's where she's like, do you see what I mean? I'm not even having time to send him this thought of we crossed out car and now it's, I don't remember what it was, piano or something. The second that the next word was starting to be written, he would know.
One day I was watching a movie of an athlete whose leg was amputated, and he got into Special Olympics. And I went upstairs to tell Akil, come, look, I want to show you the story. See how people overcome their difficulties and challenges. He said, yes, I know he doesn't have a leg and he is in Olympics.
Because he was watching the show or something.
Because I was watching and he was upstairs. So those thoughts can get transferred.
So she's like, is this a signal of consciousness that we're both sharing? Is he stepping into my own consciousness? Or what is that? And I don't think there is an answer for that yet, except for that is a widespread thing that the parents are talking about.
And yes, you got it.
spelling and the ability to communicate. A lot of people might be watching this and saying, you keep saying nonverbal. How do they communicate at all?
Yeah. So I think the telepathy and the spiritual gifts, I don't know exactly, but I will say I think it's a mark of being a non-speaker. I don't think it has as much to do with autism as it does non-speaking autism. And with the non-speakers, again, so often the doctors, the educators have had it wrong, thinking they're not in there. They are. They're intellectually as solid as you and me, just can't control their bodies. And because they can't create words, which is a fine motor skill, it's pointing to letters, which is, there's different techniques for that. It started with facilitated communication that merged into, turned into something called rapid prompting method.
Yeah,
now
man.
there's
I was wondering
spelling
if you're
to
in here or
communicate.
not.
There's different forms of this, of different processes to learn to point to letters. And,
Yes.
and you do have to learn to be a communication partner, and that's really important. But I found that the colloquial word for all of it is spelling. That's a good umbrella word to talk about all forms of pointing to letters to communicate.
Yep.
And that can be independently on an iPad or with a letterboard.
And absurdly,
Oh,
there's
really?
some
Fuck.
controversy around this format of communication. What is Asha, and why do they have anything bad to say about spelling and RPM and some of these other techniques?
Asha is the American Speech Language Pathologist. It's the board that gives people accreditation to work with language and speech. And Asha says that spelling is not a valid form of communication. They've called it pseudoscience. It is the most frustrating thing to these parents and to the non-speakers. I mean, I can't think of a bigger human rights violation than saying you cannot have the means to communicate in your classroom, in a workplace, in a social setting. But when I was doing a deep dive into this is fascinating. That sign language. It took like 150 years for that to be accepted.
Is that true?
Even in the 70s, it was not encouraged to have sign language in school. You had the people who were hard of hearing or deaf were told that they had to learn to read lips or have kind of speakers on their ears, hearing aids. Sign language was not accepted.
What?
Louis Braille, who was a young boy who kind of, maybe a preteen when he invented Braille, he was at the first school for the deaf in France at the time. And this was interesting, in France and all over the world at the time. Blind. The blind community was seen as not in there, not smart, all the same things that non-speakers are going through. So when Louis Braille was at the first school for the blind in France, he kind of enhances this old military kind of coding, and he came up with this idea for Braille. And when a new headmaster came into the school, he was like, this is pseudoscience, this isn't real. He locked away all the Braille books. You can't learn this way. And the kids were like, no, this is really great. And they were doing it, in private. But the authorities didn't want Braille.
So what she's saying is these fucking idiots have been around for quite a while, acting like this with all this hubris. So this is a common phenomenon with humans, is it, to approach things like this with such a closed mind so violently? Wow. Interesting. Now, it would be huge if they found out because I think people legitimately thought people that are nonverbal autistic are like they are, to literally use the word, mentally retarded. That they are, although it's not accepted now, but that they are back, the brain is not up to snuff, but that it imply that it might be, and they just have no way to properly communicate. So. There was a school in Berlin that had sign language in the 18th century. Oh, interesting. Okay.
To become a thing. And when the kids first tested, showed the authorities, look, I will punch out these letters and this one will read it. And they kind of proved that Braille is working. People in the room watching that was like, that's a magic trick. It's a joke.
Wow.
They obviously practiced this in advance.
Yeah.
And so I was reading the history of Louis Braille and thinking, this is exactly what the non-speakers are going through. So it makes you wonder why. Why have we always, the reigning, communication class has such strict views and restrictions over how someone else can communicate?
Two.
Well.
Yeah.
Good.
4.
The question that I asked him was, how did you learn all of this? Do you have really good hearing? And he said, I'm special. And I said, oh, of course you're special. And he said, I can hear thoughts. And I said, bullshit. I questioned him and I said, are you sure you're telling the truth? And he said to me, you don't get the kind of gifts that I have if you lie. So then I asked him a question in my head without speaking, and he answered the question that I had asked him in my head. Then I brought my son and his friend up to witness it, and I had told the young man that was his friend, I said, Kit, get a thought in your head and sit there and don't think anything but that. And Houston spelled out what that young man was thinking. Then I called my daughter.
Fucking Christ. Don't tell this to the CIA. These kids are going to be fucking disappearing by the busload. They're going to be taking them. Holy fuck. I mean, this is the thing, though. It's kind of a little bit spooky. If they can actually do this, like that's, they're going to be recruited. Man, did she get it on camera? Probably not, man. It just sounds like an anecdote, but she'd have to get it on camera, I guess. I wonder if did they get any of this on camera? Like,
and she didn't believe me. She said, no, he can't, Mom. I said, like, send me something. So she had her husband tell her something to text. She texted it to me.
Man. Fuck.
He never saw the text, and he spelled out what was on the text.
I think the Houston story is incredibly powerful because it's so much later in life. His mother she's amazing, and finds RPM at when.
If we can find I'll pull it up. If we can find like the actual link to it, if it's on there, I'll click it. Yeah, we'll pull it up. Yeah, I'd be interested to see that if they got it on there. Yeah. Your name is Jim. Every fucking time I see it in the chat, I've freaked out a tiny bit. My name is not actually Jim, so there you go. But I've been called it so much that I do respond to it, actually. So, yeah. Well, I think they might show a clip here of it, man. We'll see. They have been showing the clips periodically. Let me see how. So far, it's. I mean, I don't fucking know. I mean, again, I'm betting remote. Well, it's not even a bet. Remote viewing has been shown that there's something to it. It's far beyond coincidence and chance. There's something real to the phenomena. Although people have a hard time with that, I guess, as we should, because it's out there. It's very metaphysical. It just might imply that we don't understand everything there is to about people, but that shouldn't really surprise us either, because we don't really understand the nature of consciousness either. There's tons of things we don't know. So people sometimes approach things like very convicted and grounded, and that we figured things out and we know, and this Braille stuff doesn't make any sense because if we know, and it's like, it's what you don't know, right? That you might be running up against, right? And so you can either approach that with a somewhat open mind or closed mind. And you don't want to have your mind so open your brain falls out, but you also don't want to have everything shut right off, right? So did I say the same thing? We're of like mind, man. Maybe that's what it is, right? I mean, that's why we're all here, hopefully, together. Yeah. You like to pull it. Fuck. Yeah. I mean, nothing with the brain, basically. Really. Yeah, I've heard people say that from psychology, Corey. Yeah. There's a lot that we're still trying to figure out about everything. Yeah, it's very, the nature of reality, too. It's quantum physics. I mean, you get right down to the nitty gritty of everything, and it's very anomalous. And there's so many anomalies. And so that's why you don't approach things with this level of hubris that they've been dealing with. Again, for me, it's like, do collect all of the data, do the studies, continue collecting data on it. I mean, there's either something to it or there isn't, right? Or there's something else going on, like they're signaling people, but they're convicted here that doesn't make any sense in what they've collected so far. So that's their argument. As long as people don't approach things with too much hubris and act like fucking pompous asshats, and I don't have a problem with it. So, yeah. I feel like it's a mix of universal shared consciousness and being able to see all time space to a degree. I'm in line with remote viewing. Yeah, whatever remote viewing is, man. I mean, it's because some people have described it as being like something that evolved. Like Joe McMoneagle, who's a famous remote viewer, had described it as something that he remote viewed this. It was funny. He supposedly had someone had him remote view the origins of remote viewing. And effectively, his TLDR on it was some kind of a sixth sense we developed. It's something to do with like our detection with predators. He got like people approaching a cave, like a bear's cave. That didn't really jive with me, really, because like that could be like pheromones and shit. Like this motherfucker went out of body to Mars. Like he went to another goddamn planet. Like he did that kind of stuff. It's like that's not like that's no. We're dealing with consciousness here. I think it's a non-locality of consciousness. You could say, if you wanted to be like more woo, or you could say we have a soul. There's somebody who's detaching themselves from the physical body and going collecting information and then bringing that back to the human brain. There's something out there with it, and that's what it implies, right? Same with some other experiments that have been done in quantum physics that we've gone over here before as well, actually. So, yeah, alien DNA, bro. I mean, fuck. Skinny Bob's in all of us all the time, you know. Yeah. 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 You can read a room of people and feel anxiety for certain people, where I can see people that can't read that as well in the same room. Yeah. Well, it's, yeah, man, maybe, you know, listen, I mean, I'm on some kind of a fucking spectrum. I can't read people's thoughts, but same kind of thing, though. It's like some people, you don't pick up on the vibes, you know, they don't really, they have this kind of like, you might be like a very empathic person too, right? And like, you might be kind of reading kind of how people are feeling. Some people don't really think like that. They're much more mechanical, and they're not really concerned about people's feelings as much as they are about like mechanical things, and you know, they're not really tapped into that. So when you worked at the university, I would get stressed walking in the hall and seeing kids who were anxious about things. It was awful. The body language, really making people feel better and solving problems is the way. Hey man, hell yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. You can still feel how they feel. We got stage 1, man. Maybe this is stage 2. We didn't get hit with full-blown stage 2. We just got a bit of the stage 1. You can just you can be like, yeah, you're not thinking nice thoughts about me. These guys and girls are now thinking like, okay, yeah, oh wow, yeah. You know, just on the cusp.
21 or so.
The millennials.
Or what's the exact story there?
Yeah. So, you know, Katie was a single mom of 5.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no help from her ex-husband, a pretty brutal guy, and I can't tell you how beautiful of a human being Katie is, you know, but fighting against the world at every turn. It was really difficult because Houston had the way his autism was expressing himself. I mean, he was biting through his hands, like down to the muscle at times. He was smearing feces on the wall, you know, and Katie could not get through to him, didn't know how to help him. And it was years of just a lot of hardship and trauma, and she's working full time and not getting child support, and it was through, I think, what she would definitely describe as a series of miracles of people putting spelling in her path. And she initially thought, well, you don't know, because Houston's probably much more different than your child. I'm watching your child sit here calmly and spelling, and Houston, he's a different level of autism. Well, that's not true at all. You know, I think she pretty much had given up hope on Houston.
It took me a very long time to give up hope. A part of me breaks inside to give
Justin
up.
or
She
Chris?
tried everything. Nothing was getting through to him. And I think it was the day.
How dare you associate me with the Justins? You should know better than this, brother. I'll tell you, my Sean. Sean's my name. My name is Sean. That is my actual name is Sean, not Jim. But I grew up around many characters named Jim, and I like the idea of the wrestling, you know, the wrestling meme. So that's where Jim Russell came from. Yeah, wrestling the Jimmies. Sean. Yeah, not John, but Sean. Yeah, SCAN. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, your name is Drew. What is everyone else's real name? Dox yourselves, please. Your whole name, your address, everything. Your credit card numbers, please. Yeah. Your brother's name. Your dad's side is Irish and pregnant. My grandmother called my mom and asked if she was going to spell it properly. Holy fuck. My dad's name was John. Okay, get this. Sean is the Irish version of John. He named me after himself, but in the Irish spelling. So, yeah, Sean. Yeah, it is. Sean is John in Gaelic. It is. That's just literally it. Sean-ivision. Yeah, isn't that weird? Yeah.
Day before Thanksgiving, when Houston was about 18, Katie had come home from working like multiple jobs, like shaking. She was so tired on the sofa, and Houston came and sat down and put his hand on her,
and he said, "Mama," and I was shocked because I had never, ever heard my son say my name. He was 17. And I opened my eyes and he was looking directly into my eyes, which he had also never done. And he said, "I love you."
And that moment for her was a miracle.
I think
She's
Kelsey's
like, wait,
a guy's name too.
He is in there.
Oh, dude, that's
or
fine.
he's
Man.
knowing how I'm feeling. And so there was a few examples of spelling that came into her path, and then eventually she decided to try it. Houston, at first when you're learning to spell, it doesn't come quickly. Like often you're pointing to like a board that has 6 letters, so it's bigger and more spaced out. And then maybe you're answering a question. Is it this or is it that? And they call it getting open on the boards when you first start communicating your own thoughts. And for Houston, I believe that happened when he was about 21. And then it was amazing because she learned he has rich knowledge of American history. He loves American history, rich knowledge of so much. And I mean, Houston's knowledge is phenomenal. And what I've learned from Katie and Houston's story has been paradigm shifting throughout. But, you know, even just little things, like I never understood why people thought like crystals and rocks had magic in them. To me, I was like, this is a cute thing we do as humans. And I couldn't dismiss it, but I just didn't get it. I didn't believe that. And
interesting shit. Yeah. You had something happen, Bones. I forgot to mention, as I was falling asleep the other night, I heard a woman's voice in my head say something that started with an L. And after that, 2 mirrored shapes, like the middle school S, but 3D, appeared in my mind. You have aphantasia, and I don't see shapes or things in my head. It was fucked. Then faces appeared and said, welcome, and one offered me a hand to help me up, and I saw that hand in mine, and they passed through each other. Then the head laughed at me and said, there's no hands here, just get up. Did you get, sounds like you got visited, brother. Sounds like you got visited by someone. Who knows? I mean, yeah, Sean O'Connery. Yeah, just like Sean O'Connery. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, sleep paralysis is different. You know, I had a similar phenomena. Not that I honestly am, but you know, I think hopefully people recognize that here. And I'll just say this, but this, I woke up one morning. You know, was it arrogant or ignorant? I can't remember what they said, but I was waking up. It was like right before I woke up, and I was in the process of opening my eyes, and it was a female voice, and I heard it very clearly in my head too. And I get the sensation of someone like looking down at me, like through me. And the female voice said something like, he's so ignorant or he's so arrogant. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what are you talking? No, I'm not. I was like, maybe it was about something, I don't remember. But it clear as day. And I've never heard the voice before. I was like, I can't even pin it to anybody. But I had a similar phenomena years ago. Actually, I was 27. I remember how old I was. So fuck, what was it? 7 years ago. 7, almost 8 years ago. But yeah, similar phenomena, man. Yeah, it was a female voice. Yeah, and I was like, who the fuck, what audacity is this? What am I arrogant about? Or ignorant, arrogant, something like that. I don't think I'm ignorant. I don't know if I call myself arrogant either, but yeah. It was a playful laugh. Really? That's interesting. Holy fuck. Yeah, we were a dream the other night where I had a mission to find something I can't remember, but it was Inception type shit and a dream and inside the dream. Holy fuck. The voice in my head was more clear than my inner monologue, and I heard it in my head like there was a speaker in the middle. Yeah, that's exactly what I heard as well. Yeah, I've heard something very similar. Yeah. Hypnagogia, is that literally what phenomena is? What is this, Corey? Yeah. Is a transitional state from wakefulness to sleep also advise a waning state of consciousness, the onset of sleep? Oh, yeah. So people have like weird phenomena happen to them. Yeah. Right. They proposed to include, often terms hypnagogia have proposed included pre-somnal or anti-hypnotic sensations. I turn the music on in the background. I feel naked without my music. There we go. Visions of half sleep. Interesting. Signs and symptoms. Sights. Oh, sounds. Hallucinations are often auditory, have an auditory component. Like the visuals, hypnagogic sounds vary in intensity from faint impressions to loud noises like knocking or crashing and bangs. People may imagine their own name called. That's interesting. Crumpling bags, white noise, or doorbells ringing. Snatches of imagined speech are common. While typically nonsensical and fragmented, these speech events can occasionally strike the individual's apt comments on or some summations of their thoughts at the time. They often contain wordplay, neologisms, and made-up names. Hypnagogic speech manifests as the subject's inner voice, or the voices of others, familiar people or strangers, more rarely poetry or music?
Pretty interesting theory.
Fucking
However,
I think I'm some ignorant, arrogant prick. Is that fucking what's going on here? It's I have no idea. Maybe this is an observed phenomena people encounter. I mean, do we know it's strictly something to do with the mind, or could there be people reaching out to us while we dream? What happens when we fall asleep, right? What if we're living in a simulation? We log out during sleep, right? And then while we're logging in, we get remnants of maybe things we were doing. Who knows, right? Who the fuck knows, right? Right before we're like sitting down at the computer desk about to play World of Warcraft and your partner's screaming at your shoulder in the background, right? And right before you hit login, you hear some nagging like, you fucking arrogant fucking prick, and log in, you're like, what the fuck? Like, who knows? I don't know. This is interesting though. Yeah. It's more before you sleep. Right before REM, really. I always have a recurring dream where I go to university in space and I ran through a series of tests. It's different every time, but I always feel like it's the same place. That might not. Maybe that's not a dream, man. Maybe that's not a fucking dream. Finn, what's up? I've had the same sounds quite a few times when drifting off to sleep. Yeah, this is when we were waking up. I heard it when I was waking up, but supposedly it can also happen when you wake up. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm getting into that state because I have mild chromesthesia and it gets way stronger. Interesting. My mom, brother, and one of my nieces also have it. It apparently common with the connective tissue disorders we have. ADHD and autism are too. Interesting. Yeah. A previous relationship of mine, she was a big wowhead. Wasn't listening once. I had just unplugged her system that I think was near the end. Oh, fuck. Really? She's a big wowhead? Fuck yeah. Yeah. God damn it. What is real? What are we? Yeah. Wish I was one of those people who could lucid dream every night. Yeah, I me too, man. I can't, unfortunately. I wish I was as well. Yeah. Interesting. I had it in a schizophrenia lecture. Oh, intriguing. What do you all think about astral projection? I don't know. I mean, I've tried to do. I've told this story once that when I was a kid, I was a bigger boy, and I was a physically big kid, but I was also fucking overweight. I'll have to get a picture of myself. It's a funny fucking picture of me and my brother, and like, man, fuck. Anyway, I remember I was in my bed. It was an unbelievably detailed dream to where I still remember it to this day. I had this when I was probably 11 or 12. And I was looking down at myself sleeping, and I could see me and my brother shared a room. We were kids, and I could see him in his bed and me in my bed, and I could see the door open. I could see everything in the room, and I was looking down from the ceiling at myself asleep. And I looked at myself, and the last thing I thought was, oh my, I was like, that's a big boy. I looked at myself, I was like, whoa, like, you can lay out the fucking fruit roll up, son. And then I woke up, but I still remember it. And I've never had a dream. I've had a lucid dream, and I remember it vividly. Where I was walking through my high school when I became lucid, and not even close, man. Like, it was this dream I had as a kid was an accurate recreation. It was identical to reality. And what I found with dreams, and even a lucid dream I was able to experience, is it's never quite right. Especially if you're conscious in it, you become really aware of it. If you're unconscious in the dream, sometimes you'll just pretend or assume that it's right. But I observed the room as it actually was, and I still remember what it looked like because I remember what the room was. So crazy shit. So is there something to it? Maybe, because it was a very strange experience. It's only one anecdote. Some people claim they can fucking fly to the Giza pyramids every fucking night. I don't know. I didn't do that, but I was hovering over the bed. So, who the fuck knows? Yeah. Chubbs to Russell. Oh man, there's probably another, we could think of another, that'd be another fucking, what else could I say? Yeah. I mean, yeah, but Jim, yeah, I'll think of something. I should show the picture. It's fucking fun. I'll grab it some night. Like a real fatty. I was like a husky boy. Like I was supposed to be like 6'3" or 4. And then I capped out at 6 feet. I don't know if my diet had something to do with that or not. Hopefully not. But when I was a kid, man, I was like in grade 5, I was like 5'8" or 5'9". Like I was big. I must have been like 160 pounds. Like I was a big kid. I was just a big kid. But like, you know, I was eating too much fucking food. That was the mainly thing. But yeah, no, I'm not like big time Chungus, but like, you know, I was a big boy. I was overweight. Yeah. Yeah. But anyways, it's what it is, you know? Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. Don't do it during a raid if you're gonna power down. Oh my god, yeah, that must not have been good. Yeah, that must have been that would be very bad. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you and your wife met playing WoW, playing hardcore raiding. Holy fuck, man. You used to do 10-man, a double tank, and double heal. We carried the raid. Holy fuck, man, that's sick. Oh my god. Yeah, well, like Nax or something back in the day. Yeah. Hell yeah. Only time I've had that look at myself from above was after one time I tried salvia. Oh really? It was either I was high into the sky, my mind and astrals stayed in place. Oh really? Yeah. That's some crazy stories about astral projection, like entities being everywhere. Interesting, man. Fuck. God damn. Yeah. Fuck me. What do y'all think of the theory that when we die we go into our dreams? In that fact, if you can control your dream, you're basically in heaven, if not hell. Holy fuck, man. I hope not, because I don't really have any dreams. Just darkness. Yeah. You're a big kid too, but not fat, just built like a bear. That's kind of how I was too, man. Yeah, it's just like a big boy. Like, I should have done football or something, but I didn't. I took up music, and anyway, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I'm not quite built for that. Yeah, but we did the presidential fitness stuff, and I was a kid the teacher pulled the scale into the hallway for in 3rd grade. Oh, really? Fuck. That was me too, man. Like I would always like wear my shirt. We go to the pool, it'd be one of those situations like I had to wear my shirt because like I was chubby. I was just a chubby kid too. I just felt chubby, and it wasn't until, oh my god, it wasn't until I was in high school that I lost weight, because I grew a little bit more, and then the weight shed me off, and I started working out actually when I was like 16, and that helped a bit. But yeah, that was me growing up, man. Yeah, I was always just like a big kid. I always loved to eat. I still love to eat. Well, the amount of fucking food I probably just ate around 1,300 calories in that fucking bowl. So, and that's nothing, man. I could fucking put down 2 of those bowls right now. My stomach's all fucking gaped and stretched the fuck out from those years. I used to go, man. We used to go to these buffets, and in Prince Edward Island, and we would go, and I remember. You could, like, my parents were just like, go ahead, like, we just eat whatever we want, and like I just went and got all the treats, and I would eat until I puked every fucking time. Like every time we went there, they had to pull over on the drive back, and I'd puke it all up because I ate so much. And the parents never thought, like, you know, maybe there's something wrong here. Like, what the fuck's what's going on? This isn't quite normal. They're just like, okay, you'll be okay, honey. I'm like, if my son was eating until he fucking puked, I'd be like, boy, what the fuck are you doing? Like. Anyway, fuck. Now I know. Now I know this. Now I know the signs of gluttony. Yeah. She's someone in my family, mostly my big sister, who dies over and over again because she won't fucking listen. Oh my Jesus. That's holy fuck. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah. You're like 70 pounds in 7th grade. Oh my god. Oh man. Yeah. I was fucking bigger than that. Oh yeah, I was bigger than like my friends' moms. I was bigger than all my friends' moms. Like when I was like in grade 5 or grade 6, I was like 5'7", maybe 5'8". I was like around 150 pounds probably. I was like fucking, but you know, I was just big. I was just a big kid. And then I thought I would keep growing, and then unfortunately, I was like one of the tallest kids in our elementary middle school. And then I didn't grow past 6 feet. I'm like, fuck. I was like, god damn it. Anyway, you know, unfortunately, you know, yeah, ate 10 hot dogs at a Braves game for one of my friend's birthday parties at like age 11, and his dad cut me off from food at the stadium. Holy fuck, that's a lot of glizzies, man. Fucking, that's a Glizzmaster right there. God damn it, yeah. Other kids wouldn't shut the fuck up about he ate 10 of them. Oh, I probably could have done that, man. God damn it. I probably had similar situations, throwing back fucking glizzies and hamburgers and whatever else. Like, yeah. You were 130 in 3rd grade. We were probably similar size. You're also tall. Yeah, man. Those Slav jeans. Yeah. I'm Irish. I don't know what the fuck happened there. Yeah, there you go. Fucking Glizzmaster. Glizzmasters. God damn it. Yeah. 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 God damn it. Yeah. Fuck, man. That's Irish. Your mom's Slovak. Yeah. Both my parents are Irish, actually. It was funny, actually. I remember my what was it? This usually happens with Irish people, specifically in Ireland, although we're not in Ireland anymore, we're in Canada. But my dad's mom's maiden name was my mom's name. That's pretty fucking close. Now, they weren't like directly related, but like that's fucking close. But when you look at Ireland on a fucking map, right? Like she's not big, you know, she's pretty small. And what happens on islands like this is people start getting a little bit close, you know, and it's a real thing there, where you get a little bit too close. And then, you know, although I don't know, someone said there's some kind of like if you keep like it breeding with like your direct, like your brothers and your sisters over like multiple generations, bad things will happen. But as long as there's some separation, I think actually it isn't a huge deal. But there might be some signs and symptoms of it. I don't know though. But yeah, a first generation on both sides. Oh, really? Yeah, no, they're many generations back. It was my great-great-grandfather that came over. Yeah. You guys think the fact that we are bigger means we are more prone to state our opinion, and when tempered with virtue, this allows us to listen to edge takes without feel threatened? Maybe. Just we're not we won't like curl into a ball or stab people in the back. I don't know, man. It's a good question. That's a good question. Yeah. I think maybe it's that has something to do with it, you know. I know that, like, you know, the Greeks, Plato, even like people like Marcus Aurelius thought that it was essential that men shape themselves in some way through something, through sport or through fitness, or because it built better, stronger characters. I'm definitely advocate for that too. I mean, you don't have to fucking be like Chris Bumstead or, you know, blast fucking gear and shit, but at least like look after your health a bit and have some self-confidence. It doesn't need to necessarily be made through the gym. It can be doing jiu-jitsu or any other kind of exercise, biking, you know, but build stronger character. But maybe being big sometimes just makes you an asshole too. I know many people I grew up with who were like also big and they were just like arrogant because of it, but not me. But I'm not that big. Like if you were like 6'6" or 6'8" or something, that's probably where the problems would start, you know, like, yeah. Yeah, them jeans went, let's go boys, potatoes aren't main course no more. Yeah. Meat's back on the menu, boys. Meat just happened to be a very close relative. Unfortunately for my people, I guess. Yeah. But anyway, we've turned out okay, I guess. I don't know what Ireland's like right now. Well, Conor McGregor's going to run for fucking president and prime minister there. They're probably not saying a lot. Yeah, I've been going to wakes my entire life, and bottle fucking opens as soon as you leave the church. Oh, really? My wife's grandmother passed, and I went to a Shiva, and they apparently eat their grief. Oh, really? Oh, fuck, man, yeah. What's the saying again? It's slante, or how the fuck you say it. It's like the cheers in Ireland or whatever. I actually haven't been. Everyone just always told me to go, but I'd rather, honestly, man, I'd rather go to fucking Italy. Personally, I'd rather go fucking Italy. Better food there, so yeah. Fuck me. You were in ninja shape in high school, not so much now. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah. Well, I weigh way more now than I did actually in high school too. It's unfortunately, yeah. Fuck me. Prost, Slante, and Prost. Yeah, Prost is the Eastern European one, isn't it? Yeah. Slante. However you say it. Fuck, I don't know how you say it. Yeah. Conor McGregor went Ultra Instinct. Oh, God, man. He's just like...
Keep your mouth shut, kid. Never speak about me. Ever in your life. Watch yourself around me. Because you be out here quick. Let me tell you.
He's beating up fucking women. Oh, my fucking God. What in the...
Too slow and too stiff. You're stiff as a board.
What in the fuck, man? Holy fuck. Oh my God. God Jesus. Nice. The memes. Where did the fucking interview go? Okay. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah. This is 2 hours long. I'm probably not going to watch all of it. Not that I want to skip through it. You're stiff as a board. Yeah. He's definitely a meme, that guy. Definitely coked out of his mind lately, but which is unfortunate for him, probably. I did want to see, what did she say about this? Not to skip ahead, but this is kind of relevant to the discussions usually. I just want to see what she said about this quickly. This is John Mack, so.
That question.
Yeah, and we also have to ask, to the materialists out there, if this is all quackery, why revoke her license? Why are you threatened at all?
Mm-hmm.
Let her continue to do her studies. They're not going anywhere because it's all fake or whatever.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it shows an insecurity. The
Yeah.
fact that you have to censor, means there's maybe even a part of you that thinks that this is real.
Right.
And it's funny. I was just with her. I didn't realize this. She's such a fascinating person. She has this kind of analogous life with John Mack, like where she was friends with John Mack, who's at Harvard. Similar situation where traditionally kind of pedigreed guy, head of the Harvard psychiatry department, very serious background. And towards the end of his life starts to study all of these people who are earnestly coming to him saying, we've had all these, alien abduction experiences.
Yeah.
And he was persecuted by Harvard. There was a trial there.
Yeah.
And so he dies. He gets hit by a car very tragically in London. And she goes to his memorial. And I guess all the people at my memorial are like, Dr. Powell, you have to take on Dr. John Mack's legacy. This is really important. And I think she ends up running his institute. I think it's called GEM or something. And then she buys this house, which serendipitously kind of comes into view for her in Oregon. And the house's birth date when it was built was the same birthday as John Mack or something. And so it's this very interesting kind of synchronicity.
God.
Helping her from the other side. Who knows? Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, man. Yeah. Stanton first. Yeah, John, I think a lot of people's problem with the abduction phenomena, aside from the fact that it's all metaphysical, is people don't really have, for instance, people that were at Harvard with John. John was looking at these accounts like, well, maybe this is a symptom of some advanced intelligence interacting with us. And people suppose that they are able to understand, or they should be able to understand, or they can understand how and when we get reached out to, how that's going to happen. That's one of the problems I think that you run into is they're like, well, but that's ridiculous. Why would people talk to these abductees? Why would they abduct them and then wipe their memories or store it in this area of the brain where childhood trauma resides? It's like, well, if they would come, they would announce themselves and land on the lawn. And it's like, you don't know that. You don't know that, right? And that's the problem where I think they're trying to ground themselves constantly. And that's the thing when people are very material based or materialistic, or the materialists, to say they definitely want to always ground themselves. But you need to be careful because there's so much that we don't know, and we shouldn't suppose necessarily that's what would happen, especially when we're dealing with entities that are not like us. First of all, we're trying to use examples and analogies of when Columbus met with the natives, right? It's like, no, or Cortez, right? That's not necessarily how it might go, because we haven't really dealt with these other intelligences, and we shouldn't suppose that they're like us as well. But in the same vein, I think it's, we also shouldn't suppose that we're going to be able to wrap our heads around it, right? Around a species that's a million years ahead of us. So thanks, man. And I think that's really what you're dealing with when they approach things like that, and they're highly critical and skeptical and dubious of it. And you should be skeptical of it, obviously. If some guy comes off the street and says, I just talk to the Pleiadians, right? If someone says it to you like that, you're going to be like, okay, bud. But if you had somebody come, like a lawyer at one of the top firms, or X, Y, and Z examples of it's the kind of people like that John Mack encountered, and they're like, yeah, this is fucked. I've been dealing with this my whole life. I would like you to look into this, and and you go through, and you're like, oh my god, I think it really could be a symptom of something advanced dealing with this. But anyway, I'll keep playing the video. But yeah. Yeah. John made me feel like I wasn't insane. And it's important because, again, kind of how this lady's covering this phenomena, although I don't know if there's anything to this, but it's how you approach things. And I think we should definitely be approaching these kinds of anomalous things that are beyond some of them are beyond our conception, maybe, right? It's a million years ahead of us, but it's just tempering the hubris a bit, right? And we definitely need people to be skeptical. To approach something skeptically is fine. It's when you approach things like negatively, right? And it becomes malicious at some point, right? They're almost like malevolent, like they're trying to just put these people down and harm them and tarnish their name and bury them. And that's when ego gets involved with this too, I think, where you have people. And some people like John were like, why are they doing this? I can't believe that they're acting like this. People are my colleagues. It's like, John, like this, it's like, because he approaches everything with an open mind and he treats people, with respect. And he is a hard time understanding that what really was going on here was bruised egos, because ultimately, John was getting a lot of attention from the media about this. And there's people that have built their reputation on this is all bullshit. Don't worry, like, oh, I come to this guy. He's told me it's all bullshit, right? If this turns out to be true, where John starts turning over rocks and this turns out to be legitimate, probably in a similar situation with this, if there turns out to be anything to it, there's people involved with that board that are kind of look like they've got egg on their face. Happens too in other communities like archaeology, same thing, the whole alternative ancient history arguments where it just doesn't let your competition die. Your competition has to die to move on. It's pretty sad, but yeah. Human factor in man's will to power over others. Yeah, and no, it doesn't matter how much education you have. This is human nature. Yeah, only cured by virtue. Or death. Death is unfortunately the other thing that moves these disciplines forward. But I mean,
Gosh,
I think that's pretty much it.
Just in awe right now that you're bringing this up, because on the car ride over here, I was talking to my producer, Jen, and she said, she was talking about the UFO, just like the world, how often it's interviews and it's a lot of the science and everyone's looking at the science and the experiencers and not experience, the disclosure and the technology and XYZ. And I said, I didn't really understand the whole world until I read John Mack's book. And I understood what all these experiences were talking about. And it made my heart and my body like ache and hurt and swell and confused. And I bought in. Then I was like awakened to it because I understood what people were experiencing.
Yes.
And anyway, we were talking about that in a way here, that like the gifts of like John Mack bringing these experiences, not just, you don't have to, I can't speak for everyone. From my point of view, you don't have to prove everything with instruments and data.
Yes.
And look at these hundreds of people having the same experience all over the world. That's what John Mack did.
Yeah. It's important to confirm it without doubt, right? Because ultimately how we'll eliminate that element of doubt, it's through that instrumentation, right? And that hard evidence. We'll then ground ourselves in this, which will help, and we can really move forward with it. But yeah, absolutely. I think it's, and that's what Jalen Hynek, that's what him and Jacques Vallée, that's what turned them both, right? They were tasked with essentially running a cover-up on the UFO phenomena, and the guy they hired, the accredited astronomer, ended up doing a 180 and flipping because of that human element. Because, your bullshit detector in person is a little bit different than it is from a distance. And when you're around people and you're talking with them and you get to know them personally and their struggles and, financial struggles, and that they're not people trying to make money or grift off of this. They actually had a genuine experience and they're communicating that genuinely. It's a human element, right? And you don't want to just relegate yourself completely to that data either, although it's very important. Because again, if it's a metaphysical phenomena that can't be studied with data, I would want to still contend with it, which is then your only frame of reference would be talking with people who've experienced it. That can be a part of the phenomena, the intention by those beings visiting us, maybe to keep it at a distance like this as well, for reasons we don't understand. So, and it is important. That's why the anecdotes are important, Anyway, the anecdotes are, if you're going to create a hypothesis on something, that's what you might do at first, right? And then you go and you look from the evidence later, right? And you get your theory together and you test it, right? But it's still important. The problem with some of the hardcore debunking community as well which is just the level of smooth I have a hard time comprehending. But like they'll come up with these explanations that aren't any way, shape, or form in line with the anecdotes of like the people that have been involved with, let's say, a sighting. where it doesn't fit the narrative at all. And their explanation as to like how it fits is, oh, well, they just were misseeing what they were seeing, right? It was actually a plane. It's like, you fucking idiot. That's not how this works. It has to line up, especially the person's of sound mind, especially if you have multiple eyes seeing something. For instance, maybe like the Tic Tac incident that happened, right, with Fravor, where you had multiple people see this thing. It's like, it's obvious. Those are obviously ridiculous examples, right? But, oh God, yeah. I don't think the things visiting us are necessarily super advanced compared to us. Maybe a few hundred, maybe a few thousand years. I mean, that's a long time, but I think they're from here and have a different tech tree. Imagine trying to create a tech underwater with a different environment. Pressure and physics that we deal with in the sense of what you have to daily deal with to iterate innovation. Really, so you don't think they could be that advanced? Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say, man. I think you probably have to look at our physics. We're using us as a frame of reference, I guess, and how long we've been technological. They could be maybe just they're inevitably ahead of us because they've conquered FTL and we haven't. So if they conquered FTL, irregardless of if they're like objectively a younger species, their progression technologically is ahead of ours because they've been able to conquer something we don't understand. And we actually have no real idea how long it's going to take until we can actually conquer that. Maybe up until recently, maybe even some of our technological advancements as of the last couple decades haven't actually been due to some back engineering programs, which would then mean that, they helped us along on this tree. So using us as an example may not even be good comparatively. But, who knows? I mean, they could be, and there could be some that are millions of years of advanced from us, or it could be beyond that even, right? Or it could even be a couple thousand. It's hard to say. But yeah, I think we should stick to what we know, but not cut ourselves off from exploring rationally. Yeah, but usually Occam's razor is a thing to consider. It is, man, absolutely is. Yeah, it sometimes gets overused, and sometimes people will try and apply it to very complicated situations, which is also a problem where they'll try and go for the simplest explanation in something that's unbelievably complicated. And it's like, no, not always, right? But yeah, it helps. It definitely helps, I think. Yeah, you don't want to drive yourself insane either. So yeah, it's an easy out if you ask me. Look at the Discord link talking about how Lockheed had skin-based materials 2007. Shit's way funkier than we have awareness of here on Earth by humans. To most people, FTL travel is as complicated as building an iPhone. Really? You think? Well, okay. Well, there's the Alcubierre drive, but testing these things is also, we have to do that, right? But to do that, the energy generation problem, that's the other thing involved with it, but that's also a problem maybe that we could solve in 100 years. But like the energy required to actually bend time and space to create a warp bubble around a craft was an astronomical amount. Some people think they may have figured out a way to lower that. We'd have to wait until they actually do it to see. But that alone, so off of what we know right now, which obviously it could change, to do FTL, and if you're going to do it like through something like an Alcubierre drive, you need to generate a literal astronomical amount of energy to do it. So therefore, under that premise, we're a long ways off. Like we're like a type 0 civilization. You're at a type 1 plus to type 2 civilization level. And so that could be, I don't know what this scale is, but like 10 to 100,000 years. So that'd be one way, I think, to roughly estimate how advanced it would be, but then that's also not correct potentially. So yeah. So this is interesting shit. I mean, I'll watch the rest of this later. Definitely. It's intriguing conversation. Yeah. They go through all the different stories as well. I had no idea that she knew John Mack. That's a head trip. I did not know that she did. I guess depending on how old she is, she very well could have known him. How old is she? I guess she's not that. She didn't look that old. Probably like in her 60s, maybe 50s, 60s. So yeah, I guess she could technically know him. So was she involved with Harvard too? Harvard scientist, right there in the fucking like okay. Fucking learn to read. There you go. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah. I think we should approach these things. I think we should. I'm someone though that thinks we should constantly keep pushing the envelope. Why the fuck shouldn't we? It's like, no, don't. People will think you're crazy. It's like people who don't think might, right? I'm not really too concerned about those fucking people, honestly, right? They can go off and play with rocks and do their own fucking thing, you know? Yeah, that's kind of how I've always approached it. I don't have patience for that shit. But, cause that's how things get moved forward, right? I mean, I don't know. Whether it's with remote viewing or the UFO phenomena or abduction phenomena or whatever, I think we should just keep pushing the envelope personally, but fuck it, you know. Again, we shouldn't necessarily concern ourselves with what people who don't think about these kinds of things think. I mean, I def peer review is fucking important, but you know, like, yeah, yeah, fuck, yeah. She wasn't in Harvard. I would read in big letters on her website. She wasn't at Harvard, really? Okay. I think the anti-grav also distorts time. Interesting. Yeah, from our frame of reference, it looks super fast, but the craft is not. Well, if you're in your own gravitational field, to some degree, I guess it could. Yeah. That's like well, that's not necessarily a Bob Lazar thing. If you can make your own gravitational field, you can fuck around with time a bit too. You could potentially, if you're using that level of, if you're fucking around with that kind of energy, there's I think it's in general relativity, there might be a way to go back through time. And if you have that level of energy generation, you could hypothetically maybe do something like that. Like this could be way off base, but I think right now with the Alcubierre drive, which is effectively just like a reference to what Bob talked about, which really honestly it is, although it's based on the Star Trek warp bubble. But anyway, you're dealing with so much energy there, you could like fucking possibly even open like small black hole or something, right? So yeah. Jim, can we get you in a podcast form soon? Yeah, well, it's on YouTube, man. I could put them on I could put the talks on Spotify too, I guess, but it might be kind of, there's a lot of context of like watching video. Actually, copyright shit, I probably can't, unfortunately. Even doing this on YouTube is usually okay, but if Jesse sees people like me, like watching through his whole video and not talking or anything, he'll probably throw copyright, which, you know what? Fair enough, man. I think like watching stuff and like having commentary over it, like every once in a while, which is what I'm careful to do. Like if people are just sitting and watching like silently his 2-hour-long video, like just not, which is like a watch party thing, but then, you know, I could get in trouble. But yeah, these are all on you. You're going to be on YouTube from now on, putting them all on every day. So yeah. I was thinking of doing a podcast thing again with a buddy of mine, old Red Scale, if you're in here. We should fire that up again, actually. We do have one. I referenced it before, but yeah, fuck around and find out. We should. Maybe we speak about a different person. I mean, this doctor in the video was AFK a few minutes. Oh, yeah, this person. Yeah, she was, this is the girl who is doing the telepathy tapes. That supposedly Dr. Diana Powell, she is Harvard educated. She went to Harvard. Big money. I didn't have that kind of money. Diana Hennessy Powell, what is the full... Diana Hennessy Powell, I should pronounce her name properly. Neuropsychiatrist. Psychotherapist as well, okay. Harvard and Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics, that's not her. Anyway, okay, so she was, though, it said. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. What happened to the guy that disappeared after discovering time and instant distance travel? Who's this? I think the Wild Fellas should just get on it. I don't know, actually. Interesting. Yeah. I was going to see if I could... University of Chicago. No, that's the astrophysics girl. Harvard and Smithsonian. No, that's the other girl. I don't fucking know. Dr. Diana Powell, Harvard. Harvard. John Mack. Interesting. Formal bio. Dr. Powell joined the faculty of Harvard Medical School. Okay. In 1987. Oh my God. Okay. So she definitely could have run into John Mack then. Okay. Practicing psychiatrist, MD. Yeah. Interesting. Intriguing. Medical doctor. Yeah. Very interesting. Is there any pictures of her together with John? No, that's Deepak Chopra again. Oh, Deepak. Buddha at the gas pump interview. Interesting. Yeah. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll just start writing like Deepak books. Fucking just start pumping them out, you know? Throwing them out all over the store shelves, you know? Just essentially rewrite the same thing 30 fucking times. That's gross. AI will be great at doing that, though. Like, I bet AI could probably write you a Deepak Chopra book right now. I wouldn't be surprised if it fucking could. Yeah. He shut down too much. Oh, that guy. Mike Madman Markham. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. Discovering time and instant travel. The Madman. Well, it's kind of like, he's kind of like Tesla. He looks like fucking, what's his name, for Christ's sake? The meme maker that wanted to fight Hassan Piker. I forget what the fucking guy's name is again. What's his name? Fuck. Oh, fuck. He looks exactly like him. Oh, there's an obituary for someone named Mike Markham with a big beard. Maybe he finally conquered time travel. There he is right there. He came back as an old man and died. God damn. Yeah. It's one of those memes. Yeah. The Madman. Yeah. I'm not sure if you got it, but there's a segment where they talk about Deepak came to witness one of the kids in experiments. I can't remember if it was Kai. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, I did see that, Bones. It was, yeah, it was interesting. Yeah. He said he was blown away by it. I mean, yeah, it's one of those things. Deepak is, I don't know. I mean, he's a spiritual leader, I think. And you know what? We need those people. We need people who are these spiritual leaders. I've seen this before. You know, I've seen people in death will not really look for the most rational explanation sometimes, believe it or not, when they're dying. And so what they'll want is some spiritual leader to come in, like a priest or, you know, some Hindi master, you know, Buddhist master. Someone will come in who has studied these doctrines and they speak with more conviction, I guess. And some people may feel comfortable on like the afterlife and what lies beyond the veil, and whether or not like you believe that in the moment. Sometimes it's comforting to have someone tell you that everything's going to be okay, right? And it's this archetype of like the priest or the holy man or woman and the healer, and that, you know, there's definitely a purpose, I think, to people like Deepak. Clearly, he's a very established individual. Society for Brain Mapping and Therapeutics. What is his background officially? Is he just an author? Is that what he is? New Age guru, alternative medicine advocate. Yeah, I thought that was kind of his whole deal. But, you know, whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, he's probably helped tons of people. And again, in those moments, like when you're facing death, it's you need someone like this sometimes to kind of guide you through it. You don't need some dickhead being like, well, I don't know, there's no real proof of anything on the other side. You know, who knows? You might just be in the ground in the end. You might just be a dark black hole of nothingness, and I don't know. You don't really want to hear an I don't know when you're in that kind of situation. You want someone to come at you and say, I do know, I know this is the way, or I would use this the way, my brother. You will go over, that's not Deepak's fucking. We'll go over to the other side, my brother. I've seen it, right? However you want to put it, but you need someone that kind of speaks to you in that way with conviction. So anyway, that's I've seen this myself a couple times where people have been in this state where they needed the spiritual guidance, and I think it's something that is. We've lost it a little bit, though, you know, in this age of like rationalism. But to some degree, I think it's been good, but it's like the archetype of the priest, right? They're still out there, but it's like, you know, the wizards took over. Essentially, the magicians took over. The logic and, you know, although magic, I guess, doesn't necessarily fall in there, but it's kind of how I look at it, I guess. You know, the seers too. Seers were an essential part of our story for so long, right? I mean, seers and psychics, and I mean, every lord, every king, queen had their seer, their psychic, their medicine man or woman, right? The shaman. They had these people who communicated with someone who didn't understand, and we've just wrote all that off, and I think prematurely, honestly, in my opinion. But yeah, fuck. Yeah, powerful energy waves have been initiating our psychic gifts and spiritual mastery. Thought this guy was a geologist. You thought Deepak was a geologist? I mean, he's probably into crystals, so fuck, it might make sense. Yeah. You know the way, my brother. You know the way. The way to the other side. Fuck. I thought this guy was a fucking geologist. Powerful energy waves have begun initiating our psychic gifts and spiritual mastery. Oh my god. This guy gives me like male stripper energy for some reason. I don't know what the fuck it is. Like, he just has this like kind of, I don't know what it's, what I can't understand it, but something there. I don't know. Strange. It's just, I thought that the other time too. Who knows? What's that movie with Matthew McConaughey and that other guy? Fucking the stripper boy movie. I didn't see it actually, but it's not necessarily my thing. Oh, is it Meme Knuckles? Yeah, community shaman. Read the bones. My Ruda. Yeah. When I say magic is real, this guy's what I'm talking about. Through gestures, tone of voice, appearance, conviction, very important. The words of the spell itself. A man can cast a spell in large groups. It's true though, man. It is. It's how things worked in, well, and even the power of suggestion, right? With like modern magicians, like the ability they have to like kind of put people in this hypnotic state and cast a spell over them, right? You know, and then you have love potions like the alchemists. Now the alchemists work for the evil globalists at pharmaceutical companies, and they're trying to poison everybody. And like, so the evil wizards have taken over the alchemists. I miss the old times when like things were more localized, and you just had your local wizard, you had your local alchemist, you had your local seer, right? You had your local warriors. Yeah. Now it's all fucking so complicated now, man. Fuck yeah. Fuck. Strikes me more of like an accountant who meditates. Oh, there's no sound. Hold on.
Wave of energy that's washed over planet Earth over the past 5 days. This started exactly on New Year's Day with a severe geomagnetic storm, which caused massive energy perturbations across the entire planet. And some of this bled into the Schumann resonances, Earth's natural wavelengths of light that overlap with our brainwaves, our heart rhythms, our consciousness. We see that energy behind me here with some spectrogram
Oh my
data.
god.
And this is triggering a great initiation into
Local
2025,
mushroom pickers, yeah, those fucking people.
a year that promises to be unlike any other, a year of great change and also
I think it's off the deep end. I
cycles,
mean,
karmic cycles.
I don't know.
There's also some very powerful planetary resonances working in the background. We will have Saturn and Neptune move from Pisces into the very beginning of Aries, starting a brand new cycle through the zodiac in 2025, highlighting the connection between the physical body and physical.
I used to go to Deluxe and we used to get fish and chip, you know, back in the day. And when I got my fish and chip, I'd get the fucking like little paper they had by like the ketchup tray, and they had like all the astrological fucking predictions for that month on like Tauros and Virgo and shit. I'm Tauros, and so I'd always look at the prediction for Tauros. It's like, you'll have great luck this week. And I'm like, oh fuck, I was eating my dirty fucking fish and chip. And I feel like this guy like started reading those and it got into it, you know, really got into it, you know, took it seriously. On the Wizard Mountain. Fish and chip, just one chip. We say fish and chip here because Acadians like have a hard time like referring to things like sometimes like in the plural, like the fish and chip there. You got the fish and chip there? Like there's like 3 pieces of fish and there's like multiple chips, right? You got the fish and chip there. That's what they say fucking in New Brunswick. New Brunswick's a bilingual country. When you go to the north, it's like, what is French? Is it Franglish they call? Like they'll talk to you like, oh, le bonjour there, monsieur, down by the port there, have some Monster Energy drinks, monsieur. You know, fucking, it's like all this, it's fucked. Like, it's almost worse than someone just speaking French to you. You're like, brother, what in the fuck are you saying? Like, and I can't speak French, so Oh, it's so bad. There's is it chiek? There's a name for it. It's so bad. Deluxe is greasy and you love it. I haven't been there in a long time, man. Yeah. Frikaze, Franglish, is it Franglish? Yeah. Fuck yeah. Katie speaking of French or English. You should listen. I usually don't listen to them yet. Oh, you got low sense for that chip, mate. Golfing prohibited. Fuck yeah. I would love for an Acadian to go to France and just see how that goes down. When we were in France, like, was it a year or two ago? I didn't even try to fucking speak French to them. I was like, because I know what happens. Like, they think the Canadian French, they just laugh. So usually I just speak English ignorantly. And, I remember I went to this like local hipster coffee spot and asked for an Americano. And you would have thought I pulled a gun out of my fucking pocket and pointed at this guy's fucking head. Because you go and you speak like I'm speaking and with my accent to a Frenchman and ask for an Americano, they instantly think I'm from fucking the States and they hate Americans. And so then he gave me this whole thing of how they don't do that drink there. And I was like, brother, it's fucking an espresso shot with water. What the fuck don't you mean you don't do it there? Anyway. But I would love to see an Acadian going in around. Just fucking... There'd probably be a fight. There'd probably be a fucking fight. Like, yeah. Holy fuck. Yeah. Just nuts. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I haven't been in Deluxe in a long time, man. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. You don't speak bad English, most hate it, some embrace it. Yeah, same man. Fuck.
For reality and the spiritual body and spiritual dimensions.
Same with Newfies. So Newfies are just as bad.
That is one reason why when we have these big energy increases, a lot of people feel these very strongly with different physical symptoms. And there is an integration that is needed to come to terms with these energies and the energy and information that they provide, the upgrade to consciousness that they offer you. So I'm here to help you with that. I'm your host, Stefan Burns. And so we're going to...
Wait. Is he an actual geophysicist? Like, is he actually a geophysicist? Listen, I run into people like this. They're accredited people and they're just into like kind of some woo stuff. Fuck it. Whatever. I mean, I have a background academically, although I'm not like as accredited as that. Maybe someday. But I like woo stuff. I mean, he's like fucking, he's down in it though. Like, where's his stuff at? What's this? Earthing shoes? Oh, don't, it'd be some fucking butt plug site or something. Earthing all natural copper plug. What in the fucking Billy Maher cult is this shit? What the fuck? X. Here we go. Official X account. He's got 1,300 followers. Shop holistic wellness products. Spiritual herbal tea. Holistic gut book. Here he is. I wish I had the conviction just to do stuff like this. Like, one good turtle. Yeah, okay. Herbal tea blend. Probably just went up the back lawn and fucking just picked up just got a handful of fucking weeds and threw it in there. Like Buddy at the fucking halal booth in New York there, just grabs a pigeon with a fucking plastic bag, walks back in the booth. Fuck. Yeah. It's called don't air meat. Don't know what's in it. Don't matter. Tastes good. Dare, Yeah, fuck me. The American accent wasn't an accident, though. There has to be a concentrated effort to ensure no local accents. Fuck, man. Yeah. I mean, it's the thing, like, to Americans, I sound Canadian. To anybody other than Americans, I will sound American. I don't sound, well, like, if you heard Digi's voice, you'd know that he was Canadian. Digi, you have a Canadian voice. People that live out west have a distinctly Canadian voice. Like they just have, my cousins live out west and every time I talk to them or I see them, which isn't very frequently, I'm like, fuck, you sound Canadian. I don't really sound Canadian. I sound probably more American than Canadian. So yeah, it's complicated. Yeah. My Slovak aunt and uncle came to visit, and my cousin had to translate, but my aunt and I got by and bonded over humming orchestral tunes together. She was a concert violinist and just vibe with music. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Yeah. My 2 roommates are Newfies and 2 New Brunswickers. Oh, Jesus. Just imagine the drinks and food here. We live out west now. Like, fuck, man. God damn it, yeah. Fuck me. They do have localized accents. This is the things I don't believe at all. Oh, really? Yeah. State by state, there are. Yeah, there are. Yeah, there are. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's been a constant effort to ensure no local accents. Yeah, yeah. There are actually people from California, people from New York, people from Florida. Oh my God, there's so many. Even here in Canada, there's a lot. Like usually the Maritimers, like New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, are pretty much the same. We sound like the Trailer Park Boys is one way. Like the slang is like kind of how they did a really good job with
Schumann
that.
resonances in today's video. We'll also touch on that geomagnetic storm, which set off this power wave, and some of the other rare energies that popped up at the same time.
It's pretty. It's hard to tell. But it is there a bit. But get some fucking cigs, bud. You out in the fucking woods, bud. It's like that's how people in New Brunswick talk. Like that's literally like if you're hanging around some Jim Bobs, like that's bud. You go fucking in the woods, bud. Fucking smoke, bud. Fucking go fucking shoot like a fucking couple darts, bud, out in the woods. It's like it's very weird. Anyway, it's just yeah. Play the southern accent when I'm tired and drunk. Southern. Oh, I fucking love the southern accent so much. Who is it? Travis Taylor. Because like it's this meme where like people think that like he sounds like this like cowboy, and it is probably people that know in the South that know this, but people sometimes like equate it with like slowness or something, which isn't true at all. But Travis has like this super thick, he's a buddy off Ancient Aliens. He's a super thick fucking accent. He's a brilliant guy. He's like an astrophysicist. And it's always funny though, just his mannerisms though. Like he's like some cowboy off the ranch, but he's a fucking rocket scientist and astrophysicist. And I was like, oh, it's funny as fuck. Like, you know, fucking Sam Squanches, Ricky. Yeah. You get a pretty southern accent when you're tired or drunk. Oh, really? Yeah. Texas 100% stands out. Yeah. Just out for a rip, are you, bud? Yeah. Just out for a fucking rip, bud. Yeah. That's literally it. Yeah. Bubbles what? Yeah. I lived in California. Go listen to a surfer, then go listen to someone from Boston. Yeah. That's exactly it. Yeah.
Low frequency.
I don't know, man. What's this guy? Schumann resonance. Great intuition. Man, I don't do your thing. You got 150,000 subscribers. You know, pull those big dick checks in. I mean, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I think people aren't really watching for anything too specific. They probably just like the vibe, right? That's fine. Kind of like the spiritual leader thing. Except this all looks pretty apocalyptic, so you could maybe start to go a little bit cult-like there. We've kind of like the same color and skin tones, right? One of my Celtic brothers, I guess. Trained at the same wizardry school, maybe, I don't know. Ate the same mushrooms off the back lawn when they were quite ripe. Yeah. Which is fucking worse, the fucking Sam Squanches or Sam Losco, the fucking caveman, brother. Good fucking question. Yeah. Oh fuck. I miss Trailer Park Boys. God damn it. Yeah, I got some other stuff up here I was gonna go over actually. This is a from the Black Vault. This is what I was going to talk. This is what's in the fucking title. Grusch met with Canadian MPs. People obviously know who Grusch is. People that don't know, he's the intelligence officer there that came out over a year ago now on News Nation. Very accredited individual from the military who had worked for the UAP task force. Interviewed over 40 first-hand witnesses to the reverse engineering programs going on with UAPs. Interesting. Quite the claims. So, oh, that's right. Thank you, sir. You actually have linked it within the image. That's wonderful. So, what's this saying here? When was this published? This was recent. Brother, why do you have like 30,000 fucking ads on your website? Isn't that the Game of Thrones girl? Newly released documents obtained. What the fuck is this? The fuck is this? Is this his official site? What the fuck are you doing with the ads, bud? Newly released documents obtained under Canada's Access to Information Act have revealed details of a meeting between Larry Maguire, a Canadian member of Parliament, and David Grusch, a senior intelligence officer with the U.S. National Geospatial Intelligence Agency that many in the media have called the UFO whistleblower. The meeting, which occurred on May 31st, 2022, focused on unidentified aerial phenomena and sheds lights and discussions about sensitive topics spanning international borders. The documents, uncovered by open source researcher Steve T., after a lengthy appeal process, provided partial insight into the exchange, but are heavily redacted, leaving significant questions unanswered. The meeting between Maguire and Grusch took place over a year before Grusch's public testimony, before the U.S. Congress in July 2023 and prior to his April 2023 Defense Office of Pre-Publication Security Review approval for publicly discussing information related to UAPs. This timing raises important questions about whether Grusch, who discussed highly sensitive topics with a foreign government official, had the necessary authorization or assurances that what he disclosed was unclassified. Despite the unclassified designation of the meeting, the extensive redactions in the document suggest the topics discussed were considered sensitive enough to warrant shielding from public view, adding to the controversy surrounding Grusch's roles in the international dimensions of UAP discourse. What the fuck? What are these ads, man? The meeting notes document Maguire asking Grusch 14 detailed questions about UAP-related issues. Grusch's responses touched on topics such as U.S.-Canadian collaboration on UAP investigations, NORAD's involvement in theories about UAP activity near nuclear facilities. Notably, Grusch mentioned the existence of compelling UAP footage held by the U.S. government, which he suggested could help acclimate the public to the reality of the phenomena. Ooh, that's spicy, isn't it? Yeah. Many subs to go to you install AdBlock. I had it installed, and then I went to go watch a YouTube video, and YouTube told me to shut it off or I couldn't watch the video. I don't know what the fuck happened, but how many subs? How many subs do I have to go? How many? Well, I have it installed right now. I have it installed. It's fucking annoying. I had to shut it off every once in a while and watch YouTube videos. I don't know why. Yeah. Daddy's temper and mama's doesn't even say. That I'm looking at the outfit this gentleman's wearing, which is like, you're wearing that at the gym, bro? Like, what the fuck? The fuck? We can go back to like 1983 here or what? Like, yeah. Fuck. It's clearly Congress is now fully aware of the reality of UAPs. There is a schedule of how you prefer information gets released to the public to slowly acclimatize the issue. These strategy decisions are not at his level. With some of the pilot videos that will be declassified, releasing them will be a good way to acclimatize the public. They have 80 plus years of stigma to reduce and circumvent. Lots of government, including the US, have not been forthcoming with their data. He also referred to historical Canadian research efforts such as Project Magnet, led by Wilbert Smith in the 1950s, indicating a potential historical role for Canada in gathering and studying UAP data. In discussing current U.S.-Canadian interactions, Grusch described limited cooperation between the two nations, citing classified meetings between the U.S. National Intelligence Manager for Aviation and the Royal Canadian Air Force earlier this year. He also emphasized the necessity of physical evidence to determine the origin of UAP, highlighting limitations of relying solely on passive data collection such as radar and infrared sensors. Yet, many of his statements were obscured by redactions, which include entire answers to several key questions posed by Maguire. The redactions themselves raised critical questions about the transparency of the meeting and the information exchanged. Canadian authorities justify the redactions by citing potential harm to international relations, specifically with the United States. Despite these justifications, it remains unclear why a meeting believed to be unclassified would require such extensive redactions. Since June 2023, the Black Fold has been pursuing a FOIA request of the NGA to obtain emails from David Grusch's inbox containing a comprehensive list of UAP-related keywords. This request holds the potential to unveil an extraordinary inside look at Grusch's UAP-related activities, including his meeting with Maguire and possibly much more. Well then, brother John, I don't think you're gonna fucking get that probably. However, as the day this article is published, the Black Fold has been informed by the NGA that requested approximately number 200 on the agency's backlog list with an estimated completion time stretching to 22 to 25 months. Yeah. Good luck fucking wait for that. Oh, this is the whole document here. Oh, why the fuck was I reading through all this other shit? Interesting. Yeah. Fuck. YouTube been doing it for a while with ad blockers. uBlock getting around it, to which Google were overheard saying they can't keep getting away with it. So you're saying, oh, I didn't mean to open that. You're saying I need to get fucking uBlock. I had ad block and now I get fucking uBlock. I can't fucking just use ad block. Okay. You can't watch YouTube first on live stream, but now using VPN. Really? What? That's weird. Yeah. Holy fuck, yeah. The Royal Air Force badge on the page had Latin referencing stars in it. That's interesting, yeah. I'm just gonna kill uBlock soon. Oh, fuck. Yeah, man. They just want us to fucking... They just want us to see the ads. They want us to digest the ads. We have to see the ads. We don't have a fucking choice. We're being forced to digest them. Is it Trump, the aliens, to make New World Order? Detroit Substance. Is Trump going to talk to the aliens and make the New World Order? Brother, I hope not. Is Greenland going to be the base of operations for the Galactic Federation soon once Trump invades it? I'm pretty close. We can take a boat and go head on over if that happens. Happy to link up with the U.S. Embassy staff. This is just a Zoom meeting between Grusch and this Canadian official. He believes there are Canadian holdings as he's heard anecdotal information. The RCMP has received UAP data, and they had an office until the early 1990s. He doesn't know the size, scope, or scale of Canadian efforts, but mentioned Wilbur Smith, a former Transport Canada employee, and Project Magnet, which is active in the 1950s. Have either American military intelligence officials reached out to their Canadian counterparts in their plans to investigate UAP? There have been very limited interactions to date. The U.S. National Intelligence Manager for Aviation of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence had a series of classified meetings with himself and the Royal Canadian Air Force in Ottawa about 3 months ago. Okay. We've not extended the olive branch. The Royal Canadian Air Force. Has either U.S. Space Command or NORAD shared evidence or investigative techniques with our embedded Canadian personnel? Blocked out. How involved is NORAD into the efforts of collecting information on UAP? Blank. The only NORAD interactions he's aware of are the conversations he's had with blank, blank, blank. They said stuff like, see stuff, they will capture the data and send it to Radar Squadron for analysis, blank. Do you believe it's the Canadian Security Intelligence Service or the Communications Security Establishment that has led in Canada on this issue, or do you believe it's Canadian Armed Forces? You heard anecdotally there were certain U.S. historical activities with Canada. That's all redacted. Will there be an official ask from the American officials to various Canadian departments to collaborate in efforts to determine the origin and intent of UAP? Redacted. He mentioned that a legislation that passed in Congress in 21, there was a specific section on material recovery and exploitation. That sounds like holy crap. The section of legislation is out there for public consumption. Yeah, blank. Okay. We don't reinvent the wheel in Canada. Will the new UAP office be willing to share their science plan with Canadian departments? Okay. UAP was not spoofing the pilots and was seen on multiple sensors. Top officials are going to have to open their minds to this possibility. Asking questions Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission about open source UAP incidents in our nuclear facilities. What is the working hypothesis for why there seems to be more UAP sightings in our nuclear facilities? Been issued since 1950s and 60s. He has talked to many researchers and they have not determined the nexus. He imagines there's a lot of unreported UAP activity near Canadian nuclear facilities. There's one in New Brunswick, actually. Go ask the boys. Could be a good collaborative activity. Who the fuck knows? Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Trump even. Yeah. Blank, blank, blank. Yeah. They're not wanting to share much. If parliamentary committee starts a study into UAP, do you have any recommendations on who in the Canadian government should be invited to testify because they possess relevant information or have worked on this issue in the past? Former Transport Canada employee Wilbur Smith, a senior radio engineer for Transport Canada, who passed away decades ago, went to the U.S. and met with American officials and was given information on an artifact. Blank. Redacted. Fuck's sakes. A lot of people in the U.S. that have been working on UAP research want to appear at a congressional hearing or requesting immunity so they can break their non-disclosure agreements. These people believe they are beholden to classified compartmented activities they have worked on over the years and cannot tell Congress because they think they swore an oath not to. They also worry the activities they were part of could potentially have violated some sections of the U.S. Code. They're working on providing the immunity so they felt comfortable. There will be no reprisals or retribution. He imagines if there were Canadians involved in any of these activities, they will want the same thing. Recommends Canada create a UAP group like what the Americans are doing. He is currently working with an NGA historian, redacted, fuck's sakes. He said he will dig to see what Canadians could potentially appear at a committee as he doesn't make it a habit to research allies. He will task an NGA historian to look through their information, see if there's anything relating to Canada that can point us in the right direction. Up until 1993, the RCMP collected UAP information from across Canada. He doesn't know what the record retention is like. He suggested that Transport Canada will possess historical UAP information. Redacted. Motherfuckers. Side quest? What is side quest for after? What is this now?
When you can play anywhere.
Trump just dropped a nuke. Is it just an Asman video? Oh.
Going to be announcing a
a future date pretty soon, we're going to change, because we do most of the work there and it's ours, changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
Oh my God.
Brother,
Which is
amen.
a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America. What a beautiful name. And it's appropriate.
What's Mexico going to do about it? What's Mexico going to do about it?
It's appropriate because
It's
Canada
appropriate.
and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line and you take a look at what that looks like.
So, okay, let's think about this logically.
What if the United States, Mexico, and Canada became one country? If all three nations joined together to form a single country, they could call it COM, or the United Nations of COM, and it would instantly become the most powerful country in the world. Economically, this union would dominate with a GDP of over $28 trillion, making it the richest country on Earth. The US's $25 trillion economy would lead, boosted by Canada's energy resources and Mexico's manufacturing strength. Geographically, this supernation would span 21.66 million square kilometers, overtaking
This
Russia.
is not even considering Greenland. It would
Cum?
be GCOM, right? Because Greenland.
It would command the world's most advanced and powerful military. So, would you want the US to
Cum.
form COM and reshape the world?
Well, there it is, boys.
Would you be a part of COM? Does Asman have a fucking new chain on or some shit?
4 years
This guy
of this.
fucking blinging the fuck out on us? He's multimillionaire, I guess.
Changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And we're
COM. Oh my God. No, I can tell you what it'd be called right now. It would be called the United States of America. That's because we wouldn't be able to do anything about any of that if they wanted to come across the border and do something to us. So yeah, he cleaned his room so he got a necklace. Was that his reward? Fucking, he's blinging himself out. Goddamn, no. Fuck. Anyway, you still got the wizard look going on though. Whatever. Fucking Asman, rocket, my brother. Do what you gotta do. Yeah. Why not just take the whole Northern Hemisphere then? Why not take South America? What the fuck are they gonna do about it? I mean, and for that matter, why not take all the Pacific Islands? You already got Hawaii, so I mean, just take the rest of them. And then, you know, I hate to say this, but like, you might as well go after Africa after that. I mean, they're probably not gonna be able to do anything once you've got fucking two continents that are attacking them. And then really it's just Europe that's left, and by that point, good luck. So, things might get messy soon. I have no idea. I mean, who would have thought that this would have happened? Who would have thought that such a thing would have happened? Yeah. America versus everyone. I mean, listen, I mean, they were funding like most of NATO, so you got to think like they had the resources to dominate everything and everyone. Yeah. Kimberly Dude of New Zealand's Armed Forces. Yes, both men agree. We got sharp sticks and harsh language, the likes of which the Yanks have never seen. You from New Zealand, man? Holy fuck. What time is it right now? Is it like 9 o'clock in the morning? Interesting, yeah. Don't worry, America Bros. Yeah, will you stick up for us? Will you literally stick up for us here, guys? Will you protect us from this crazy orange man fucking that's coming across the border and telling us what to do? I'm very close to the border, so I mean, I'm going to be the first one to probably swear my oath to the pledge my allegiance to the flag when it happens. And then I'm going to go buy an assault rifle because then I should be able to. And then I'll feel like a true American. I'll get a diesel truck. I'll have an assault rifle, and I will be fully converted. I'm looking forward to it, actually. Yeah, they're gonna spray social media with all this shit and try to swap people like in the election. Nothing like spreading ourselves too thin, like Papa Putin wants. Fuck yeah. You just don't trust the MIC higher ups. Oh yeah, man. No. Well, I mean, you know, again, it's like they are. I pulled this up yesterday. Where is it? Fuck. Fuck. 36.3 right now. We just crossed 36 last month, I think. So it's not going to stop. It's just going to keep going. So, yeah, she just keeps going and going and going. And, I thought, okay, you can't do the projection. Hold on. Let's go to 2029. 48. That's assuming we don't have another flu that rips through, right? There might be another flu or two that happens, you know, to really put her into the fucking hole. So that's assuming everything goes at the current trajectory. We're at 48 in 2029. So, oh, Christ. Median income is 43K. Where is that now, or is that, where was the median income at? Hold on. No, fuck. Of course, it's all one fucking picture, for Christ's sake. I can't click on it. Interest on the debt, 1.3 trillion. Total interest paid. Oh, this is dirty. Total U.S. debt is 135 trillion. U.S. total interest paid is 7 trillion. Total personal, oh my fucking God. Holy shit. By 2029, every single person in the United States will have a debt of 20, what is that? Now, where is the individual again? I can't fucking see it on here. I have to fucking take a second to actually look. It does show the individual, like, personal savings per family, $1,000. This is just, like, sickening to watch. Like, holy shit. Yeah. Unbelievable. Yeah. It's like your student debt. Yeah, man. God damn it. Yeah. Sign up for the Kung Flu and prep for the invasion. Yeah, man, absolutely. Yeah. Fuck me. U.S. Department of Justice said it's expanding an antitrust lawsuit against property management software company RealPage, this time adding 6 landlord companies. Semi-related. Pricing scheme that harms millions. Oh, wonderful. Yeah. Just keep printing it until you can wipe your ass with it. Oh, that's weird. It didn't link it, huh? That's strange. Yeah, that's what we're on track for anyway. Yeah, fuck. Loads when you refresh. Okay. Strange. I still can't do it, yeah. Intriguing. Well, they're just ripping people off. Large Atlanta landlord, 5 other pricing scheme that harms millions. I mean, well, all the fucking, Jesus Christ, we had rent caps in New Brunswick, and we had just gotten into a brand new place. This is like over a year ago. And then they took the rent cap off. And then when our lease was up, they were going to jack the rent up. And actually, they've jacked it up even more. And so I told them to go fuck themselves. So ridiculous, yeah. Oh, it blocks Canadian IPs. Oh, that's interesting. Wow. They can go fuck themselves, yeah. Create debt that big and not worry about it. Just ignore it, spend the money. Well, that's the thing, man. It's ridiculous in that it's just some weird game we're playing now. It's really faith in, like, the United States military, really. It's what we have our faith in now with the US dollar. That if push comes to shove, they'd beat everybody up. And we're like, okay, yeah, you still win. All right. Now, if that dynamic changes, then that's when the problems begin. But it's like this faith-based system, man. Because, like, none of it's backed by anything other than just faith. It's crazy. Yeah. Your faith is falling. Oh, man, I mean, yeah. The non-AK-47 freedom, yeah. This is Keynesian economics. They believe money printing equals more GDP and more goods that will even it out. Oh, man, yeah, that's pretty delusional, isn't it? Anyway, they just got to keep it going for a couple more years, and then maybe there'll be an apocalypse or something, right? Or they'll just wipe everybody out, right? Just, oh, another one got out. This one's really bad. And then we'll worry when, like, Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos and Elon and Mark Zuckerberg, when they just go on an extended holiday one month and no one knows where they are, and then we get news that something leaked out of a lab, that's when we start to really worry. When those guys go on an extended vacation to their fucking bunkers in Hawaii, that's the one I'll be really worried about. That might be in the works right now. They might be cooking something up right now. Who the fuck knows? I mean, I wouldn't put it past those motherfuckers. Well, this was somewhat disappointing, honestly. That. Oh, here we go. Does it? In terms of classifying UAP either by shape, size, speed, or the capabilities, as the evidence suggests, we are dealing with multiple types of technologies, including different origins. Navy commander near Norfolk, Virginia, personally witnessed a 300-foot-long triangle craft fly over his head. He sent us a physicist, and having even smarter PhD physicist friends. If we look at the 5 observables, then blank, 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 blank. Fucking idiots. Is there a way to track UAP other than through radar? Radar picks them up on occasion. The good news is electronically steered arrays can detect them because they are able to do multi-object tracking better than the old mechanical stand arrays. Blank. Oh my fucking without having physical evidence to analyze, how can we ever determine origin? That's the goal. Passive collection will only get us so far. We will never be able to understand who is piloting UAP or better understand the technology. We need physical evidence with a documented chain of custody to analyze it to determine origin. We could look at if the atoms are aligned or if the isotopes are all different or could not have been manufactured here. What practical steps could our governments take to determine intent? Blank. Fuck, thank you for that. Wonderful. Yes. The transparency. I love it. All these fucking dickheads. Anyway, John, bless, I guess. He did the work to put the FOIA in, and there we go. We're so much wiser now with all that wonderful information. Wonderful. Anyway, yeah. Obvious sarcasm is obvious, yeah. Peter Thiel has a bunker in New Zealand and essentially lives here now. I think he might know something. And Gabe Newell, Steam guy. Does Gabe live in New Zealand? Does he have a bunker too, man? Well, have you heard, Golfing, have you heard of the story, the conspiracy about New Zealand? Have you heard this? Have you heard this on the Chans? It floated around the Chans for like a couple years. I don't know if I've ever told this story on here. It is just a post that someone made, but you know, we read these green tech stories on Sundays, me and a buddy of mine, Galen TV, and we read through schizo stories we find on there, and like crazy spooky stories and conspiracies and all that shit. But you know, sometimes reading through those stories, you can usually discern if someone's like whipping something up, right? Like you kind of learn to discern between stories and shit, and some people speak much more bluntly and specifically, and obviously I have no idea in the end, right, if it's concocted or not. But I remember, I think I still have it saved to my computer, but there was some guy that wrote this fucking green tech story on 4chan a couple years ago. It was in the middle of the pandemic. And he said that he was a landscaper. There's another more technical term for it. Is it horticulturalist or something? Like you go to school for it. Like it's professional landscaper. Anyway, he was working, I think, with his company on some, you know, very wealthy person's estate. It was like this kind of like bunker type setup. You know, he was out kind of in the middle of nowhere, kind of like a Kim.com kind of compound that Kim.com lives in, who actually had a stroke recently, I just saw. But anyway, he got to know the guy, and he was like around his age, I think he mentioned. So they kind of got chatting, and you know, he moved there from somewhere else, I think the States, and he invited him out to dinner to hang out. And so they kind of got to know one another, and he got to talking to him. And this is before the flu breaks out, right? And I can't remember. I remember bits and pieces of it, but effectively he told the guy, hey, this is just a heads up, but there's going to be something that gets loose and it might kill a lot of people. And he was just warning him about, I'm not going to get into the specifics here because Twitch doesn't like some of them, but about the whole scenario, let's say, and to just be careful about some of the solutions to it as well. Like he gave him the whole breakdown, and he passed the story along. He was saying, I can't believe that actually happened. Do you think you recall this? It floated. I posted in the Discord, I think. It was around the whole COVID scenario, like some kind of depopulation event is what was intended or something. Some kind of destabilization, depopulation event. And that supposedly he was a part of a club of people that knew that this was going to happen. Which is fucked, right? But that's just you're down there. There's people that live down there in those bunkers in New Zealand that fucked off away from everyone else. And I think a lot of them are probably just there because they're paranoid. Like nuclear war is a real threat still. Like the clock is like fucking really close to midnight. And probably New Zealand wouldn't get hit. So probably a good place to go. As opposed to North America, probably get fucking obliterated. So But that was an interesting post. And it's one of those ones where I was just like, I was like, Again, people will just meme and fucking LARP on literally anything. So you never know. But there's probably a couple out there that aren't, you just suspect. And that was one of those ones where I was like, man, fucking Christ. Like, yeah. Yeah, man. Was it a link to an article? We can filter search. Let me see if I can find it. Probably in Forbidden Knowledge. I don't know what the fuck I would have tagged it under. It was a while ago. It would have been years ago that it would be in there. I don't know. I probably had it on my PC somewhere. I had to look. Yeah. Yeah, it went around over here too, but was classified as disinformation or whatever, and people went to jail for spreading it. Oh, Jesus, really? Holy fuck. Nice. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. It was a couple of years ago he posted it, but who the fuck knows, man? I have no idea. I hope it's not the case. But there's other things too. There's the which is like more conspiracy stuff. But there's Project Camelot, right? What's his name? Bill from Project Camelot. They had that insider who was Freemason from the financial district in London, ex-military guy, who told them that he sat in on this high-ranking meeting with a bunch of Freemasons and a bunch of prominent people there at the meeting, and they were talking about this scenario they wanted to play out so they can like remain in control. It's essentially, they call it the Anglo-Saxon mission, which is that, these Western white men running the West, right? And they wanted to stay dominant on the global stage. And so what they were going to do was they were going to try and concoct this plan where they had like limited nuclear strikes in the Middle East. They'd try and foment discord there. And then they would, China would catch a cold, and that cold would ripple across the planet and start to destabilize everything, like the economy. And that obviously is what got everyone's attention, because this happened in 2010. This video came out, and then they wanted another like global limited nuclear exchange, which would further depopulate the planet in anticipation of an unstoppable natural event, which is what's interesting. They knew there's going to be some future cataclysm that they weren't going to be able to control, so they wanted to wrangle the numbers beforehand. And that one, like, really, that one obviously, because that mirrored pretty closely. But that's been a scenario for a long time. People have speculated on because of how many people are in China. That China is like candidate number one for a pandemic starting because of how closely people live there. Like, there's so many people, and there's so many people living in poverty, and it would be the spot where it would happen. So it's like, China catches a cold, but it's a whole conspiracy behind it. I think they really got people going on it too. So what about Nick Pope, Disinfo, or anyone else aiming for the positive side? He's pretty transparent, I think, man. He's a pretty good guy, yeah. Oh, did you find it? New Zealand rated the best place to survive global societal collapse. Studies citing perilous state of an industrial civilization ranks temperate islands top for resilience. Yeah, it would be, though. They absolutely would be. So, I mean, and Lord of the Rings, brother. Lord of the Rings. I mean, I've said this before. I like where I live in New Brunswick because it's beautiful and there isn't really a lot of people and it's quiet and peaceful, right? But Colorado is another place I really love. But New Zealand would be like the third probably to go live. I look so fucking sick. But I know they're probably sick of all these fucking people coming over and living there. Not a lot of room, although there is, but really, like, is it here? Oh, do you want to join? What is this? Oh, open the app. Will this link me directly to what it's going to? Oh. Oh shit. Oh, that's what I posted. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Yeah, fuck no. Damn it. Maybe I didn't post it. Holy shit, yeah. Oh, it was a message above. Frodo, how long could they survive, though? The mountain is creating a precarious situation in terms of growing crops. I think it's pretty fertile land, though, there, isn't it, guys? I think it is. In New Zealand, I think they'd be pretty good, yeah. Yeah, we fucked the oceans. Yeah, I think I'm using this, maybe something to it, where there are things hiding if they're here or not in a dimension, maybe under the ocean we can't really see. Fuck it, maybe, man, yeah, that's, yeah. The USO thing, yeah, the undersea objects, yeah. Maybe they'll come and help us, yeah. Food wouldn't be much of a problem, but almost everything else would be. Oh. You take Jim Russell and search the stuff. Okay. I was going to say it might be in like my pictures folder. Let me just give me 2 seconds and I'll see if I can find. I don't know. Again, it's like Twitch isn't really great. I even like if I'm not even going to mention the word, but like medicine in regards to COVID, we'll say. And they're not really a fan of people even talking about that shit. And it goes into the fact that was like supposedly going to be used as some depopulation tool, which is not that I'm advocating that it is or et cetera, right? But like, it's like, okay, that's some one of those ones where I'm like, oh my fucking God, man. I've got so much. I have a colossal amount of shit on this computer. It's like, I'd have, I think so I did coke with an elite and they loose lipped it big time. That's not the one. That's another one. Holy fuck. That's this one. The process. Is this it? Oh my fuck, man. Oh man. Oh God. Okay. Yeah. I'm just reading through it. Yeah. Yeah. And also he made a claim that billions will die. That's essentially, okay. I'm not going to fucking, some of the language in here too. I can post it in the Discord is what I'll do. I'll post it in the Discord if anyone wants to fucking, yeah, I'll drop it in the Discord. Essentially, there was going to be the COVID and then there was going to be a solution to COVID. And then the solution to COVID was going to hurt children. And then when the general public realizes how much it hurt people and children, they're going to go ape shit and attack the establishment. And then by attacking the establishment, they're going to tear everything down and it's going to cause a giant collapse. And so the intention was problem, reaction, solution. The solution is that they want to dissolve like a place like the United States and some Western democracies so that they can swoop in and create this solution that is a one world government. And so that's one way they would do it. It's essentially, they're using this as a pretext to maim people so they can then cause destabilization in an area. It's like some kind of psychological operation as well, where it's like faith in these establishment figureheads, and then people lose faith in them and they lose faith in the entire system. They tear the whole system down and then there's nothing left afterwards. And when they're sitting broken with, you know, nothing flowing, no goods flowing, they swoop in and they offer this one world government solution. It's a bit deeper in the conspiracy than I even fucking thought. Yeah. You want to read that calculus? Oh yeah. I'll throw them both in there. You can read through them, but that was more nefarious actually than I remembered it actually. Jesus. Anyway, just another fun, you know, just a nice another evening talk, right, with Jim. Just fucking just some light reading, you know, nothing too fucking bad. Some light reading. There, I'll put both of them in. That other one with like the guy doing coke with the elite, that's just like fucking horse shit, I think. Anyway, if anyone wants to read, jump in the Discord and join the Discord and Forbidden Knowledge channel. You can read them through. I'm not going to read that on there. It's just a little bit like too audacious, I think. But yeah, fuck me. Yeah. Yeah. So what went wrong in their view? The medicine wasn't potent enough? I don't know. Well, clearly not, because there aren't billions dead. So it's probably that it's a LARP. It's probably my assumption, but I don't know. Yeah. It's one of those things too, right? Where hypothetically, that's something that they actually intended to have happen. These fucking psychopaths like puppeting the West. I think they're all still humans, and so we all fuck up, and so they might have these big grand plans, and then things don't go quite as they planned, which is pretty atypical with fucking human plans usually. So especially something as audacious as that, right? That it didn't necessarily go to plan, that would maybe make sense, but yeah, that's essentially what's happening. Yeah, they're finding me. I know. Yeah, they are. I know. And It's very I wish I could talk with that on here. I'm just not, because unfortunately it's not conducive to Twitch talk. But it is important. I talk about the Discord all the time. But yeah, it's not a good situation, unfortunately. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I'm sure we'll be okay. I'm sure we'll be okay, you know. Hopefully things don't go too south. Who the fuck's this guy? I've got so much more stuff up here. I'm just going through all of the other tabs that I have open. Oh, this guy's thought experiments. What's this about? Lex Friedman. This guy, we just read this guy's post the other night. I like Jason's post. I don't know. I like reading them. He's a nature photographer. He's also a hypnotherapist and a sadhu, whatever the fuck that means again, I think. Yeah. Control W closes tabs. The clicking. You don't like the clicking? Is it agitating you? It closes all of them at once. You guys know all these fucking keyboard shortcuts and shit. You're CLI guy. Oh man. I'm a fucking I'm like a simple kind of guy. I'm like a clicking kind of guy. I'm like a clicker, you know. Not that I play World of Warcraft clicking on my abilities. If I did that, that'd be even worse, wouldn't it? You find it I'm a clicker in World of Warcraft, or like click on my abilities. I knew a guy that did that for a long time. I was like, you gotta stop fucking doing that. You gotta fucking get a goddamn MMO mouse and you gotta keep buying that motherfucking thing, or I'm gonna hurt you. So auto click, boom, yeah. You got mice on your desk, set a trap. God damn it. You the same? Fuck me. What's this? UAP in New Jersey turns into fireworks. Maybe I'll watch some UAP videos first.
They do that all the time.
Do they?
Have you seen the bumblebees? Maybe
No.
it's them. It's two bumblebees.
No, there's red lights and a fucking blue light, and then they were fucking.
Am I hallucinating, or is this got a pause button stuck in the middle of it?
I don't know.
Why is it doing
I'm
that?
waiting for it to light up again, because a plane just flew past it.
Fuck.
See, what the fuck?
What?
Oh, those fire. What? What just happened?
What is going on?
What is that shit?
Probably New Year's display.
What? When did those turn into fireworks? I'm so confused.
Yeah, it's probably just a New Year's display.
It isn't. Not balloons. It was. Oh my god, that was out of focus.
Oh yeah, they're definitely.
I mean, I was like out of frame, not out of focus.
Well, holy shit, these drones may actually be a biological entity. Brother, it might be this is some bullshit. Yeah, this is fucking fireworks display, yeah. I get seen, turns into fireworks, die further. You see, Lex Friedman is one of the underwater UAP people. He dresses and acts like someone far removed from humanity would. He had the UAP whistleblowers on his podcast to find out how close they were to the truth. Maybe he is in that burger-shaped fucking manufacturing facility that guy in 4chan talked about off the coast of fucking Florida. By Bermuda. Who the fuck knows? Yeah. Alien disguise themselves. Yeah. Oh, that's the thing I fucking hate. Mad Misery's in here. Welcome, mama. Data integration automation for various things. Oh, fuck. Let me, I have some other shit up here. I was gonna fucking, this is something else you posted, did you? Tampa sighting. I wanted to go over this one. These are bolides, I think. Oh fuck, no, that's a plane, isn't it?
It's not.
You pop in every so often, yeah. In between the Call of Duty games. And
I just checked flight radar, it's not a plane.
It's not going.
That's kind of weird. That was kind of weird. Well, no, look at it though. Look, watch. It's got like FAA lights on it. Unless it's just breaking up. But like, look at it.
It's not.
Oh, it does look like it might be breaking up. It may have just been a camera artifact. How do I can't zoom in, can I? No, we're stuck like this. Space junk, yeah, that's probably what you could see it start to break up here. Yeah, you see, start coming apart now. Yeah, there was another angle of it too. I think, wasn't there? I saw the other angle. Just a second. Lockheed changing shape. No. Oh my fuck! I got so many fucking tabs up. I'm gonna continue to click through them because that's all I know how to do. No. Oh my god, where is it? Where the fuck is it? No. Oh fuck. I just saw Galen TV sent me that fucking Wojak fucking the tribal man Wojak. The tribal man Wojak and the fucking like the dickhead. Holy fuck, man. Oh god. Just the quality of the meme. Now this is a little bit ridiculous because the Romans use psychedelic substances. So like that's not really fair. This guy says a culture's drug use explains the culture. They say alcoholic societies, guys fucking some Jack Chad. They get the stoner societies, the boys are fucking way back in Stone Age. Like, yeah. It triggers a lot of fucking weed smokers. Yeah, holy fuck, man. Yeah. Too fast for a comment, and if a comment was that close, we could see it. Yeah, that's a good point, Hendrix. Yeah. Holy fuck, man. Anyway, yeah. I have that cropped. I have a version of that fucking Wojak buddy with the spear. That's so fucking good, man. Oh god, it's just quality fucking meme. That's not what I even meant to look for. Actually, I saw this. This is actually pretty big news. I think I should have put this in the fucking title. I think this is just posted recently. I had heard someone had actually talked about this. You fucks, didn't we? No, I was gonna say I thought I heard about this already. But there was someone else who was talking about it too. That I actually, I don't know if I should mention her name, but anyway, that this is happening. An unnamed federal agency in the United States is confiscating data from observatories. The agency reportedly edits images to remove objects deemed a national security concern. It's the federal government removing UAP from observatory data. So the background on this, for people that haven't heard about this, is that what they're doing is they're removing like classified satellites and shit that they pick up that they don't want in the data. But the problem is they're like, well, but like, you're 100% sure that's what you're doing, and what else are you removing in the process? Like, could they be removing anomalous phenomena out of them? And then there's no way for us to kind of know and have proof of it. It's sketchy as fuck, man. So yeah, there was another article I went over and I saw, but I heard from someone else that was talking about this, that was kind of elaborating a little bit. It's concerning. So it's very sus. Yeah. Again, it's like, oh, well, show us the proof. Where's the proof? You know, oh, the government's hiding it. Okay. Yeah, you fucking nimwits. Like, what do you fucking think? Yeah, they very well might be. They're going around and they're confiscating shit. Like, oh, national security. It's like, oh, man, fuck off. Like, come on now. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. God damn it. Nonsense. Yeah. Now airborne 2 E-6Bs shortly after Iranian state TV, specifically RIB-TV3 State of the World, will witness unusual and extraordinary events in the coming hours. Looks like practice. Maybe. Well, let's never stop. I mean, what? People thought maybe initially they were going around saying that the drones may be Iranian, which I think, yeah, there's no fucking way they're Iranian. But god damn it, yeah. Strange, very strange. Was there any more news on this? I don't imagine fuck all is going to come from this. Aside from them maybe detonating a nuclear weapon, testing one, which would be start a shit show. I'd imagine they are going to get attacked and blown into a million pieces shortly after they do that. So that might not be the smartest move on their part. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah. Oh, you guys can chat. I don't give a fuck. What in the fuck? Yeah, this is Bricks News here. Said it again. What time is it in Iran right now? Like, shortly in the unusual scenes and extraordinary events in the coming hours. Guys, what time is it? It's fucking 5 a.m. for Christ's sake. What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? Waiting for the sun to rise? The sun's already rising. What are they doing? Come on, let's go. Yeah. Yeah. Let me guess. They want to kickstart a war. Can't be stopped before Trump becomes POTUS. Fuck yeah. Fuck. The Persians. Back when they were a mighty empire. And things were much more questionable in Greece. Oh well, you know. Yeah. 600 hours later, still waiting. Reports in coming hours, the world will witness extraordinary scenes of very important developments. That was back on August 2nd, yeah. Man, shut this fucking guy up. Jesus Christ. Just nonsense. Who knows? We'll see. We probably won't see anything now. That's the whole point, I guess. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. Remember a week or so ago, reading about Biden going off on Iran if they got close to nuke weapons. So if they did do a nuke test, that would give them the reason to start it up. They would probably wipe them off the face of planet Earth pretty quickly. There'd just be things would just randomly start blowing up all over Iran, I'm sure. Fuck. What the hell is this guy's picture? He looks like a Pleiadian. Oh my God, Stefan. Does he know Space Henry Cavill? Earth, Sun, Spirit. Oh my God, brother. Slay. Oh, this is the thing you're saying. More than 100 videos of UFOs and NASA broadcasts. The dedication of this guy. This is a year ago he posted this. Mother of God. He's got 118 now. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I think number 9 was interesting. Yeah. Holy fuck. What the hell? He's number 9. Did you go through them all? Fuck me. Catalog all the things, man. Holy shit. Number 9. Full panic. NASA panics. Has to zoom back and forth by telling the truth.
During this 5-minute or so period when we've been watching.
Checkpoint initiates and work. Thank you.
During this stars.
Most replayed
during
right here.
this 5-minute or so period when we've been watching.
Checkpoint initiates and work.
Yeah. Oh, you see all the little pieces flying around? There you go. Who the fuck knows what that is, but yeah. There's a bunch of orbs that show up. Oh, yeah. That could be ice, though.
About an inch.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. Now, what's the explanation for that now?
And there were also a number of shooting stars in that view.
Maybe. That could be it, maybe.
The camera has now moved to a point. Station.
Camera Charlie on him. Way to the left-hand side.
Oh.
Has a very light.
It's the ones that stop and then start and move around in an anomalous way. I think would be.
And
we've seen a lot of meteors.
In other words, shoot.
We think you can see a flashing light.
To a spot out of the picture as the camera was being moved to try to get a different picture. The one thing that we have noticed in the flight control room is that we've seen a large number of shooting stars during this 5-minute or so period when we've been watching.
Intriguing, yeah. Anything straight line tells you nothing, yeah. Change direction or speed, those are the spicy ones, yeah. Yeah, interesting. The panic. People say the panic. These space jellyfish are unknown to us earthbound people. They're obviously living creatures. We only have knowledge to check out what we can. Brother. Sure. Why not? Why not? Why the fuck not? Oh my God, I get so much shit up here. You know, one thing I was going to go over, which is kind of an interesting topic. First this is interesting, isn't it? The eagle, right? Clutching the arrows and, what is it again? It's the, Oh, is it the olive branch? Is that what it is? And then you can see going back in time, right? There's a Roman eagle there. You go back to Persia, and then you go back to Egypt, and then you can actually go back to Mesopotamia too, if you'd like. And there's a similar object that's depicted, except it's not a fucking eagle. But that's another. It's kind of another topic, honestly. But I thought this is kind of an interesting one. Let's get some interesting things. Persia head is facing the other way. Isn't it interesting? Huh? You can see that they're clutching these orbs in the tails, or sorry, in its talons. Now, obviously, you can go back even further. Well, it'd be around 3100 BC is quite old. It might actually be on par with some of these cylinder seals. I was going to talk about this whole like pole shift theory this guy had, which was kind of interesting. But where is the one depiction of it? You can see that it's kind of inverted. I'm trying to find the specific one that I'm looking to reference. Where is it? I'm trying to find the actual cylinder seal itself, not just the isolated depictions of them. Where the fuck is it? I've got it here somewhere. Because I don't really want to show. I could just show this one. So this is it here. If it's not too big, here we go. So it's instead of the claws clutching these orbs. Why is this shaped so strangely? Here we go, right here. You can see that there are in many of these cylinder seal depictions. There's this winged disc of sorts, this flying disc, and the orbs are sitting above it. And there's another depiction here, and it's also got these kinds of lines coming down with some orbs off it, but it's this winged disc, and you can see on this one here, it's got these two other lines with these orbs, two at the top and two at the bottom. Two at the top, two at the bottom, and there's two at the top here extended out. So I don't know what the correlation between this is, and if there is a correlation between the two, I would probably wager that, although the Egyptian depiction is also probably quite old, these are very old, and Sumerian culture kind of predates Egyptian culture. There's similar age, but it goes back 6,000 years. So very, very, very old. So anyway, I thought I've seen this before. I've seen people bring up that correlation too. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Planning a new attack. Oh shit! No. Yeah. God damn it. New Simon. Oh yeah. I didn't even fucking. He interviewed that Ashton guy, man. Where the fuck where is it here? I replied to it because I was just like, God fucking damn it. Like, where is it? This is interview. Your questions answered when I made 370. I was like, man, I couldn't even fucking like, I can't watch it yet. Holy fuck. God damn it. Yeah. Grifting over a year now. He has been though. He has been. Yeah. He's putting in the work. Fuck. God damn it. Yeah, me, yeah. Hey, Gooch, give us a summary. His name is Gooch Pauls. What the fuck? Yeah, I can't do it. Yeah. Think of what you could achieve. It'd be 2 years September. His Discord is still active as fuck. Isn't that sad though, man? This is the thing though. Like, I gotta put in the grift harder though. That's the fucking, I gotta put in the fucking grift. Right? I don't know. I'm being too transparent here, being too honest, right? No, I mean, yeah. Fuck. Will my time come? Will my time come? Yeah. As Ashton falls, I rise. That's how it's gonna work. Yeah. Oh, that's not good. Version of an all-out war between Israel and Iran. IDF places all forces in a full alert. Iran prepares to launch a massive new assault. It's 5 a.m. right now. What time do they usually attack at? Yeah. Fuck. Tie the purse pictures to the woo. Brother. Should I connect it? Should I say I know what's inside the purses? Yeah. Sell that merch. I don't know, man. Fuck. I don't know what. I might just put that Pepe thing on a white t-shirt and that'll just be it. That'll just be my whole fucking merch there. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty far out there, man. He's kind of a lost cause. He was going on. I don't even bother covering it. This was what I was going to cover here, which I thought was kind of interesting. Now, I'm going to get Mr. ChatGPT here on the side, just because we're going to need ChatGPT's help in understanding some of this to quickly summarize it, which I've already done. This is a post about this that was just posted. Scientists are baffled, as usually happens when operating from within a broken paradigm. Oh, Craig throwing darts, I see. Strange behavior from Earth's magnetic North Pole days before Christmas baffles scientists. So what strange behavior specifically? And in regards to what? Let's see. Unprecedented slowdown yields critical new update from NOAA. Just days before Christmas, navigation systems worldwide are getting a crucial update thanks to some bizarre behavior from Earth's magnetic North Pole. For the first time in recorded history, the poles dramatically changed its speed, a shift that could affect everything from smartphones' GPS to Santa's delivery route. The current behavior of magnetic north is something that we have never observed before, says Dr. William Brown, a geomagnetic field modeler at the British Geological Survey in a media release. Magnetic north is moving slowly around Canada since the 1500s, but in the past 20 years, it accelerated towards Siberia, increasing its speed every year until about 5 years ago when it suddenly decelerated from 50 to 35 kilometers per year, which is the biggest deceleration in speed we've ever seen. To address this unprecedented change, the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has released an updated world magnetic model. There you go. So, they're saying, oh my God, what the fuck's happening with the magnetic pole? Fucking goddamn it. Goddamn it. Yeah, I need to tie the purse pictures to the wheel. I need to Dan Brown it. Fuck. Do I need to do it? Yeah. I'll release my book. I'll say this is my book. It's like, we're all fucked. We're all fucked. GG. The book will be called GG. We're all fucked. Good game, everybody. Buckle up. I know what's inside the purses. Okay? Brown dust. It's coming back. We're all gonna die. Yeah. So here's what we're getting on to here. So what some people are concerned about, right, is that this rhetoric's floated around that there's going to be some geophysical event. What's the fucking guy's name? Suspicious Observer. What the fuck's his name? He has a YouTube channel. He's talked about this. He thinks there's going to be some kind of magnetic pole shift that's going to fucking cause a cataclysm. Now, magnetic pole shifts don't cause cataclysms typically, because magnetic pole shifts, not that I'm a fucking scientist, magnetic pole shifts are something that supposedly happens. It may happen as frequently as every couple hundred years. Obviously, we haven't had one in a couple hundred years. But before we were able to study any of this shit or knew what the fuck was going on or relied on this stuff, it may have been happening as frequently as that. So they just magnetic north and south flip. Now, that doesn't necessarily cause a cataclysm. What causes a cataclysm is if physical north and physical south flip. Then you get the movie 2012 and tidal waves, and that's like a crust displacement that happens, which is what Charles Hapgood talked about, right? They were trying to they're trying to address issues that they had with the climate, rapid bouts of melting, right? Even what happened with the North American ice sheet at the end of the Ice Age melted rapidly. There's an energy paradox and how quickly it melted. We still haven't really figured out. So some people have attributed it to like a comet strike, maybe did it. Some people have tried to come up with these other explanations that maybe the poles shifted around and went into a warmer place and shifted back and et cetera, blah, 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 blah. There's all these other fucking explanations. So isn't the plot of the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow is that there's too much CO2 in the atmosphere and then it fucks up the North Atlantic current and then temperature goes wild and everybody fucking freezes to death. GG by Alex G. So this is this guy's hypothesis, and he's making a bold claim and saying it's just a matter of time before this hypothesis comes to the forefront. The way it works is A, they knew all along. B, they came up with the hypothesis long ago. C, credentialed hounds will take the credit. There you go. But this is this guy's hypothesis, I think. So what is this hypothesis? Well, here's another depiction of it. ECDO proposes a regular cycling of a natural dynamic system. Our Earth just happens to have two mechanisms of equilibrium battling for dominance. The strength of the geomagnetic core determines which one is winning at any given time. So what this guy thinks is going on, and I'll have to make sure I'm aware of what I'm talking about here again. Here it is here. Okay. All right, here we go. So it is the exothermic core theory of climate change, suggesting that Earth's nickel-iron core undergoes structural phase changes, releasing heat and influencing climate more than human activity alone. It argues for deeper exploration of this hypothesis, citing abyssal ocean warming and geomagnetic changes as evidence. They critique the mainstream climate science or neglecting alternative explanations while affirming the urgency of addressing human-induced warming. Yes, and I was going in and asking, what is this guy trying to argue here ultimately? Is this going to lead to some kind of a physical pole shift? It's like, no, that's not necessarily what it gets into here. So it's talking about core mantle coupling. Earth's core, liquid outer and solid inner, interacts with the mantle. These interactions can align or decouple the core's magnetic and rotational axes. Geomagnetic priority. The core and mantle are coupled. The magnetic field dominates, maintaining Earth's mechanical stability, associating with strong geomagnetic north and normal climate conditions. Gyroscopic priority. The core and mantle decouple. Angular momentum of Earth's rotation dominates over the magnetic field. This state allows rotational adjustments, potentially linked to climate cooling events. So the oscillatory cycle, the transition between these states triggered by thermal, magnetic, and mechanical shifts, creates a repeating pattern of exothermic sloughing, heat released as high pressure iron phases destabilize, and endothermic acceleration, cooling when the core reabsorbs these phases. So a gyroscopic phenomena where an object flips its axis when angular momentum dominates. Applied here explains core mantle rotational shifts without altering Earth's overall orientation. So there's no actual like flipping of the physical north and south poles of the Earth, and the Earth axis doesn't flip either. So here's the implications of it. These processes could influence Earth's geomagnetic field strength, mantle convection, and climate shifts. The cycle might explain historical cooling and warming events through core-related phenomena. So essentially, I think what he's saying is that this is related to the magnetic north and south, and that as it's moving around and as it's starting to like drift, we're coming up to one of these events. The question is, and what I was going to ask it is, in the event this is happening, and this is in the process of happening, what happens? Like, how bad is this? I guess. So it's an internal core mantle dynamic. The core and mantle can decouple where the Earth's inner dynamics realign. So this internal realignment could cause temporary changes in Earth's magnetic field, or even contribute to geomagnetic reversals, right? Which will flip them. So we've observed this actually. I think is it in the ice cores, or there's a couple ways we infer changes throughout history, I guess. And one is through looking through ice core data, right? They get it like Greenland. The other way people have looked at it is through something called dendrochronology. And dendrochronology is the study of fucking tree rings. So you cut your tree open. It's kind of cool how they do it. So what they'll do is they'll cut these old trees open. So let's say we have a tree that goes back 500 years, okay? What they'll do is they'll cut this tree open, look at the rings, and you can study from the rings a lot of things, actually. You can infer from the rings a lot of changes that have happened on the planet. You can like volcanic events, even things, I believe, like magnetic events. So what they do is how they create this like tapestry of history. They go back 500 years. And then they go back to a tree that existed like in the 1500s, and they'll kind of book match kind of those two things together. So we went back 500 with this tree's from 1500 back 500, so now we're going back from 1500 to 1000, so now we're back 1,000 years, and we look through that, and you go and you kind of go back through in an area, if you can, thousands of years. And there are some trees that are very old, And we found them. We found sunken trees and logs that have been preserved as well, so we can go back even farther. And so we can kind of get this interesting top-down view of, like, you know, maybe what's happened in regards to some of these reversals. Or I think they can infer that from the tree rings. I believe they can, if I remember correctly. I was reading it a long ago. So there's guts of rumbling and turning the metal internally. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, however, the Earth's rotational axis during this realignment, the physical spin of the planet remains stable in both states. It discusses internal core dynamics affecting Earth's magnetic behavior, not a crustal rotational shift typical or a true physical pole shift. So the question I wanted to ask it, because there's a very in-depth theory here he has. I mean, you can see just how in-depth. A lot of citations. He has 135 citations on this dissertation here. Brother. You know, I don't know what his background in this is. I think generally speaking, he's a philosopher. I'm assuming he's had people involved with this that are involved in the climate sciences. This gets extremely specific, unless this guy's just a literal fucking genius, which is possible, I suppose. So I speak for the Ents. You cut my brothers open to look through us. You evil fucks. Yeah, crazy shit. So, yeah, a lot to go through. I went through a little bit of it, but man, I don't fucking, you know, I'm not going to pretend that I understood what they, I mean, you know, it's fairly well presented, but like, this is a big read, man. This is like, you take the whole weekend to fucking try and go through this. And my whole thing that I'm looking at with this is, okay, so effectively what this would explain is climate change. So although what we're doing, and he kind of goes through this here, isn't good necessarily with the CO2 and the pollution and whatnot, and isn't making, you know, the problem any better, the root of the problem ultimately lies with the core of the Earth and what's going on with it, the mantle, and the interaction that's happening internally within the planet. And then you'd get to, well, what's facilitating this movement within the planet? And you would probably go back and point to the giant ball of fucking, you know, plasma sitting at our solar system, the sun. So then the sun ultimately would be what would cause this to happen, but this is like something that cyclically occurs internally within the Earth and then warms the planet, or causes temperature fluctuations in the planet. So the Earth got, I already read that, man. Yeah, it's literally what it is. So I had spent like 12 hours plus to read this and maybe several months to go through all the citations and the validity. You would have to spend, well, you want an easier way? Feed it into ChatGPT. Dump it into ChatGPT. If you wanted to check the citations, it can actually. It could digest all the information almost instantaneously, and then it can provide analogies for you to help you understand it. So, which is what I did. Just speed up the process a little bit, and then we can ask questions about the material, and it can tell us if we're on point or not. So, when I usually hear these kinds of arguments, where this ends up going, although this was fairly well presented, is. And then the crust decouples from the mantle and we all die. Like a Charles Hapgood kind of scenario where it's like a physical pole shift, right? Caused by the sun, Nibiru, galactic center, whatever the fuck. And it's like, okay, great. Yeah, trees breathe out CO2 and breathe in oxygen and vice versa with humans. So if there's a symbiotic relationship, what is the problem? Carbon dioxide comes over the exhaust of your car. I think it's, from what I know, War Drinker, it's that there's an excessive amount and that it gets up into the upper atmosphere. And when it gets up into the upper atmosphere, it's problematic. It's the amount that we're distributing, and the way we're distributing it. And that is what could cause some kind of a tipping point, they think, which would lead us into some climate catastrophe. But this would make more sense because we have observed climate change not just within the little, pinpoint of time we've been on the fucking planet, but this climate change has been ongoing on the planet. It's been a very dynamic place for millions and billions of years. So this might explain in more detail as to like what is actually going on. And if that's the case, then we can kind of figure out what happens next. So yeah, makes sense if the eternal guts are rumbling when the earth throws up its mouth a little bit. Brother, yeah, there you go. Fuck, that does it. Yeah. Yeah. So let me just ask here quickly. Let me see. Are there any potential dire consequences for us when this happens? So it is studied this data. It will tell us. Okay, yeah, okay. So magnetic field weakening reversal. Increased exposure. Yeah, which I guess maybe could be bad. This has happened, but I guess to what degree? Magnetic field weakening reversal. During the transition between states, a geomagnetic field could weaken significantly as the core's magnetic and rotational axis decouple. Increased exposure to solar radiation and cosmic rays due to a weaker magnetic field. Disruption to satellites, GPS, and communication systems relying on stable magnetic conditions. Potential impacts on electrical grids due to its increased geomagnetic storms. Climate shifts. The diagram links core dynamics to climate patterns, suggesting that exothermic and endothermic cycles could influence global temperatures. Sudden cooling or warming events affecting ecosystems, agriculture, and weather patterns, and ice age. Potential for localized or global disruptions to food supplies and water resources. So this is actually a little bit closer to the day after tomorrow than it is to 2012 here. Now, not like actually a hole in space forming and then the disruption in the magnetic field and solar radiation maybe. It could trigger mantle plasticity adjustments, which may lead to increased volcanic activity, more frequent and intense earthquakes, plate tectonic anomalies. This would likely be gradual rather than abrupt. Oh, so this is possibly bad then. Biological effects, yes. Migratory patterns are all fucked. Societal impacts, weakening of infrastructure, electrical grids and satellites, environmental changes, constrained economies, likelihood of catastrophe. These events, while disruptive, are unlikely to result in mass extinction or planetary destruction. The transition between states seem to be long-term and periodic, giving humans time to adapt to some extent. Hypothetically. Yeah. Oh, thanks for coming in, Crimsic, man. Take care, man. So, fuck. If the magnetic field flips and we get hit with a large solar flare at the same time, how bad would this be for us? There are stories. Robert Schoch, who's a geologist who redated the Sphinx officially, has been studying this, and he's gone over the Rongo tablets Easter Island people have, and these depictions that Native American people all over North America have of these. It's actually all over the world, but these strange little men. I've gone over this before too, but he thinks that there may have been some crazy like electromagnetic fucking event up in the upper atmosphere, like just crazy, like something from the sun like hitting the earth and then causing giant lightning storms, and those lightning storms may have actually come down to the surface of the earth and cooked shit all the fuck, and that might have been what started the giant firestorms that happened around the time of the Younger Dryas. And you'd be like, well, fuck, how'd that happen? Well, maybe this is what happens. Oh god, okay. Power grid failure, satellite damage, radiation risks, increased solar and cosmic radiation, increased risk of radiation sickness in exposed populations. Okay. Higher cancer rates, ozone layer damage, economic and societal collapse. Yeah, we know that. So essentially, our defenses would be down in the event that if there was some kind of geomagnetic reversal, and then we get hit with like a solar flare or something, and then, okay, the consequences would be devastating. Okay. I'm wondering, like, would there be lightning and shit? You know, fuck, I don't know. Like, who knows? More fun times with true. That's not fucking good, though. North Korea has moved more than 250. Oh, Jesus, bro. Buckle up. Yeah. Jesus Christ. So why are they calling it CO2 is my argument. Why are they saying it's... Oh, why are they saying... If it's CO2 that is the problem, then why they called it by O1? I think it's just... It's the carbon, 2 parts oxygen, maybe. That's what, like, it actually is the byproduct that's concerning. For worse with the radiation, which could happen as a result of weakening the magnetic protection. Yeah. Yeah, that's fucked. Yeah. Kaladar is more likely that Canada becomes 51st state, or the crust separates from the mantle. Is it more likely? Maybe both at the same time, brother. Maybe actually the crust separates and then we become the 51st state because we're very scared what's going to happen next. Did you see the Hancock and Hawass are friends now? Proof we're living in a simulation. Oh, are they actually? Oh, wow. People that don't know, Zawai Hawass was the head of the Egyptology division there in Egypt, the government. And he had fought with Graham for a long time because Graham was proposing that the Egypts weren't responsible for the Giza Plateau. And so he was obviously pissed off because he said, no, the Egyptian people built it. And it's like this like cultural heritage site there. And anyway, so, oh wow, how'd that happen? He talked about it on his last Rogan appearance. Did he? I watched that. I don't remember. Maybe he'd mentioned that. Okay. Maybe I didn't watch through that one all the way. I don't know. Fuck. Well, they've mended. I didn't know that. I don't remember that. So there you go. It's news to me. Fuck, man. Well, there you go. What a bunker New Zealand saving from radiation and burning Earth gem. I know who would know. Here, let's first ask this. Let's say, okay, so under this theory, how weak could the magnetic field become? And could a bad enough CME with a very weak field cause catastrophic results? Think frozen flash frozen mammoths in Siberia, or giant lightning storms, etc. And then we'll see, would you be able to survive it? As low as, okay, so under this theory, during magnetic field reversal, the field could weaken to as low as 10% of its current strength, leaving the planet extremely vulnerable to solar and cosmic radiation. So that is cause for concern. Yes, it would drop dramatically. A strong CME combined with a weak magnetic field could induce massive auroras at low altitudes, geomagnetic superstorms capable of releasing intense electric currents in Earth's atmosphere and surface. Fuck. Could this cause flash frozen mammoths? The flash frozen mammoth theory has often been linked to sudden climate shifts, but it's unlikely that CME or weakened magnetic field could freeze animals instantly. More likely explanation, rapid atmospheric cooling from other sources like a volcanic eruption or asteroid impact, jet stream collapse, or extreme shifts in climate zones caused by geomagnetic disruptions. What's plausible here? A weakened field could destabilize Earth's weather systems, contributing to sudden climate anomalies, intense cold snaps. So you would be thinking of the day after tomorrow in that scenario where everything gets frozen instantly, like minus 200 degrees. So we could actually ask for a specific amount that it could go down to. This is the interesting one. Giant lightning storms and extreme weather. Without a strong magnetic field, solar radiation would ionize Earth's atmosphere more effectively, leading to increased atmospheric electrical activity. Giant lightning storms, especially near polar regions where the field is weakest during reversal. Weather instabilities. A weakened magnetic field can amplify atmospheric turbulence by disrupting the ionosphere, triggering violent storms, unpredictable jet stream behavior, extreme temperature swings. Plausibility of catastrophic results. It could dump quadrillions of joules of energy, a large CMA, into Earth's atmosphere, causing fires started by induced electrical surges. Atmospheric heating in specific regions contributing to extreme localized effects. Localized catastrophes. Giant lightning storms and atmospheric explosions akin to the Tunguska event are plausible in areas with the most ionization. Global catastrophes, unlikely to cause a mass extinction, but the aftermath of sustained CMEs during a weak field could severely disrupt ecosystems and human civilization. So the instant freeze, the collapse of the atmospheric circulation system, volcanic aerosols, impact events, increased cosmic ray exposure. Holy fuck. Cosmic rays can penetrate deep into the atmosphere, potentially causing genetic mutations in living organisms. Oh, brother, this is some, just some nice, just a nice evening read here, Geological events. Weak magnetic coupling between core and mantle could trigger mantle dynamics, leading to increased volcanic activity, enhanced earthquake frequency. This is worse than I thought it would be, actually. A bad enough CME during a geomagnetic reversal could induce catastrophic incomes. Global power grid collapse, massive atmospheric electrical events, disruption of weather patterns, possibly triggering regional and global climate chaos. Other factors for freezing the mammoth. Like, how big lightning are we talking here? Give me an example. Like, how bad? Like, modern lightning, a baseline, length 3 to 5 miles, energy 1 billion joules, volt 1 million volts, 30,000 to 300,000 amps. Hypothetical super lightning. Spanning hundreds of miles, thousands of times greater than typical lightning. Mega flashes span over 477 miles recorded in Brazil. A CME boosted storm could dwarf this, with strikes crossing continents or polar regions. The energy output, instead of being 100 million volts, would be something like 10 trillion. 25 to 100 times more powerful than the strongest modern lightning. Earth's historical giant lightning. Large fulgurites suggest much larger bolts have occurred in the past, possibly during geomagnetic anomalies or heightened solar activity. Oh my heavens. So there's evidence for it. I've heard of that. Imagine a lightning strike 500 miles long with 100 trillion joules of energy. It could vaporize metal towers, ignite buildings across vast regions, and leave glass craters like fulgurites on the ground. Would this be biblical? Thank Zeus on steroids. Giant plasma discharge and megastorms could literally light up the skies like a planet-wide aurora with deafening booms and effects visible for thousands of miles. So they're saying it could just vaporize the whole city. Fun. Well, brother, I hope you're wrong. And hopefully this doesn't coincide with a large solar event, because, we have had some large fucking solar flares go off recently. So if that happened to coincide with the magnetic pole reversal, our goose is cooked. Fuck. What is my prediction on the spark of life or even consciousness, whether it's the Big Bang or mycelium? That's a good question, man. I don't know. I mean, I like simulation theory, so someone pushing a button, starting everything. Climate thing has nothing to do with CO2. It's a scam. This is it's starting to very active now. Yeah, this is this guy thinks this is in the process of happening right now too, by the way. Now, he's got stuff to back his theory up, I guess. I don't fucking know. Is this correct? Hope not. Hope not, or we're all fucked. How fucked are we, and how much time do we have? James, I just answered that question for you. Now, it's interesting because this guy's also a proponent of the theory that the Great Pyramids were under like a couple hundred feet of water. or were subjected to waves that were a couple hundred feet high, were ripping through the Nile. Because he's confident that there's water erosion all over the pyramids. So, I mean, you know, I don't know how the fuck that happened. Maybe these mega storms that caused mega floods. I mean, listen, there's stories. I do know this. I know the stories. I do unfortunately know the stories. That periodically some ancient cultures speak of catastrophes, and that one in particular, actually Zeus's thunderbolt with Typhon, this beast that he had great lightning battle in the sky against Typhon, and that everyone witnessed it. And there's tons of stories of the gods having these lightning battles in the sky, and people thought that this may be an example of some kind of event that happened, some giant solar flare, but did it coincide with some other events that happened, strange weather, right? I mean, it's not just him thinking it. No, the US and NATO think so too, since they spent all this time and resources just rapidly changing north. I think, well, so that's been ongoing, man. I think there's been speculation that this does happen periodically, where the magnetic poles have some kind of a reversal. Whether we're on the cusp of that or not, I don't know how they're able to tell that. But this guy is just trying to provide kind of a mechanism that explain how and why it happens. And it also happens to explain the climate change that we're dealing with now as well. It's so that there's a culmination point like that's reached where it's starting to really move. So it's essentially, I think he's saying it's more than a coincidence where you're seeing the climate kind of shift the last couple decades. And you're also seeing the geomagnetic poles shift as well and progress rapidly. And so these things are connected and there's something going on with the mantle. And that it's going to culminate in something which might be some kind of a flip, a decoupling that happens with the mantle and the core. And that when that happens, the geomagnetic north and south shift. So the magnetic poles shift when that occurs, and that causes that weakening to occur during that time. And if we were hit with a solar flare, then the real catastrophe would begin. But there would also be some kind of lesser catastrophes that would come from that might result in an extreme disrupted climate. Like, so I didn't know, Finn told me this recently, that Whitley Strieber, Skibbity, welcome. Whitley Strieber wrote The Day After Tomorrow, but in The Day After Tomorrow, effectively, the North Atlantic current gets fucked. So the climate gets fucked. And by the climate getting fucked, it becomes erratic and extreme. And yeah, it's just a fucking mess. And so that's kind of what this would suggest. This isn't 2012, but yeah, I saw this. The only real concern is the extra radiation will further enlarge my penis, thus the planet throwing off its axis, brother. Yeah, so I guess TLDR though, if you were inside of a bunker, no, you're gonna get zapped, because I guess if there's mega lightning, which should I bring this up? I can bring this up. If there's mega lightning, then and it hits you, you're gonna be a crater of glass, essentially. Though there's an example here. Is there Mars, Google Earth? You can't fucking use it or some shit, can you? Is this just on Google Earth or? Yeah, no, you motherfuckers. That's not what I want. Mars and Google Earth. Oh, is it here? Hold on. Oh, what a shit ass. I mean, just give me the planet Mars, for fuck's sakes. This giant crater. Is it the Veneris, or the fuck it's called? Like the scar on Mars. The scar on Mars. This ridiculous scar. Valle Marineris is this crazy scar that runs across the surface of Mars. And some looking at it say it looks kind of like a discharge onto the surface. So I'll show another picture here on Earth too in a second. But funny they said it happens thousands of years ago and will happen in the next thousands of years. Like never happened. It could never happen. Yeah, like the explosions of Betelgeuse, we need to wait only hundreds of thousands of years. Yeah. Cook me Sky Daddy. Brother, amen. Yeah. I mean, it's like, yeah. I need a desktop Google Pro Earth. I do have it, but fuck, I'm not gonna open it up for this. So you can see here, where's the example someone used? So this is it here. Actually, here's a better shot of it. Boom, right there. Okay. So you look real close here. Let me zoom right the fuck in on it so we can fucking see what we're looking at. Hold on. There we go. Look right there. Okay, see, look. See this here? Look now. Electric burn on wood. Nope, I don't want to go to Facebook. Whatever, fuck it. Oh my god, no. Fuck. My chat's popping up. Okay, see, you see this? See what's happening here? See? It's kind of an electrical discharge on the wood. See what it's doing? Yeah. Has kind of a strange effect, right? See what he's doing? Crazy shit, huh? Starts to spread out across the surface, right? Yeah. See what's going on? Okay. See this? Crazy, huh? Okay. Nuts, right? Okay. Want to see something crazy? Okay. It's Mars, yeah. Yeah. So, the idea is that what happened here on the surface of Mars, if I can go back to it, is that there was a giant electrical discharge that hit the surface of the planet that caused that. Now, there's another explanation. Water. But, hear me out. This isn't the theory that like some Jim Bobs came up with, by the way. That this is literally what it looks like. That there's some other trauma on there that might be indicative of something like that happening. Some giant lightning bolt or discharge hitting the planet. Now, are there similar sites on Earth? Well, maybe. Now, some people have gone like way out at the end of the crack pipe and gone to like, which is like, to me, probably just formed by the flooding that happened at the end of the Younger Dryas. But there are some other sites you look at on Google Earth. We could probably actually find them. There was one, it wasn't the Grand, well, someone has before the Grand Canyon potentially as a contender for maybe some kind of an event like that, but I literally don't know. I don't know. I would say probably it's unlikely. But there are some other sites that look similar. The Grand Canyon. Has the Earth been subjected to similar kind of trauma in the past? So this is the Grand Canyon here. Now, from a distance, kind of some similarities, you know. But this happens too with channeling with water. So those are the two explanations. One is far more interesting than the other. So, of course, yeah, water or discharge. That's exactly it. Yeah. It does look like a discharge. Yeah, from a distance it does. As above, so below, right? I mean, these mechanisms kind of follow and flow in similar states, but, you know, finding its channel. I mean, we fucking hope that this was created by water. This is a little bit more traumatic. This is huge. This is massive. Like, this spans the continental US. That's how big this is. That's how big this gash is. Like, something fucked happened here. Clearly. There was some kind of a trauma. So what happened? Was it some kind of a giant lightning bolt that hit the planet? Did something interact with it? Was there a giant fucking solar flare that hit Mars? And Mars doesn't have the same kind of protections that we do. It doesn't really have an atmosphere at all. Very little, at least. And what did this kind of trauma happen? I mean, on the Earth, we can kind of see from a distance. Yeah, it could be a giant comet who kind of hit a little bit. Well, you'd need like a planet-sized comet, maybe, if that's a phenomenon that occurs. But, you know, I mean, are there similar sites on Earth people have put forward that might have been subjected to unbelievable lightning storms like that, and we've just kind of misinterpreted them? That was one area. There's another area that was another contender. I think Robert Schoch talked about this, actually, from recalling who put this theory forward, this idea forward. but that there was some kind of serious fucking thing that blew up. So yeah, they look almost the same. Yeah. Just, if Mars is water, wouldn't there be more than just one area? If they had water, the fact that it's one side, not everywhere, also suggests more of like lighting. Yes, yeah. And that's the thing where this is, you know, when you look at this area, okay, right by Wyoming, north of Wyoming is where the ice sheet's at. And then where it flooded down is right here. So it would, you can kind of almost go and look and see and like, oh yeah, okay, it all comes up and that's where all the water just came down. So it make more sense. It might be water here. But in Mars, yeah, there was clearly something fucking happened. So, yeah. Well, so it wouldn't. This is the thing. This is where. Well, I mean, this is where people in fucking astrophysics, you'd be like, Jim, slow down, and I'll be like, go fuck yourself. I'm not in astrophysics. I can talk whatever I want. I talk all the nonsense I want. You could say maybe there was a large comet, maybe the size of a planet, that went very close to Mars, and maybe there's some kind of interaction occurs when those two planets interact, and maybe there's some kind of a discharge that happens. Maybe. It's kind of some electric universe shit there a little bit, right? But maybe that happened. Maybe there was an electrical discharge that occurred. Now, I would bet on the sun, but then, you know, it's weird it just cooked it in this one area. What way is this facing, too? Where's zoom out here? Like, where is Mars oriented? Like, if it kind of lined up with like something that went right by the side of it, right? I don't know. Anyway, whatever happened, it was fucking bad. So, and whenever it happened, we have no fucking idea, really. So, yeah. Yeah, it's a dead desert planet. Yeah, brother. We got to go there first and find out. There could be a little water under the ocean. There could be giant humans on there, giant men. There could be men on that planet right now hanging out, you know. We have to go there and see to find out. We don't know, right? You could X, Y, and Z things we can try and imagine with our brain. You never fucking know, yeah. Holy fuck, yeah. I just, it'd be cool if you measure the elevation one part right to the next. You could actually, yeah. Where it water, there'd be downpour. Yeah, there's no way this is water. This is definitely some kind of a fucking trauma that occurred. I don't know what the official explanation would be. There's a couple. One of them is that there was some kind of unbelievable event that happened, some kind of solar flare, some kind of giant electrical discharge. It is literally a theory that's out there to explain this. And then if it happened here, has it happened on Earth in the past? And if it has, wouldn't we have stories? And oh my God, wait, we do. So, you know, Mars should be bought the comet dinner first. If it was electrical discharge, you should have bought the comet dinner first. Yeah. Well, I got fucked. So, I mean, one way or the other. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It is crazy. Yeah. I don't know. I think mountains, maybe. They might be like ancient volcanoes. Yeah. But, yeah, who knows when that, maybe, well, what happened to Mars? Because Mars at one point did have water and did have a thicker atmosphere. So what destroyed the atmosphere? Yeah. Man. Is that a sign as above, so below? So what ripped the fucking atmosphere away? I mean, here's one prime contender, whatever the fuck happened, man. Like, if it was the sun or if it was a comet or whatever. The thing about Earth is that, you know, although you can kind of see these things from a distance, it's a little bit different because we got a lot of like, this vegetation and, you know, it's not quite as, we got a lot of water too. You zoom out in the oceans. I mean, we can kind of get an idea, I guess, of it. We can kind of see, we can actually get a pretty good idea now looking at it. But yeah, nothing quite that bad. But then, you know, some areas you look at, you're like, oh, that was something happened there. And like, oh, fucking something happened here. And something happened here. And something happened here, you know, where the entire fucking Pacific, something fucked happened here. It's like, wow, you know, what was it? Who knows? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Olympus Mons. Yeah, that was a super volcano there. Yeah, that's exactly it, man. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they would need to put Mars in a giant microwave with more Mars center core. Yeah. Man. It's I don't know. But this is some of the things that I thought about when I read this article. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, bud. Wonderful shit. I don't think he didn't respond to anybody in the comments, did he? Yeah. What I really wanted to know, which he didn't really elaborate on. Oh, maybe I could find it here. Was, his opinion on how, you can't make predictions like this. This is just a theoretical model in and of itself. So, I mean, like, going and trying to find, like, well, when is this going to happen? Is this culminating in this, in your opinion, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Where was his TLDR? Okay. Yeah, where the fuck was the actual simulation notes? We're just still learning about the innards of the planet as well, right? We're still learning about it. We just learned recently that the inner core actually does flip around quite a bit. I think the Chinese just figured that out like a couple years ago. That the center, the little molten ball of iron in the center of the planet, flips around quite regularly and will stop and stall and shit. Like, we had no idea. So it's like we're still trying to wrap our heads around all this. So the fact this could be related to the climate would make a lot of fucking sense, honestly, when you think about like how a planet works and like what a planet is and how what happens internally to the planet affects what happens on the surface of the planet. I mean, it would make sense logically, right? I mean, we're trying to be like, you fucking driving your truck too much. Like, you fucking, it's like all this, like these little fucking bugs on the surface just like spitting shit up in the air and like it having some kind of dramatic effect. But meanwhile, you got all of this mass and energy going on internally within the planet. And that is probably, that would make more sense, honestly, that it's responsible for what's happening even now. So, I mean, it makes more sense to me, yeah. Can we get one of those real 3D images of the real shape of Mars? Yeah, it's actually crazy how little we know about the inner Earth. We only ever dug about, 40 miles? Yeah, I know, man, that's exactly it. Yeah, people are just fucking... There's so much to know. Is there, like, 3D... I think there is. There's an interactive one by NASA. Oh, there's an accurate one there. That's kind of cool. This is just a model. Loading 3D model. There you go. Interesting. That gives you an idea of like how far off the surface things are too. Here, can we full screen this bitch? There you go. Look at this. Settings. HD. Yes. Navigation orbit. Here we go. Oh, fuck me. There's Olympus Mons there. You see how big it is? It's huge. Massive. Look at it. Fucking huge. Massive. Unbelievably massive. There's the scar right there. In high detail as well. Oh, it looks even worse. Fucking Christ. Oh, they've got it all imprinted in too. Whoa. Man, fuck. Crazy, huh? Yeah. Isn't that nuts? Yeah. Oh, is it on Google Maps, Mars? Yeah. The whole she fine. Yeah. Look at the tits on Mars, boy. God damn. They are huge, yeah. Oh, yeah, they're huge. Olympus Mons is massive in comparison to even the highest point on Earth. Mars is quite a bit smaller than Earth, but yeah, it's way bigger mound than anything on Earth. Crazy to hike that, right? Fuck, wouldn't that be crazy? There'd be literally no air. Well, there's really no air there anyway that we know of. But there'd be like absolutely none when you get to the top. Yeah. It's a couple thousand feet higher than Mount Everest, yeah, which is fucking insane. You ever seen someone made a photo of the moon? It's 700 gigs in size. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. They find alien structures on it? Yeah. Like a volcano the size of Europe and 5 to 6 times taller than Everest. Yeah, that's crazy, huh? Wow. Yeah, it's a trippy place, man. Where's Cydonia at? See the face, if they have it on here. You wouldn't be able to zoom in enough to see it, though. Yeah. You know, whatever the fuck happened here, man. But anyway, that's the, maybe the terrifying reality here. But the more we know, right, we'll be empowered. At least we'll know. And who knows? I mean, it could be like a couple hundred years away, something like that. So we're probably fine. Yeah, we're probably okay. We'll probably be fine. I'll close this because it's probably taking a lot of resources. But yeah, fuck, man. Yeah, 708 gigabit image. Oh, the music. Jesus. Holy shit. Kind of looks like oil or something, huh? Huh. God damn. Yeah. I said oil. Is there? Let me send this to ChatGPT. Can ChatGPT watch videos? I think it can. Fuck you. Hold on. Where is oh fuck, where was it? Can I just do a print screen and copy the print screen? Like print screen. Can I then paste the print screen to ChatGPT? Will it do it? No, I can't. Like oil. That's what it says. Appearance of oil on Mars' surface. Well, this can be an intriguing visual. The moon's surface is primarily composed of dust and rock. There's no evidence of oil in the conventional sense. Might be referring to the visual illusion or scientific phenomena such as reflections of lunar dust patterns rather than literal oil. Interesting, though. Yeah. Yeah, I crashed the browser, yeah. Holy shit. You could zoom in. I mean, that does look like fucking oil, doesn't it? Like, it's not look like oil, yeah. Well, there's a story to this, actually. There's a story to this. Here, you know what we can do? This is it. I've gone over this before, I guess, but talk to me about petrochemicals, comets, and Emmanuel Velikovsky. A spicy mix. Petrochemicals derived from crude oil is a blend of hydrocarbons, organic compounds made of hydrogen and carbon. These hydrocarbons power internal combustion engines and, when refined, create chemicals like benzene, toluene, and xylene, which are used in manufacturing products like plastic, pharmaceuticals, and synthetic rubbers. The environmental concerns, yes, comets. Comets are icy bodies that originate from the outer solar system. Yes. Where are they? Where's what we're looking for, though? Let's talk about talk about petrochemicals in the tails of comets. There you go, bud. Okay, so while the term petrochemical typically refers to substance derived from crude oil, it's possible you're talking about organic compounds in a comet's tail, which are often complex and carbon-based, similar to those found in petrochemicals. Hydrocarbons are basic carbon compounds made of hydrogen and carbon, like methane. These compounds can create when ices and comets break down as they approach the sun. So let's see. Talk to me about hydrocarbons in the tails of comets depositing on the moon. What about this? Yeah. So here we go. Depositing on the moon. Yes. So the idea that hydrocarbons depositing on the moon is even more fascinating. The moon doesn't have an atmosphere to block the solar wind or burn up incoming particles. So when comets pass by containing hydrocarbons and dust, it can actually deposit particles on the lunar surface. There you go. Comets, hydrocarbons, and the moon implications. Talk to me about the theory that oil is not the result of, not just the result of decaying dinosaurs, but comets comets depositing hydrocarbons in the upper atmosphere and igniting. So this is a theory that many people might not be familiar of or with, but the cometary hydrocarbon theory. So the idea you bring up is that comets might be responsible for a significant portion of Earth's hydrocarbons. Rather than forming only from biological decay, hydrocarbons could have been deposited by cometary materials that pass through the Earth's upper atmosphere. So ignition and chemical reactions. The theory suggests that the presence of these hydrocarbons in the atmosphere combined with the right conditions, like lightning, solar radiation, and volcanic activity, could lead to a process of ignition and chemical reaction. This might result in the formation of hydrocarbons could eventually rain down onto the Earth's surface. This could contribute to the formation of oil or even tar deposits. Yes. Some alternative theories argue that hydrocarbons in the atmosphere, especially those from comets, might undergo through reactions with Earth's atmospheric elements, like nitrogen and oxygen, and combine into heavier, longer chain hydrocarbons. These can then fall to Earth either directly from the cometary tails or through secondary chemical processes triggered by the environment. So this guy named Manny Velikovsky argued that maybe some of the big oil reserves we have on planet Earth under the ground were actually the result of a giant comet swinging by and depositing these hydrocarbons in the upper atmosphere, then becoming ignited, and they fall down as this crude oil onto the ground. Petrochemicals would not just require dinosaur juice or dead compressed vegetation, which now I think about it would imply life somewhere else to be possible, said the Rob. Well, so essentially, this is one of Velikovsky's ideas. Actually, it wasn't just his idea. So what he did was there was this theory out there that, maybe where oil really comes from is the stars, and that if there's a large comet or large comets or comet stream or whatever, and it passes by the Earth or passes into the Earth, and these hydrocarbons fall down and get ignited by volcanic activity or whatever, lightning in the upper atmosphere even, right, interaction with this large comet, that it would ignite and it would cause a giant firestorm, right? And then after it ignited and caused a firestorm, it would rain down as just like what would be left would be just crude oil, and then it would kind of seep into the cracks in the ground. And there was a cataclysm that accompanied this large comet in Velikovsky's story, and it seeped down into the cracks deep into the Earth, and it would kind of be deposited in these reserves, and that's where we find it today. So it's out there, but there are hydrocarbons in the tails of comets, and so you could cook this theory up. And it wasn't just him that came up with this idea. There were others that were trying to get this maybe put out there. That's one of the possible original, it was one of the, it was responsible for the crude oil fields, comets. Yeah. So you don't know about that theory. Yeah, it's definitely a bit out there, I guess. To get it in the amounts that we see, you would have to have either repeated encounters with a very large comet accompanied with some kind of a cataclysm, or you would either have to have one large incident or repeated incidents with a large comet. So yeah, it does make sense. There's some criticisms of it, that there's a couple people that have gone over this online. This was a debate that was had probably in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, when they were trying to figure out like what the origins of it were. I would probably have to agree that it would make a bit more sense. You'd have to invoke something that's a bit more complicated, and there isn't really a lot of evidence for it necessarily. But yeah, he thought, in trying to support his theory, when they went to the moon in the 60s, he wanted, because he was fairly well known in a lot of circles within like NASA, and there was like a cult following behind some of his theories, right, by some fairly accredited people. Because like Einstein was buddies with him and shit, right? And so they worked together on some of these theories, and he deferred to Einstein when it came to like the math and whatnot of like, would this be viable? And they went to go looking for these hydrocarbons on the moon. He also wanted to see if there was any oxidized iron as well in the rock there. And there was, and I think he found hydrocarbons as well, presence of them there. implying that there was something that had deposited them, but you'd need to find them in large amounts. So I can't remember what the study, how conclusive the study was that they did. They did one. There was a study group at NASA that they worked with him on this, and because he had made some predictions that spooked them, I guess. So they started taking him seriously. And when Einstein became associated with them publicly, because they had known each other because they were both Jewish, and he had worked with Velikovsky on the when they set up the state there of Israel, the university. He had worked with him then, and then when he came up with this theory, Einstein kind of didn't really get behind him, but he kind of supported him a little bit in his research, and yeah. So they'll prove that there was some point to O2 on the moon. Well, yeah, I guess there would have to be something that oxidized the iron, I guess, in the rock there. The other explanation was that the rock that they found on the surface that was oxidized wasn't from the moon, or that there was something that deposited even like, water actually onto the moon. So, which would be along with some of these other elements that would be in the tails of the comets. So, yeah, which is interesting, you know. And one big comet in particular was Velikovsky's story, and that's what he points to. And the story of Typhon, which I talked about. I'm not going to get into that fucking again, Jesus Christ. But there's stories that talk about one large celestial object, but I'm not even going to get into it. As fun as that is, but anyway, yeah, that's a meme in and of itself, but a meme for another fucking time, I think. So, yeah. But anyway, yeah, that's probably it. That's probably it for this evening on that fucking note. I don't want to start going down the fucking rabbit hole again, but this is very fucking interesting. I don't know, man. I mean, this is an alternate explanation to climate change, at least a conventional explanation for climate change, and we're responsible for it. So, yeah, you can check it out, The Ethical Skeptic. You want to read through all this shit. So you just got here. You got to go to bed. Thanks for coming in then, man. Fuck yeah. Yeah, the climate change alternative we ignore to our peril. How encouraging. Anyway, listen, it's all just a simulation. Just have fun. That's the most important thing. And be safe, as always, everybody. But yeah, hey, it is what it is, right? If we all go down the firestorm together, we do it together, right? So, yeah. We'll see you next time. Take care, guys.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean to periscopic deception. Ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights. And he parts in the breaking dawn.